Good morning everybody and welcome once again to Trent Bridge Live, where we will be bringing you live ball by ball coverage of this Vitality County Championship Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Surrey, and we've made it to day 4, so we will get a result at the end of today. But currently it is Nottinghamshire with 4 bonus points, Surrey with 5. Will we end up with a draw or will one team win? Well, we will find out as the day goes on, but let's remind you of everything that happened on day 3, moving day, and that is through the day 3 highlights.
He's been enforced or not, as Clark has gone. Well, that's unlike Joe Clark. He came dancing down the track to Will Jacks, just trying to impose himself on the spinner who has the last laugh because Clark missed it.
Here is Cam Steele again. This next one. Oh, and that's gone past the bat, and it's gone past the first slip, past Rory Burns as well. Dive from him between the wicketkeeper and, in fact, Burns, and it's gone Cam Steele. End of the over. Reverse sweep from the bat of Freddy McCann. It's going to go for 4 runs. So good end to the over. Steele comes in again. This one again on the leg side. It's pulled, and it's going to go for 4 runs. Stalwarts of this Nottinghamshire side as he comes in. This one again pushed out, and is he going to get the single? He is indeed. He's going to get the single. In fact, he's going to get 2 runs pushed out into the offside, and that's his century. A fantastic century from Freddy McCann. It's Jacks. He's going to come in and complete the over, and this one again is pulled for another 4. Pulled square, and 4 more runs there.
Although Jordan Clark is hovering, instead goes for the drive.
Beautiful drive.
Executes it too.
Here he is, past the umpire, comes in, and this one again. Oh, it's inside edge, and that's going to go through to the boundary.
They've rotated the strike well as well of this pair as Laws goes for the
that's
short
a
one.
Beautiful shot.
Uppercut from Freddy McCann. Yeah, it is almost like a wideish long stop. Laws again goes short, and that one is just punished. From Freddy McCann, brings up his 150 in sumptuous style. It's been a sublime innings this from the 19-year-old.
Behind the wicket is Jacks bowling to McCann, and he's gone for a huge one down the ground, and McCur's underneath it. Conor McCur will take it, and Freddy McCann has gone. A terrific knock. 302 for 5. Nice reverse here for from Verena to get going. What was your first shot for Notts like, Carl?
Had an excellent 4-day series, as I'll mention again, as that's another 4 toss, and that one is just put away with disdain by Jack Haynes. Out towards the square leg boundary, trickles away for 4 runs.
Jack's short run off, and this one a bit more fuller, and it's in fact played down the ground and down through long on, and they'll collect a boundary. Jackson again, next ball played leg side off. Has it been given? Yes, it has. A wicket has fallen, and it is in fact Haynes on 68.
As Tom Laws, well, that wasn't a top draw delivery from Tom Laws. It's wide, it's loose, it's punished through the covers by Lyndon James, and that is a very nice looking shot. Pitch it up slightly fuller than that. That's kind of the area, but Verena goes for the sweep and sweeps sublimely. Is in the air as well as James. That's out. Well, that is a very tame way for Lyndon James's stint at the crease to come to an end. It's been a difficult day for Cam Steele. So
it's Jackson again, and bowls this time, and this time there's an appeal from the bowler, and he's been given.
Again, lots of energy in the run-up. Verena absolutely clobbers him.
Oh, good shot. Squarish off the next delivery, and in fact 4 runs.
Didn't quite get the timing or the direction on that one, as again that's very full, and that will be out. Cam Steele has his 2nd of the day.
Here's Jacks, in he comes. The first delivery, brand new over, and it's flicked off his bat, and that is going to be the 50 for Carl Verena. Fantastic little knock from the South African, and in doing so he is going to be for Hahn to face a strike. But anyway, it's Kyle Verena, 60 balls, 4 fours, and the 1-6. Jacks comes in. Next one, it goes for an ambitious shot, and he's been given out.
Sibley dances down the track. Goodness me, that is a wonderful shot from Dom Sibley.
Here comes Farhan Ahmed again. This next ball played a bit more carefully, and he's been taken. Sibley goes. So Sibley, poor first innings, and now in the second innings as well.
Towards the bottom as Patterson White floats that one out very wide outside the off stump of Rory Burns, who just slaps that through the covers for a single. So that will bring us to an end to the 7th over.
So that was the action from day 3 there, which means that Surrey will start the day leading by 133 runs. But yesterday it was another special day for a Nottinghamshire youngster, a Nottinghamshire Academy product, and that is, of course, Freddy McCann. And Matt Freeman from the Trent Bridge media team caught up with him at the end of day 3.
Freddie, congratulations, well played. What were your emotions in that moment where you reached 3 figures for the first time at Trent Bridge?
Yeah, obviously such an incredible moment. So pleased to have my mum here watching as well. Was pretty nervous going into the 90s, but Jacko helped just settling my nerves and just keeping me calm and just treating it like every other ball.
You were out there for quite a long time ahead of that. You were out there pretty early in the innings, and I suppose a bit of scoreboard pressure on as well. What was your approach to your knock?
Yeah, just obviously at the start with Haas just having to rebuild, just trying to create partnerships, and that's all we try and do. Just create partnerships throughout, try not to lose wickets in clusters.
Faced plenty of deliveries out there, and we look at some of the new players in the team for this week. Farhan's been very involved with bowling a lot of balls as well. How have you found taking that responsibility, I guess?
Yeah, obviously you've got to do it. Batting 3 is obviously such an important position, and I was just trying to do well for the team and just create something where we can stand and just create some runs.
You mentioned that you had some family here today to see you get over the line. Your teammates, I'm sure, gave you a rapturous reception as well. What was the reaction like when you walked back in with your 150? Yeah,
obviously very pleased. They're all very happy for me. But yeah, very happy.
Have you managed to catch up with your family yet?
No, not yet. I'm going home tonight, so I'll catch up then.
Yeah. And how have you found settling into that Trent Bridge dressing room in the last few weeks and months as a first team player?
Yeah, they've been so welcoming throughout the winter and everything in my first year. Couldn't ask for any more.
There is obviously a small age gap between you and Farhan, but you'll have played together as you were coming through the ranks. He's got another wicket in the evening session tonight. What have you made of his adaptation to the game?
Yeah, he's obviously incredible. Such an incredible talent. Only 16 years old. I've played with him probably 3-4 years, and you can just see his development, and I'm sure he'll take many more.
And your year so far has been a pretty special one in all 3 formats, making debut appearances for Notts and England recognition as well. Have you been able to take a step back and think about that yet?
No, not yet. Everything's come very fast. A lot quicker than I thought it was going to come at the start of the year and what I set out to do. Didn't expect to make 3 debuts and then play England 19s, but year I'll remember forever.
And I guess to be able to do it at your home ground as well and make a century on your home turf today.
Yeah, it's obviously a dream. Been coming here my whole life watching cricket and everything, and then to finally do it, very proud.
And let's touch on the game briefly as well as a whole. 1 day left. How are you seeing it, and what's the approach in the dressing room going into day 4?
Yeah, we're obviously still out there to try and win it. With double spin at the start of this evening, just trying to create as many wickets as possible and to put ourselves in a good position for the afternoon session tomorrow.
They were the thoughts of Freddy McCann at the end of day 3 there. The bell's just ringing now, so that means we're about 5 minutes away from the start of play. But it was a very special innings from Freddy, so let's just remind you of some of the shots that got him to his first maiden 100. So he was at the crease for over 5 hours, 154 runs in the end for Freddy. A fantastic innings. And we've talked about Freddy, we've talked about Farhan. And don't forget, you know, Farhan is 16 years old, Freddy is 19 years old. They've spoke to the media these last couple of days. They're a real credit to their family, to their friends, and obviously to Nottinghamshire. Great prospects, if we can call them prospects, for the future here at Trent Bridge. Now, let's just, it's day 4 here, but some results have already finished in Division 1. So let's show you an updated table, and you will see that, let's start from a Nottinghamshire point of view. Yes, we might have slipped down a place. That's because Lancashire's game has finished. They lost against Hampshire, so their points are already in. If we take into account the bonus points that Nottinghamshire have already got, we will jump up above Lancashire. And then from a Surrey point of view, Hampshire have come into second place with that victory from Lancashire. But obviously from Notts' point of view, looking for survival, take the bonus points into account, and then whatever happens here, 8 points for a draw. Obviously, if there is a victory, that's 16 points, but 8 points for a draw, add on to 4, that's 12 points. It's a big, you know, it's a big jump. So obviously that updated table shows you there's a lot of movement happened in Division 1 already. Now the lights are on here. We're a couple of minutes away from play. The players are on the boundary rope, so it's a little bit gloomy here at Trent Bridge. But I tell you who isn't gloomy: Dave Bracegirdle. So let's hand over to your commentary team, led by the non-gloomy Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge, or should really start with White Rabbits, or Pinch Punch, or even welcome to autumn. It's September the 1st. The meteorological calendar tells us it's the start of autumn, and it really does have an autumnal feel here at Trent Bridge this morning. Although, on the flip side of that, we're going to start on time. The floodlights are on. It's 50 shades of grey overhead, but our two umpires are striding out towards the middle. Umpires Pollard and Middlebrook, followed by the Nottinghamshire team, and the two Surrey batters, as it says on the board. Surrey batters are Rory Burns and Ryan Patel. Surrey 13 for 1 when they went off last night with 11 overs unbowled. We'll just mute the old laptop that's just suddenly burst into...
No, he was good though, wasn't he? Whoever that kid was, he's got a future in the game.
Wait to be introduced.
Oh, sorry.
Wait to be... All right, Kevin Howells is here alongside me for the first hour or so of this final morning. Very good morning, Kevin. I'll officially say very good morning to you. Maybe a draw, may not, we don't know.
I'm more concerned about you having 50 Shades of Grey in your mind at this time on a Sunday morning, Dave. That's the biggest concern for me.
Oh, every Sunday morning.
Yeah, well... You make presumptions, don't you?
You do.
And you make presumptions, and you also know that over the years, the reason we're all here is for a bit of fun, a bit of enjoyment, but because we don't know what is going to happen. I'm wondering about the overhead, the lights, the fact that it does feel just a little heavy, plenty of cloud around. Is that going to make much difference? My suspicion is not, but we wait and see. We are going to see once again this 16-year-old lad who not only has made this game very, very interesting in Farhan Ahmed, but also, and I'm just jotting a few things down for the run into the end of the season. Shall we start off at this end, shall we?
Go on,
so
then.
He's going to bowl this 4th over of this innings. And he's already taken a wicket, 2 maidens, 1 run, 1 wicket, just terrific stuff. And that first one's bowling to Burns, and he just prods that into the offside. So Surrey resume at 13 for 1 then. The lead's 133 runs. We began the day with 96 overs on this final day. Lunch will be at 1, tea at 3:40. There are times that's just pushed to the right-hand side of the man who's standing there at that silly point position. You've got a slip, you've got a silly point, you've got a backward point. And you've got a conventional, so you've got a backward point leg side, and you've got a backward point on the offside. Then you've got square cover point, mid-off, mid-on, and out of mid-wicket on that shorter boundary, which is to Rory Burns' leg side at the moment. So he's looking for this rough. For me, it's hitting those certain spots where that ball will just do so much. We'll get Ahmed's one more delivery here through the legs of the man at Surrey Point. I shall keep quiet now because BBC Radio Nottingham are going to appear, and I better stand by with my BBC Sounds ad again this morning, Dave, if I may. Here we go.
Yes, there was some overnight rain, a little bit of morning drizzle, but we've started on time. Grey skies overhead, floodlights are on, but we're underway with Surrey 13 for 1, so that's an overall lead of 133 over Notts. The smart money is on a draw, but also we wonder how many wickets the 16-year-old Farhan Ahmed will take. He's got one already. Surrey 13 for 1.
And he comes in now, Ahmed, for this last ball of this over, and it's driven back up to him. So that is a maiden to get things underway this morning. His second maiden from 4 overs. 1 run, 1 wicket, 13 for 1. Lead by 133 runs. And off the back of, you can't hear this, and it's just, if you're watching on the live stream or on the BBC audio feed, but there is a thing the BBC have now managed to conjure up, and I tell you what, there'll be some clever brains behind this, Dave, cleverer than us, but that doesn't take a lot of doing. No. They've created this opportunity now for people with smart speakers. You get your smart speaker to ask BBC Sounds, this is what you say, ask BBC Sounds to play Notts versus Surrey Day 4, and that's the important bit to put at the end as well. So Day 4, ask BBC Sounds to play Notts versus Surrey Day 4 in your smart speaker, and we should then appear.
We should indeed. It's a dual pronged spin attack from Notts this morning, because Liam Patterson White is going to bowl the second over of the day, and Ryan Patel gets off the mark. First ball he's faced, just nudging it up to Lyndon James. Little natter with Lyndon's mum and dad this morning over in the pavilion. Did a lap of the ground, Kevin, exhausted at the end of it. A complete lap of the ground, but no, nice to catch up with Lyndon's mum and dad and congratulate them on his county cap. And of course, skippering the Lions a couple of weeks ago. I've not seen them since then, as Burns pushes this back to Liam Patterson White. Surrey 14 for 1 in their second innings. They made 525 in the first, with Rory Burns getting 161. Notts replied with 405 in their first innings. A little sweep by Rory Burns that's gone much finer than he would have anticipated, but gets 2 runs nonetheless. 16 for 1. There are people wandering about on our television gantry just in front of our...
Yes, but he's trying to do you a good turn, Dave, so I should keep quiet about it, otherwise he just might go and just put the kettle on.
It's Aaron from the production office just in front of us. We've got no pictures on our monitors in here.
So we're going to have to watch.
Yeah, we will. We'll have to watch, see what's going on for a change, as the next ball is cut to backward point. No run. Did tell you yesterday we'd be okay today with the weather. You said, all that rain. I'm worried about the rain.
Just hold on your horses. Now, you've got it from good authority, so I'll grant you that this morning. What I was talking about yesterday was...
good authority yesterday.
Well,
We'd
but
be
there was...
all right.
Well, okay.
There's Patterson White. Lovely action. Nice sweep from Rory Burns, and he'll get that away over onto the leg side. Nicely fielded by Rob Lord. Had a little natter to Rob as well. How's it going this week on your debut? And congratulated him and all the rest of it. Little stiff, he said, but really enjoying it. Looking forward to playing more of these 4-day games. The more you play, he says, the easier it'll get, but really enjoyed the first 3 days of this one. So that was nice to hear. I guess it's what you'd expect for a young man on debut to say, but also said he's played 1 or 2, obviously, county second 11 4-day matches, but said this was something different, a step up, a bit of a dream for him. Fulfilled this week as Rory Burns pushes this out into the covers, takes a run. 19 for 1 at the end of the second over of the morning. Patterson White 5 overs, none for 18. Farhan Ahmed 4 overs, 1 for 1.
So in other words, it was a bit of a morale boosting visit you made to family members, some of the players. Uncle Dave's come to say, well done everybody, you're all doing very well, on behalf of Mr. Grace.
This is how miserable it was here at 10 o'clock. People were coming to talk to me.
Oh, no, nothing like that. So, we are on the final day, and we are, of course, approaching now, September the 1st, we're approaching the very serious run-in after a break for the T20 quarterfinals coming up next week. We are then back in full throttle championship right through to the end of September, with things to be decided, titles, promotions, relegations, that sort of thing. And today, obviously, will have an impact on that. Surrey here at 19 for 1. Ahmed bowls, and not too much width for Burns to try and cut and carve the ball, so he doesn't really get it away. So I've done what I know is always a dreadful thing to do, because I have so much pressure to get it right, and I always get it wrong. I've just noted a few things down on some presumptions. As opposed to any actualities yet, of course, with games still ongoing, including this one. Ahmed bowls, and again, you can see the ball just spinning off the bat there as Burns just prods that forward. So there is part of me who says, and I guess you'd be saying the same if you're watching or listening, let's just see how it all plays out today. But I think it's interesting perhaps just to see where some of the matches are and that impact that results here today could have. This one is driven and nicely. Beautiful. That from Burns on the onside. That is going to be 4 runs. So Burns, who's in just terrific form at the moment, a double century, then a big century the other day, is score right here now in the second innings of this match is 13. And he takes Surrey to 23 for 1 and a lead of 143 runs. They started off, did Surrey, at the top of the table with a 35 points gap as we enter this final run-in. And there is a distinct possibility that gap will be reduced today, because I think we're working on a presumption here that this is going to be a draw. We do not know, okay, but let's just work on that presumption this is going to be a draw. Burns is on 13, round the wicket, in the bowls, and driven again, same area, this time closer to the fielder, sweeping round to his right-hand side is Patterson White to do the fielding there. So I'm basing this on the top of the table to start off with, then we'll talk about the bottom, which of course is more of a concern at this stage for Nottinghamshire. And I shall just go through it over the next 10 or 15 minutes as Ahmed bowls, and carved away square by Burns for a single, and he moves to 14, Surrey to 24 for 1. And obviously at the top of the table, the teams we're keeping an eye on are Somerset and Essex and their respective matches, and of course the Essex game also involves Worcestershire, so that will have an impact and bearing on Notts. The result from yesterday, which of course just was not unbelievable but emphatic, was the Hampshire victory over Lancashire by an innings and 37 runs, which means with the victory also for Warwickshire by an innings and 21 runs over Kent yesterday, that the two bottom teams are firmly in there at the moment. They will be at the end of the day, Lancashire and Kent. Just starts now to approach. Bowling to Patel this time is Ahmed, and again defensive from Patel, so he remains on 2 for no runs. But those massive results, massive victory margins for Warwickshire, of course, it's their end of the over. 24 for 1, that's a lead of 144 runs here. For Warwickshire, it was their first win of the championship season. However, that victory takes them up to 132 points, which doesn't mean they're safe by any imagination, but it is a bit of a buffer over those teams below them now. So that was a really, really vital, big result for them yesterday, and further misery for Kent at the bottom. So we'll go through some possibilities in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Will be Patterson White to continue from the far end, the Stuart Broad end. Bowls to Rory Burns, helps this into the offside for a single. Burns looking to be very positive here. Just, I guess, from the Notts angle, and indeed from the sake of having something really enjoyable to watch today, just got to keep half an eye on the Surrey scoring rate this morning, just in case they think, well, let's have a really positive intent about our batting this morning. See if we can get that lead up to top side of 300 and have 2 sessions to bowl at Notts. See if they can get the victory, as this is turned by Patel onto the leg side, fielded by Asib and Mead. We don't think, or I don't think that's going to happen. I suspect, talking to you before, and you don't think that's going to happen, but it'd be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, they're not in the interest of setting up a game for setting a game sake up, but they might sense that there's a chance of a win here as this next one's pushed back to LPW.
And in a strange sort of way, I think if that were to happen, they were to set up something, I think there would be a little bit of pressure upon Nottinghamshire again, as indeed there was when they started off chasing that first innings total.
25 for 1 is the score. Patterson White, nice high action bowls, and Patel there tries to set off for a single as he just pushed it into the offside, but Verena, who's
really had a good game. He kept very well in the first innings. No byes in 150 overs. Took both offerings that were given to him. Nice tidy glove work. And then batted beautifully yesterday. 50 not out from just 60 balls. Patel can't get this away. Fielded by the sprawling Asiba Mead. Down on his knees for probably the second time already this morning. And you see that a lot with the Notts captain. Gets in there fairly close and makes himself big, desperate to throw himself around and prevent any cheeky singles being taken at his expense. This is drilled back to LPW, and that's gone straight through the bowler's arms, hands and feet, and bumps a daisy, and they'll take a single. 20. Has it gone up? 26 for 1 after 11 overs at the end of the over. Rory Burns 15, Ryan Patel 3. The man out yesterday, Dominic Sibley, who's had some great days on this ground, but this hasn't been one of his better matches. Out for 9 and 8. 2 umpires are conferring already. Get on with it. What have you got?
Well, what I've got is the fact that I'm looking at the top of the table, so Somerset and Essex to start off with. So Hampshire's victory takes them up to 156 points. Now, let me just briefly, we've got a bit of a gap here. No, they're going to carry on.
Got a bowling change. I think Freddy
okay.
McCann's peeling his sweater off.
Oh, interesting. So the situation at Taunton is the game between Somerset and Durham, where Somerset are well on course for a victory because Durham have got a target of 420 to chase, and they're 25 for 3. What's that?
I'm getting used to all these youngsters and debutants and whatever. It's not Freddy McCann.
It's Rob Lord. So Durham 25 for 3, need another 395. So that looks like a Somerset victory, doesn't it? What's the chat about here again now? I think they've changed again. They're now bringing the spin on. So they were going to bowl Rob Lord. Now they've decided not to do that, but to continue with Farhan Ahmed. And you initially thought it was going to be Freddy McCann. I've never quite known the game like it, Dave.
Well, that was just a presumption on my behalf because I saw that.
But what really did happen was the Rob
yeah,
Lord situation.
yeah.
What's the cause of change there?
I don't know.
Is this a light issue? Was there a word from the umpire about that?
I didn't notice anything, but I was listening
No,
to you.
I didn't
attentively.
notice. Well, of course you were. Ahmed round the wicket. So he carries on, and that's been hoisted, lifted high on the offside of straight, and that is going to be 4 runs there from umpire Pollard. So the score will move to 30.
I refer the honourable gentleman to my past comment. Oh, sorry, looking to crack on with this.
Well, I will refer you to something I said yesterday and the day before, which is that one of the reasons, and there are several reasons why Surrey are the dominant force that they are in the county championship, is because they tend to make things happen. From situations that you think are just impossible or difficult to see happening, they create, whether it be through individual batting performances or bowlers that just hit their straps or whatever. So you never rule them out at this stage of making something happen, which nearly always, because history says this, is in no way any bias, but history suggests will often work out in their favour come the end of the game. So Patel's on 7, around the wicket, in, bowls and defended here by Patel into the offside for no run. So the other score I just briefly bring you is the one between Essex and Worcestershire, because Worcestershire 313 for 9. It's the lead of 175 runs, second innings. Ahmed round the wicket, in and bowls and driven back up to the spinner. So I'm going to presume, and it is a presumption, one perhaps definitely more likely than the other in the Somerset case, that Somerset and Essex are going to win. If Surrey draw and those two win, I will tell you what the point situation will be at the end of the day, at the end of this over. Ahmed in, bowls, and almost gets an outside edge. Terrific delivery, a little bit of turn there. And again, I think he's hitting, and you thought the bails should be whipped off as well, could have been.
It was brilliant wicket keeping again. Yeah.
But there is pressure. I mean, as I say, this is not a foregone conclusion here today, and especially with deliveries like that. So I love this approach, this hop and a skip, and up he comes, in and bowls, and inside edge. Look at that ball spinning around. Such rotation into the pads off the bat. 30 for 1, a lead of 150 runs here for Surrey, and Ahmed bowling a 6th over. He is an absolute joy to watch. And in he comes again around the wicket and bowls. Oh, and lovely delivery. Again, that one's a little bit of turn and bounce away from the left-handed Patel. 30 for 1. Patel survives. He's on 7. Burns on 15. A lead of 150 runs. Let me just quickly tell you then. So victories for Somerset and Essex, should they come later, and a draw for Surrey, should that happen here, would reduce that 35 points gap at the top for Surrey to 24 points. And then Essex will be just a further 4 points behind, so the gap between Surrey and Essex would be 28. When you bear in mind that Surrey is still to play Somerset and still to play Essex, that makes it very, very interesting. She'll go through the bottom a little later on, but that is the presumption of a Somerset win and an Essex victory today. So it does mean Surrey will remain in a very strong position, very, very strong position. However, a little bit of question mark maybe over just how easy that run-in will be for them to a possible third successive title.
Patterson White to continue. Bowls, and Burns eases us into the offside for a single. Any intent on Ryan Patel's part in that last over to push on with a score was thwarted by some really lovely deliveries from young Farn. It was a maiden. It was a terrific over, and it just goes to show just how difficult it is out there just to get the ball away. Might not be in Surrey's favour at the moment, but it might be later on in the day if they do decide to have a little go at Notts, as Patterson White fields off his own bowling. Since he handed over his cap to the umpire and then was handed it back, Rob Lord has done nothing but get himself ready, loosening up. He's down on the ground now, rolling about, twisting and turning. So he is going to get a bowl, I'm sure, as Ryan Patel eases this into the offside, fielded by Farhan Ahmed. Hope you were all listening intently to Kevin Howells, as we'll be asking questions later on.
I'll be asking questions myself.
I'm glad you did some homework last night.
I was this morning, as you know.
32 for 1.
On a very scrappy bit of paper, which could just about read my handwriting.
Had a little bit of a look at the footy highlights, and the good lady had the voice. She likes the voice. All those.
Is that still going?
It is. It is. She likes those McFly boys. They aren't boys anymore, are they? But there's a couple of them on the panel. She was very excited last night as Rory Burns drops this on the leg side, fielded by Asiba Mead. And there's no run. 32 for 1.
Don't tell me that Sir Tom's not on it anymore.
Who? Sir Tom?
Yeah.
Oh, Sir Tom's there, yeah.
That's
Sir
right.
Tom. Sprightly Sir Tom. Hamid again fields as Rory Burns plunders this to his former England opening part. I think they opened together, Burns and Asiba Mead. I know he opened with Keaton Jennings, because whenever they go out to toss, they always share a little joke about it. Keaton Jennings and Asiba Mead. Patterson White fields off his own bowling. Another tidy tight over. Sorry, 32 for 1. They began the morning on 13 for 1 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC London, and I think we're on Trent Bridge Live. I'm getting, getting the thumbs up from producer Aaron, who's he's looking a little happier today than he was yesterday when he was in the 4-hour queue to get some tickets for some musical ensemble, and then was kicked out just when he got down to I think the last 200. 32 for 1. But as I told him, he's a much wealthier man than he would have been.
Well. Yeah, that doesn't take away the heartache and the heartbreak of that situation.
He's a Johnny-come-lately, a fair-weather fan. He couldn't name more than 2 songs. I think he was under instructions from Kirsty to get tickets for the family, but it just didn't happen.
Well, the other thing I might add is, they've probably got enough to get them off that dodgy website as well, and get a couple. Oh yes,
I tell you what,
they'll be there.
Tell you what, I'm going to get a ticking off in a minute, because they've just found out that the monitors aren't working because the leads come out at the back. And
you pulled it out.
There's only one person that's going to get the blame for that.
Okay, well, good luck with that one. 32 for 1, a lead of 152 runs. They've only been working at it for 25 minutes here, all because of you playing. Yeah, Ahmed around the wicket to Patel on 8, and punch back to Ahmed for
pinch punch. Pinch punch?
I mean, if I got this running correct for Nottinghamshire, because I want to go on top of it. Essex away,
Yep.
Kent
Away,
and then Warwickshire at home.
That's
yeah?
correct, yeah.
Okay. Patel here drives that one into the offside for no run. Now, I'm already getting excited, and I shouldn't be. He's 16 years of age, and I don't want to put... I mean, he looks to me as if he's very capable of dealing with any sort of pressure. Otherwise, how on earth can he perform like that? But he comes in now, Ahmed, looking for his second wicket of the innings, and what will be his 9th of the match, but that one is punched by Patel up to mid-on for a single. Patel moves to 9. Takes Surrey to 33 for 1. That Essex game, which, with all due respect, everybody be looking at that and think that's going to be a toughie for Nottingham. It is going to be a tough game when you go down to Chelmsford. But I just wonder what they're making of what they're seeing here from Ahmed up against the old master himself in Harmer. We're a couple of weeks away from that one, but already, for me, that's got added intrigue. As this now. But he's not finished here today. He's not finished in this match yet. Ahmed in bowls, and again, use of the bat just to angle it away, but for no run to backward point. So, I'll be looking at that, and Nottingham supporters, don't get cross to me, please, but I'll be looking and saying that's a tough one, going to Essex and picking up anything. Kent and Warwickshire, Kent away, Warwickshire at home, I'm saying they're winnable. They are winnable for Notts. But now I'm thinking, the Essex game, maybe, just maybe, that will be a little bit closer. He comes in and bowls, looking to reverse this into the pads. LBW appeal not doing. I just wonder if there was a bottom edge, which then went into the pads there. Either way, it's not out. 33 for 1 on this Sunday morning. A lead for Surrey of 153 runs. And I shall just go through the points as I see them at the bottom of the table. Again, based on presumptions of what may happen today. And use of the feet from Burns, and does get it past the bowler himself. Therefore, will go through for 1. Alert to the single. And that is Burns to 17. He keeps the strike. Surrey 34 for 1 and lead of 154 runs. So let's just wrap this up with these points, because by my reckoning, Nottinghamshire would move to 116. That would put them 10 points above Lancashire. Their game already finished. Lancashire and Kent at the bottom, and then just 2 points between they and Worcestershire would be above them on 118. It's 24 points between Durham and Lancashire. I'm not saying if they lose, that's even if they lose today at Somerset Durham. I'm not saying they're safe, but I'm now looking at Worcestershire, Nottinghamshire and Lancashire as being the ones that have got the biggest challenges ahead of them. Mathematically, it still involve Warwickshire, it still involve Durham, but those are some cracking games to look forward to. Based on the presumption here, very, very tight, isn't it, between Worcestershire and Notts, but they are the two teams would be above the relegation. Certainly the team with the most to fear is Lancashire, following that heavy defeat. How are they going to turn things around in the run-in in September?
I don't know, Kevin.
Well, that's a question I sort of put to myself, because I don't know either, because they've got a lot of talent there, and it's just not producing at the moment.
Here comes Liam Patterson White, so unchanged this morning. Patterson White and Farhana Ahmed, as Burns plays this out into the offside for a single to move to 18:35 for 1. Kevin, this is the 195th over of spin in the match.
Good, that's good from you. Very good.
I was going to save it till it got to 200, but we'll throw it in now.
Trouble at our age, Dave, you might have forgotten by then. It's best said when you're thinking of it, isn't it?
Yeah, it was 180 overs going into this innings, so we know where we are. Patterson White now to bowl to Ryan Patel, who's on 9. Got a cable knit Surrey woolly pulley on as he drops this on the leg side, fielded by Brett Hutton. I want to say good morning to not only Garfield but also to Brian the cat down at Taunton, because I know it's generally an American thing, an Americanized thing, but September the 1st, amongst other things, is
Cat Day.
National Ginger Cat Day. Not just a cat, it's Ginger Cat Day. 35 for 1 as this is driven down the ground for a single. 36 for 1. I presume you've met Brian the cat down at Taunton.
I think I have seen Brian once, yeah.
Anthony Gibson always tells me that it's a funny old thing, a bit of a moody thing, but when we were down this year, it was there in the sunshine, just sat there purring on a morning walk round the ground, and I thought, yeah, let's go and make friends. As Burns sweeps this on the leg side out to Rob Lord, there'll be a single, 37 for one, and you know, I tickled his chin and got him purring a bit more, and he rolled over and let me tickle his tum, and lovely, Brian the Cat. So good morning to Brian the Cat, to Garfield, and to all ginger cats this morning. Hey, there's more. There's more of
What's
this.
that I hear? It's the van. It's the van
Yeah.
coming for you, Dave. Yeah, just a couple of days. He should be fine after a couple of days.
You stick to your county championship division 1 points table. 37 for one, if you like.
You want to say good morning to cats?
Oh, this is lovely from Ryan Patel, dancing down the track to Patterson White, who looks absolutely disgusted because he's been deposited one bounce over the fence at Wideish long off for 4. And they certainly aren't intending to be tied down here, Burns and Patel.
They will give themselves a chance at some point today, should the weather and everything hold, and you tell me it's going to, that's fine. So let's just presume it's going to again. They will give themselves a chance, and I say, that's again going to ask, I think, quite a lot of knots.
Yeah, 161 in front, were they to really have a good session and take it to the 300 lead by lunch. This is pushed back to Barrel, as they call him, as they nickname. Double-barreled Liam Patterson White, hence the barrel, but ended the over 41 for 1. I don't think in my life, as far as I'm aware, I've ever tried tofu, but it's National Try Tofu Day as well. If you've never tried it, try tofu today. I'd rather have, frankly, the roast beef and Yorkshire pudding if there's a choice on a Sunday for my lunch. But try National Try Tofu Day. Have you tried tofu? Supposed to be good for you?
Yes.
It also says, when I looked it up, tofu generally regarded as being good for you but tasteless. How about that?
It is tasteless, isn't it? You just think to yourself, what? What's the point?
Oh, this is tasteless.
What's the point?
There's one that this is for the ladies, I presume. That is being presumptive of me. It's also Little Black Dress Day. If you're going out, wear your little black dress. I don't think we need dwell on that. But the best one, I'm saving the best till last. The best till last. We're not sure who's going to be bowling this next over. We're still.
That's because they don't know themselves.
No. So it gives me a chance to say it is also National No Rhyme Nor Reason Day. Right. I shall go on in a moment. Yes, there is more. And then I'll
so I pick up another over for Ahmed, who stood there patiently, thinking, so, OK, let's carry on talking, but just give me the ball. I want a ball.
He does indeed. 41 for 1. This will be his 8th over. Figures of 1 for 12 from his first 7. Lots of just posting 1 or 2 men out in the deep, and there's a man there for the sweep at sort of a squarish long leg, man just in front of square on the leg side. Rory Burns has looked to play that shot. He's on 19, made 161 in the first innings, but just pushes this out to a Seba Mead while they're dot balls and he rattles through his over. You'll just have to wait for what I've got to tell you about National No Rhyme Nor Reason Day, because I find it interesting. 41 for 1. That's the 16th over of the innings, and there he goes on the sweep and makes a nice connection. They've got 2 men out there, but he's bisected them beautifully. That's a high quality shot by Rory Burns, who, as we know, is a high quality player. 45 for 1. And the lead is up to 165, and now they're going to spend 5 minutes searching for the ball.
Oh no! He's found it. Brett's just taking his time.
It had gone in the gap between the Fox Road stand and the Larwood and Vos, and it must have clattered into a bit of concrete out there because Brett Hutton has thrown it to the umpire for an inspection, and umpire Middlebrook is advancing. I was going to say he's advancing towards Paul Pollard, and then thinks, well, what's the point? The ball's okay, so he gives it to Jack Haynes. And now Paul Pollard wants to see it for himself. Yes, it's not good enough for Paul Pollard that James Middlebrook has passed it.
Well, I think it might have been with an instruction. Maybe he's the only one carrying those little scissors.
Yeah, the gauge. Why does only one of them ever carry the gauge? Because it is one of the unwritten laws of the game that whoever you present the ball to, it will be the other umpire that's got the gauge. Always seems to happen. 45 for 1. Floodlights on at Trent Bridge. The skies, I think, are getting a little lighter.
I think I agree with you.
There's Farhan Ahmed. And again the sweep, and again it's executed exactly in the same spot. That's a carbon copy. That's not a replay, folks. If you've seen it on the screen, that's just happened twice in a row. It went in exactly the same spot. 49 for 1.
It is, and poor old Brett's got to go off searching for it again.
Yeah, you need to plug that gap one way or another. 2 high-quality shots. I think I've already used the phrase he's a high-quality player, but he is. I like Rory Burns. I like him a lot. Good player, good captain. Going to be lifting the silver trophy in a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
You say that'll be down to 24 points, the gap at the top, if they don't win this.
He is. There's Farhan Ahmed. There didn't seem to be as much of a deliberation then over checking the ball. Single taken, and to complete indifference, the Surrey total goes on to 50. I don't even think there was a single smattering of applause. Or maybe there is now. No, I've pointed it out to 1 or 2 listening. Surrey lead by 170. And this is played back to Farhan Ahmed. There's one more ball, and then we'll go on to National Rhyme and Reason Day. Just because I think this is quite interesting. You will, Kevin, you will. I know you're giving me the daggers, but...
I'm not giving you the daggers.
National No Rhyme Nor Reason Day. September the 1st. This one keeps low, and it goes through... scuttles along the ground, and a bit of outside edge runs it to backward point. No run, 50 for 1. Surrey lead by 170. We've had half an hour's play this morning, so they've scored 37 in 30 minutes. National No Rhyme Nor Reason Day is celebrated on September the 1st, and it aims to recognise words that don't rhyme with anything. It also encourages activities and actions performed without a reason. Yes, so this day is very random. So without further ado, it says, without further ado, understand the entertainment factor behind this when we say that there are a few non-rhyming words in the English language. Here's some to get you started. There is no rhyming word for orange, woman, purple, spirit, or chimney. See if you can come up with any others, it says. Did you know that? No rhyming word for orange, woman, purple, spirit, or chimney. There you go.
Orange, porridge. Very similar. Patterson White in bowls. Oh, and that wasn't so good for Burns. Terrific from Patterson White, who struck me as a figure of some frustration here, because he'll be delighted. Of course, he's going to be thrilled for young Ahmed at the other end, but he has also toiled long and hard out there and hasn't got the numbers in the W section to the extent, obviously, that Ahmed has. And he's actually bowled some really good deliveries. He's coming from the other end, which we've saw even from Cam Steele with Surrey bowling. There's not as much on offer to the spinners coming in from that end. But he's still kept at it and still kept up the hard work. There's a single there on the leg side. So Surrey moved to 51 for 1 and lead by 171.
Did co-producer Aaron leave us by saying, there you are, your screen should work now? Because
no, I think he said, sorry lads, I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, right.
I think I don't think he said anything.
Because it doesn't work.
No. Patterson White in bowls, and that's a little uppish, but safe on the leg side towards mid-wicket. Nasib Hamid doing the fielding there for Nottinghamshire. Definitely getting brighter, getting lighter.
So you're making orange and porridge?
Porridge,
right.
yes.
No,
orange and porridge.
No.
Orange and porridge.
Orange, there's an N in there.
That's the way you say these words, isn't it? You can make orange sound a bit like porridge.
No.
Patterson White bowls. That's one to push back up to Patterson White. They'll be all right.
I like how it does end with. See if you can come up with some words of your own.
Woman, omen.
Omen.
Well, that's the way you say these words. You see.
Omen, woman. You would in a song, wouldn't you? If you were
yeah,
exactly.
The
verse of a song.
Goes back, and that one squeezed away onto the onside, and there shall be no run. And I'm looking for help from the great maestro himself, Gilbert O'Sullivan, with his 1970s #1 hit. Nothing rhymed, but he's not giving me any clues in the lyrics for that. Surrey here, 51 for 1, lead by 171 runs. And that's played square on the offside for a single by Patel. He moves to 15.
And what about cats? Greyhead says, can you twiddle the knobs, Dave? I seem to have somehow got an advert for pets are us instead of the cricket. Thanks, Greyhead. Shan't mention it again. Yellow Belly says, national no rhyme or reason, you say, Dave. That sounds a bit like Nottinghamshire's performance at times. Boom, boom. Thank you, Yellow Belly.
You sort of portrayed yourself as a bit of a cat whisperer within it all, Dave. That the fact that everybody else thought that Brian the cat at Taunton was a bit grumpy, but there you were making good pals with it.
Well,
so, so you have a special touch, a special way.
That's
with the cats.
The cat whisperer. Mark the Mod in Sevenoaks in Kent. Morning, gents, from a warm and humid Sevenoaks this morning. Has the headmaster cast his eyes over your retirement flats yet? Come on, Notts, he has. And then he also goes on to say, and there is a hill in Wales called the Floringe.
Which rhymes with?
Well,
porridge.
Yeah. Would you know that? That's your part of the world, isn't it, Wales? Floringe?
My part of the world?
Well,
there's a bit of Welsh blood in me. I know it's just my part of the world. I'll always be cheering on as best I can the Welsh teams, but I wasn't aware of that. Right, so Surrey 52 for 1, a lead of 172. We've 86 overs left on this final day, and young Ahmed again is going to bowl his 9th over this second innings. This is in the air, out to the right-hand side of the man here at wide, long off. Gets one hand to it, does well actually to reach that hand out and manage to pull it back in, save it from going to the boundary. And that is James Hayes, who's on as a sub-fielder down here. So the score moves to 54 for 1. A couple of runs there. Oh, who's doing the shouting to whom here right now? How's the ball ended up over there? Anyway, I think it was Ahmed saying, who's got the ball? So off he goes again. This is more stuff coming in about cats, I can tell. Around the wicket. Bowls a little quicker, driven for no run into the offside.
I've got a tofu fan for you at the end of the over, Matthew, who's got problems this morning. He's got problems. I'll read you Matthew's correspondence in a moment.
Changing the field here. Young Hayes has been sort of placed down there now. It's sort of backward square on the offside, and young Freddy McCann this time comes up here at wide, long off, and it's driven to long on, where Patterson White is doing the fielding. No run, 55 for 1.
Matthew says, I've got good news and bad news, Dave, because I've just arrived in Nottingham hoping to watch a bit of cricket. The problem is I'm driving a 44-ton truck with Sainsbury's written down the side and no idea where I can park. And tofu, if you mix it with soya sauce and honey, it's simply divine. Lovely, he says.
Well, that's when you ask for soya sauce and honey, and then if somebody insists on you having some tofu with it, well, Burns on 29. Guided for no run behind square for the sub-fielder. 55 for 1 then. This breeze has been blowing throughout the week, hasn't it? And the flag's still, both the Surrey and Nottinghamshire ones on the pavilion, far end of the ground from our commentary position, have been blowing gustily throughout the last few days, driven by Burns, who's on 29 for no run, back up to the bowler. Gone through these little periods of play, and it's all part of the wonder of the first-class game, of thinking, right, what's going on here? There's a bit of a phony war taking place. Who can do what? Who can make something happen? Burns on 29, defends into the offside. And Hamid will quickly gather that up. It's the end of another over. So these overs are being ticked off here. As I say, still we don't know where this game is going other than a draw. Surrey 55 for 1, Burns 29, Patel on 18, partnership of 47. I don't think either team, especially Surrey at the moment, will be settling on that presumption. They'll be wanting to see how they can get on here today. Notts, just wonder if Notts are in a position of not quite knowing what Surrey are up to, what their game tactic will be, but they've got to be alert to any possibility here today because they've performed so well, Dave. They've stayed in the game. They kept on working so hard within that Surrey first innings. We've got the 16-year-old Ahmed with his 7 wickets. Then you've got Freddy McCann with his 150. They will be wanting to make sure that they get themselves in a position where they can draw this match and, as I say, build up a bit of a gap between themselves and Lancashire at the bottom.
Well, it's raining on Brian the Cat and his mates down at Taunton at the moment. So
really?
I don't know if that'll influence Surrey one way or another. 55 for 1. Here's Liam Patterson White. It's really odd how Rob Lord was called up to bowl and then he's been dispensed with and sent back out to graze in the deep. First ball of a new over is played by Patel on 18. Back to Liam Patterson White. Morning to Bill Lang as well. Sent me a nice message yesterday. Surrey supporter who is following from afar this week. Nice to hear from you, Bill. You're enjoying the coverage today. Dave Bracegirdle and Kevin Howells as a single is nudged through mid-wicket. We will be joined by Aaron Viles, who was with us yesterday. He's joining us before too long. Open brackets, hopefully, close brackets. 56 for 1. Surrey's lead 176 as Burns cuts this to backward point. So one of the Division 1 games being held up by rain. Essex are 13 without loss at Chelmsford. They require a further 171 to defeat Worcestershire. So looking on from afar. Don't really know what sort of track they've got down there or what their chances are, but Essex will also look to close the gap on Surrey if they can, as Burns just plays this down the ground. Brett Hutton's down there in the deep. It's not Brett Hutton. Single taken, pushed down to long off. 57 for 1. Next ball is pushed out onto the offside. That's hitting Division 1, isn't it? Off at Taunton here.
2 games finished
Essex,
yesterday. Yeah, 2 games finished yesterday.
Division 2, Leicestershire battling to stay alive in Cardiff. Second innings 171 for 3 against Glamorgan, still trailed by 128. 57 for 1. PW bowls, and a little bit of turn there. It was a loosish waft outside the off stump from Ryan Patel, inside edge onto his boot, and that saved him. End of the over, 57 for 1. At Headingley, Yorkshire made over 600 when they battered. Middlesex 483 for 6. So match between second and third seemingly heading towards parity. At Hove, again, Sussex got more than 600. They bowled Derbyshire out for 290. Second time around, Derbyshire 167 for 2, still trailing by 150 with Harry Kame and Wayne Madsen at the crease. And not forgetting the test match, of course, where Sri Lanka is 66 for 3 at Lords, requiring a further 417, or more realistically, England needs 7 wickets.
Up top of the table in the second division, Derbyshire can often be awkward in these situations and not roll over, but Sussex would consider themselves to be in a strong position. They would build up a very healthy gap. They will be on 177 points. Then Middlesex and Yorkshire. So that's Yorkshire in third, Middlesex second, as Ahmed comes around the wicket into Burns and sweeps this one beautifully. God, he's playing that great, just brilliant. Such composure, control there through the leg side. It's 4 runs. He moves to 38. It also brings up the 50 partnership for the second wicket here from 95 balls between Rory Burns and Ryan Patel. So something could happen here. Back to that second and third, because Sussex, not nailed on, but surely they're going to go up from that position they're in. But who's going to go with them? Yorkshire, Middlesex? Well, the gap will be narrowed between those 2 teams down to 2 points between them as opposed to 3 if that game ends in a draw, which is all but certain there at Leeds. But still Middlesex would remain in second, Yorkshire in third, but they would be 20 odd points behind Sussex. This one is worked away through mid-wicket by Burns, and a single will be gathered by the Surrey captain. He moves to 35. Surrey 62 for 1. So that is the situation. We've done top, bottom and top of Divisions 1 and 2.
Who's bottom of Division 2?
Well,
Northants, Derbyshire, Gloucestershire. It says here offending all 3 counties and their supporters.
Well, Northants, of course, did manage only to pick up 11 points in that game that was abandoned at Bristol, round the wicket in bowls and driven past off the bat of Patel, the bowler. He will get a single. Patel moves to 20 and Surrey to 63 for 1 now, a lead of 183. Derbyshire were bottom at the start of this round of matches. Actually, I think Northants were by 1 point behind the Bearway. It's sort of Glamorgan, Northants, Derbyshire and Gloucestershire will be a bit of a battle to avoid the wooden spoon come the end of the season. Leicestershire in trouble there, as you say, at Cardiff, well, with work to do, as this one is driven by Burns from Ahmed on the lakeside for a single. Burns to 36, Surrey to 64 for one, lead of 184 runs. Leicestershire look now to have really dropped off the pace. They will need to be a little bit careful not to get dragged into the wooden spoon race, but it's too big a gap surely between they and Yorkshire, Middlesex and Sussex at the top, as Ahmed comes around the wicket and driven out there through extra cover by Patel. He scampers one, and then they think, is there a second? And then they think, well, they come to a very, very swift conclusion there isn't, because Patel turns to go back possibly for two, and he slips and he ends up on the ground. So they have to settle for one, and Surrey 65 for one, a lead of 185.
Yes, he had a right old whoopsie there, didn't he? Running just off, obviously off the cut strip, and might just be a little greasy. There was a little bit of rain earlier this morning.
Ahmed to Burns, LBW appeal. I think that was back there first, but anyway, maybe a mixture of both. 65 for one, Burns 36, Patel on 21, partnership of 57, a lead of 185 runs with 83 overs left in the day. I bet it's one of these where Surrey would be saying to themselves, let's see where we are by lunch, have a bit of a chat at lunchtime over our tofu, which presumably will be available at all Trent Bridge outlets today to mark.
I think I've had couscous.
I bet that was a bit of a push. Was there nothing else, Dave? Oh, the look on your face when you get there and you see all there is couscous.
Disappointment.
Well, it's more than disappointment when it's affecting your stomach, isn't it, really?
Have you not got a steak and kidney pie, please? I can have instead.
It's not disappointment, Dave. It's heartbreak. Heartbreak.
65 for one, heartache. Patterson White bowls, worked away by Patel, won't get a run. Steve says, oi, racking my brains here, can we have that list again of words that don't rhyme? Yeah, orange, woman, purple, spirit and chimney. There are no words in the English language, according to this that I'm reading, that have words that rhyme with those. See if you can come up with any others, it says. Next ball chipped over the head of Hamid. No, he's caught it. I thought it had cleared him, and a leap from Asiba Mead. Liam Patterson White's got a wicket, and Ryan Patel has just chipped tamely to the Nottinghamshire captain, who at first I didn't think was going to get there, and he's gone almost in exactly the same fashion as Dominic Sibley did last night.
And the reason there was some confusion is the fact that he was quite nonchalant about it in the end, for what I thought was a really good catch. It looks as if he was past him, up and over the top, and no wonder he's getting lots of pats on the backs from his back from his teammate, because he really did have to respond to that so quickly, and that easily could have just sped over the top of him. He had to sort of gather it in so quickly. Second wicket down though, 62 minutes 46 balls, 2 fours for Ryan Patel, and it is ourselves take a look at this on the replay. That was going full stretch he was to gather that back in. Actually, the reason he's a bit nonchalant, he's more worried about his sunglasses falling off his hat.
Well, he usually loses his caps. Just to clarify, you're looking at your laptop, aren't you? Because
it's a bit delayed behind the speakers.
Again, for the production crew, the monitors aren't working in here. Will Jacks is coming in at 4, but again, that doesn't tell us anything because he came in at 4 in the first innings. We're just looking for something that might give us an indication, aren't we? It would have been nice if somebody at 7, 8 or 9 had been sent out there to give it a bit of the old long handle, and then we'd have had a clue about their intentions. But lead is 185. I still think they can get to 300 by lunch if they put their foot down. I mean, is it a bold call to declare on Notts at lunch 300 in front? Well,
at lunch, yes, I think so. Lunch, yeah.
But I think you need 2 sessions.
I think I'd go a little bit into the afternoon.
I think you need 2 sessions to bowl a side out on there.
What I'd just ask the question,
Please
you're saying about to show their intent by a change of batting order. They probably don't need to.
Well, they don't. That's what I mean. Had it been a side where if maybe you had the more traditional sort of player coming in at 4, and they'd suddenly promoted somebody who an Andrew Flintoff, an Ian Botham clone had been bumped up from 7 to come in at 4 now. You can go, oh, crikey, this is a dramatical change of tack by Surrey. But like you say, with Will Jacks, who course, got his 7 for yesterday. Is having a good game here. There's no need because both this pair can score quickly. But there we have had the first wicket of the day. We have been a duo for the opening little passage. We're now a trio as Liam Patterson White balls. Oh, it was a thickish outside edge that's going to bring him a couple of runs here. Will Jacks just past slip, and it will go, or it will be dragged in down below us by Brett Upton, just past Joe Clark. Did it carry? Didn't it carry? Got a fingernail on it, which slowed up its progress, but a genuine edge.
Yeah, oh, there are definitely wickets to be had here. I'm not too sure if it's turning anymore or not. But anyway, you need to introduce third member of trio.
Patterson White bowls pushed into the offside with us yesterday. Now here on day 3. Very good. Still morning. Very good morning to Aaron. Yeah, you have been otherwise occupied this morning. We knew where you were.
We always know where you are.
We know where you were. Good delivery, he's bowled him. Liam Patterson White gets one to turn, and a very brief stay at the wicket for Will Jacks. He's lost his off stump here. That's very nice indeed from Liam Patterson White. That's one of those where out there they're all going, whoa! Is it good news or is it bad news? But that one went, didn't it? And just lifted off the off bail. Nice bit of bowling.
So, what is it? Good news? Is it bad news? Because you're batting last on this, yeah? I think I was about to say, I'm not too sure if we are seeing any more turn, are we? Or not? That was a terrific delivery. I just wonder if we might see more and more. The thought was a day or two ago that maybe there wouldn't be enough pace in the pitch to really make it do a great deal, but that one now is 2 wickets in the space of 4 balls here, and yeah, it's now got me wondering. It's got me wondering what's going to happen today. And as I say, whatever, I think Notts will be set something, and I think it will be tricky. I think it'll be tricky.
I do. Yeah, good morning, Aaron. You're here representing Surrey today, and you've done a good job. You've sat down, and the first ball you've seen has been a wicket. Good morning.
Well, very good morning, Dave. Good morning, Kev. In fact, 2 wickets have fallen since I've been here. I was just walking into the ground, and of course, Ryan Patel was dismissed by Liam Patterson White. But yeah, just about got here in time, thankfully. Apologies for the lateness. I was attending something.
Yes, we know. We know.
In the fine city of Birmingham.
You've just raised the standard of the broadcast.
I'm not sure about that.
100%, because there's been nothing but lots and lots of figures and lots of cat talk so far this morning. 67 for 3 as Ben Folkes comes out to the middle. Jiggs, who we always give a mention to, one of our regulars, who spends his life, Kevin, on the waterways and canals of the British Isles, says, good morning everybody, we're on the Trent and Mersey Canal today, thanks for another day of commentary. Just as the second wicket falls, haven't heard much, but are they racing to try and get further on and set the chase? As you say, their intentions are hazy and cautious at the moment. Good morning, Jiggs. We're not sure. One of the joys of the county championship.
Can you get up to the Mersey on the canal from here?
Well, he's on the Trent and Mersey, so that's one for Jiggs. Who, I'm here. I'm just outside Manchester. I'm here, just outside Cambridge. We get all sorts of updates from Jiggs on his houseboat.
It is something I do think about, because I've got a canal in the place I live, and I think just how far can you get without having to get somebody to come and lift the boat out to put it in another different canal.
You hear people cycling, walking from Land's End to John O'Groats, don't you? But you don't hear people, I'm going to houseboat it from one end of the country to the other. No. Maybe you can help, Jiggs, your area of expertise. Just literally, how far could you go, and how long would it take you, say, to go from as far north as you could get to as far south as you could get? How's that?
And you've got 82.1 overs
to do it.
Whilst coming up with a word that rhymes with orange or purple or spirit or woman or whatever the other one was. 67 for 3.
No. What's going to go on here?
Good from Liam Patterson White.
Yes, Kev, very good. And deserved. I told you, didn't I?
For him,
he's worked so hard. Got 1 ball left of this over.
Yeah, so we're ready. Crikey, when was the last ball bowled? Good five. Oh, we've got fireworks going off now. Maybe there was a delay on those from the City Ground yesterday and they've just gone off. 67 for 3. 3 round the bat. Patterson White bowls to Ben Folkes. Ooh, lunged forward with, let's say, 100% certainty, but it didn't appear to be that anyway, and it's the end of the over. 67 for 3, Patterson White with reward. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 35. I'm going to pop those 2 wickets on social media, and Aaron and Kevin will talk you through the next over.
Fantastic, and yeah, great over that from Liam Patterson White. Just the 2 runs coming from it, and the 2 big wickets of Ryan Patel and Will Jacks. Patel especially looked quite composed at the crease up until that point. So yeah, very, very fruitful 6 deliveries for Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club. And now coming on to bowl from the Ratcliffe Road ends is the young Farhan Ahmed. Been so impressive in this game. Currently has those figures of 1 for 32 to go along with his 7 for 140 from the first innings. Let's see what the youngster can concoct here to Rory Burns. He's coming around the wickets towards the left-hander who plays this first one defensively, out towards Hasib Hamid, in at extra cover for no run. It's been great to witness this as well. I know there's been a lot of chat on social media and around the grounds about the use of the Kookaburra ball, but in this game, so much spin. As an avid enjoyer of spin bowling, I've thoroughly enjoyed this contest. And here is Farhan Ahmed to continue that battle with Rory Burns. Next one is a dot ball pushed out to Hasib Hamid yet again for another dot. But it's just fascinating, isn't it, Kev? The way in which different batters play spin, the different tricks that captains utilise. We saw Rory Burns yesterday using all sorts of fields for Will Jackson, Cam Steele as Farhan Ahmed. Again, this one a bit more expansive from Rory Burns, just rolls that one across the carpet to Liam Patterson White at mid-on for 1 run. But yeah, it's an interesting battle of chess, isn't it, between the 2 captains?
It is. Your reference to Kookaburra just made me think about the matches up and down the country, of which, as we enter the final day, let's forget Bristol, because the pitch obviously was not up to it there, or at least the judge not to be up to it. We have got, with certainty, that you never get certainty in sport, but with the only game where you would look at and you definitely would say that is a nailed-on draw, there's one of them, and that's at Leeds.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So what's that tell us about the? I don't know. I don't know the answer to this question, but what does that tell us about the Kookaburra? It probably tells us very little, apart from the fact that it's a different picture to the one we had back in the first 2 rounds back in April, where entering the final day, well, we really were struggling to wake each other up, weren't we?
Absolutely. It's Ahmed into bowl here too. Ben Folkes attempts to turn that around the corner, finds the hands of Hasib Hamid there, in at a short mid-wicket for no run.
Apart from here, where Sam Cook got 10 wickets.
Oh, yeah.
A 4 for, including a hat-trick and a 6 for. That was the only result in the first 2 rounds, wasn't it, across across Division 1.
Is that down to the ball? Is it down to the time of year, though? We'll pick up that conversation after this delivery from Farhan Ahmed to Ben Folkes. He's got a short leg in play here. This one just fenced back to the bowler for no run. Is it the conditions as well? It has been quite cloudy across the country. Could play a little bit in terms of the lateral movements in the air. Yes, not necessarily as much as with the Duke's ball with that more pronounced seam and lacquer, but yeah, plenty of variables as Farhan Ahmed into bowl here to Rory Burns to Ben Folkes. Be a dot ball to round out that over. 68 for 3 after 22.
Jiggs has been back. This is what you need to know. There are 2,000 miles of waterway that are connected, says Jiggs. We're going to be moored actually outside the ground up there in Nottingham in a few weeks. We'll have been to Bristol, London, Ripon, Liverpool, all in a big loop with lots in between. We've actually dawdled 500 miles over 120 days since spring, since the season started, and we tick along at 3 miles an hour. So he says it's a little bit like pre-Bazball batting, going at 3 miles an hour everywhere. But thanks for that, Jiggs, and it sounds idyllic, absolutely idyllic.
We've got 2 things to say that. Can you ask him if, well, I can ask him. Did you come through Skipton? It's just very personal, very niche question, but just tell me, did you go through Skipton?
Is the water running through Skipton?
Yeah, we got a canal there. Leeds, Liverpool. I'd just love to know if you did that. I'm guessing you did if you went to Ripon, but I'd like to know that. And the other thing is, my experience, I've not done a lot of it, but a little bit on the holidays, obviously, is he may be right about his 3 miles an hour. And I know that's sort of the laws of the water and all that. Burns here on 37, around the wicket, in and bowls, and worked away square on the onside. And it's all to do with my age, I know it is, but on the more later, on the later ones, I always found that it was somebody like Brendan McCullum or somebody behind me who didn't want to go at that pace, and they were always making you feel as though you're getting in their way. Oh, and it sort of spoilt it, because the thing about canals is you just take your time, but there's always somebody that's in a bit of a rush. and it put me off. Burns on 37, 68 for 3, and that one is driven out there through extra cover by Rory Burns. He moves to 38, and the score moves to 69 for 3. My favourite moment on my first one was when I didn't realise the necessary protocol and everything to your approach towards a lock. We obviously have to get out and do all the business. I once overtook approximately 10 boats, not realising they were queuing up for the lock, and just snuck in ahead of them. So I was the bad boy that day, and I, to all those people, all those years on, I'm so sorry. I was so embarrassed. Folks faces his 5th ball. He's on 0 at the moment. Just pushed into the offside, and an hour gone by already.
Yes, it's midday. Been updated for Radio Nottingham in a second. I've heard of these people that decide they're going for a holiday on the Norfolk Broads and just rack up and, well, there it is over there. Come here and I'll show you how it works. And you don't need to have passed any qualifications or
no,
anything. I'll come back in a second because there is that radio update. Very gloomy at the start. The lights are still on, but the overhead conditions improving all the time. And Notts have just picked up a couple of wickets here. Liam Patterson White getting rid of Ryan Patel and Will Jacks in the space of a couple of deliveries. Surrey overall a 69 for 3. That's a lead of 189. Just wondering where this game is going. So there's an update. You've only missed a dot ball, but yeah, just... You know, on that, Kevin, you were just allowed just to hire a boat and off you go.
Oh yeah, but there's a difference being on a canal. This one is turned away onto the onside and no run than there would be going on the Norfolk Broads, I imagine. Where obviously, you know, you pretty narrow space. There's only one way to go really on the canal.
They wouldn't let me go on a paddling lake, you know, with the one of the little things to go out there and paddle.
And I did, and again on my first one, I did actually fall in the water as I was pushing the boat away, because you get a bit...
Yeah.
Was it Gailey Island where you come from, over there in the Midlands? It was sort of Wolverhampton area, anyway. And sort of I didn't realise, well, I should have realised, as you're pushing the boat away from the other boat so you can get yourself going, that at some point, if you're pushing that boat and you're holding on to it, and the boat goes into the middle of the water, and your legs are still standing on terra firma, something's got to give. Splash, into the water I went, but it wasn't very deep. It was a bit of a horror show, actually, that first one. We had a lot of fun. 69 for 3 here.
Sounds it.
And here is Farhan Ahmed.
I did, it was great.
To continue his spell from the Ratcliffe Road end, coming around the wicket towards Rory Burns, who, again, just plays that one across the carpet down towards Liam Patterson White at mid-on for just the 1 run.
What island did he say you came from?
Yeah, Gailey Island.
Gailey Island. Isn't there a Gailey Island over in Wolverhampton way?
I'm not from Wolverhampton quite, Kev.
Oh.
Where do you get the ferry for that?
Do you know that West Midlands lot have never known such a bunch for saying, oh, that's not us. We're Black Country. We're not Birmingham. What on earth's wrong with you people over there?
Well, for a start, I'm Warwickshire.
Oh,
so there we go.
Lord.
Oh, dear.
Shakespeare's County.
That's not West Midlands, then?
Oh, it is. Farhan Ahmed then coming over the wicket towards the right-handed Rory Burns, who just shovels that one out towards deep mid-wicket for the 1 run. Rob Lord doing the fielding there.
You are here on behalf of Surrey County Cricket Club today.
Oh, of course. Yep. But you have to be proud of your roots, Dave.
We want a bit of Cockney. Well, it's not quite the Cockney rhyming slang, is it?
But, you're going to get into trouble with Londoners.
throw some apples and pears in and all the rest of it.
Well, a little gap in play here as Hasib Ahmed just throws the ball back to his young off-spinner. Now, it's a lovely part of the world, the Midlands, east and west. And here is...
Trying to save himself now.
I think I'm doing a decent job. Here is Ahmed around the wicket, even to Rory Burns. Plays that one back to the bowler for no run. No, there is a lot of pride in the Midlands, though, isn't there? When you talk about the Black Country, Worcestershire, Warwickshire, of course here, got Derbyshire, Notts.
Lots of territorial nonsense as far as I'm concerned. I don't know about pride.
Ahmed's around the wicket to Burns once more, almost a carbon copy of the last delivery, nice and full, just on a middle stump line there from Farhan Ahmed, and played back to the bowler for no run.
Charlie's concerned if Surrey get a lead of 260. Lots of fragile batting this season, he says.
Well, it is a funny wicket, isn't it, as Burns plays this one out on the offside. Hasib Ahmed patrolling there from short extra cover, throws it back to the keeper for no run. It's one of those, if you can get it in the footmarks, we have seen quite a bit of turn, haven't we?
show that. Do you remember when they said about their first innings response, how quickly they went about it? And then towards the end of that day, we saw that ball spin, which got rid of a Mead, and then turned again out of a foothole. And it all changed. And that's, for me, one of the differences here when they get to bat a second time.
Absolutely, as Farhan Ahmed rounds out the over with a dot ball. Just played back to the bowler there by Rory Burns. So at the end of the 24th, Surrey 71 for 3. Folks on 1, Burns on 39, and the lead now 191 runs.
When your job is, I mean, obviously they had a big job to try and get over the follow-on, and the fact they achieved that was just immense, and some really good batting. Can't see Joe Clark making that sort of error, let's be politely call it an error again. Hamid, well, you know, he was outdone by a really good ball, which again he'll be more alert to, and he's really good in that circumstance. So you're back in. Ben Slater can do a job. You know, can young McCann do something similar? It's a big call on a young lad, and you've got Jack Haynes with his experience as well. Verena, we saw him bat as well. He looked really good. So yeah, they can do it, but it's the question. Their job will be to not chase those runs. I don't think they're going to give anything they're going to feel they can chase. So it's the attitude of survival, and you know there'll be a lot of pressure on them, and especially if they've got, I don't know, what, 45, 50 overs or something like that. This is a leading edge, flies out there behind square on the offside. But we wait and see how they'll play it. We can be talking all sorts of scenarios and everything. Let's see how they're going to play this, because the lead now is 192 for Surrey. We say there are 78.5 overs. Obviously, we'd lose, depending on when the declaration came, we would lose overs in between. But that said, if we look at those over rates of +10 and +13, suggest that we really do need to make sure that when we say the number of overs to be bowled are minimum number of overs to be bowled at 78.5, because we have been getting through with all the spin, and that will continue, no doubt, the spin, to get a few more in, maybe than that, if required and needed. So blocked this one by Burns off Patterson White, who has at least some due reward for some terrific work at the other end from Ahmed. Patterson White, 12.2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 37. Right now he's bowling with a slip, a backward point. Deep extra cover, a wide long off, and defended again by Burns. Long on, it's a little bit straighter, and his colleague the other side. And you got mid wicket with Hamid, square leg Brett Hutton, and you've got a fine leg and a man on the leg side boundary, driven back up to Patterson White to do fielding off his own bowling. So the intrigue as to how it's all going to play out today, and a lot at stake. I mean, we talked about that weather. We'll take a look, see if there's been any improvement of the weather at Somerset in a minute. This is in the air, on dropped. It would have been a sensational catch to his left-hand side by Brett Hutton at square leg, but he did get his hands to it. He'll be annoyed and frustrated to have got to it in time, and in and out it went, and that would have been the end of Burns, but he survives. He's on 39.
Yeah, it's a tremendous effort that from Brett Hutton in at square leg. As you said, almost a goalkeeper dive, low to his left. That would have been interesting if Nottinghamshire would have got that wicket. Of the Surrey captain would have thrown a cat amongst the pigeons.
72 for 3 the score, and that remains after that ball, and that is the end of the over. 25 have gone in this inning. 72 for 3, Burns 39. Folks on 2, a lead of 192 runs.
A ginger cat amongst the pigeons. You weren't here for that one. It is National Ginger Cat Day as well, Aaron. Anyway, Jiggs has been back on. I've just retweeted this at Brace Cricket, so it's not great radio, but Jiggs has sent a photo of his houseboat or canal or boat or barge or what. No, it's not a barge, it's a houseboat, so Kevin can see, so I've just retweeted it. It says, we need to see you all on Freddy's Pedalo, the famous Pedalo. There are some speed merchants, he says, and even a few that go a little bit slower than that. We haven't done the Leeds and Liverpool Canal yet. It is on the list. We've met some excellent and fun hire boaters this year. Here's a picture of us moored on the embankment in Nottingham for the One Day Cup final last year. So there you are, Kevin, a nice green houseboat. Jiggs sending you all,
that'd be the way to do your county cricket, wouldn't it? Go around on the canal.
Would be lovely. Ahmed continuing here then from the Ratcliffe Road end, works this out towards Rob Lord at deep mid-wicket for 1 run. It is a lovely way of life, because in my part of the Midlands, which is more towards Warwick and Hatton, we have Hatton locks. which is really nice. Hatton is absolutely glorious, and you just see the houseboats and the barges going by. It's a very tranquil way of life, isn't it?
Well, yes, it is. It's more for us older ones than you youngsters, I think. I'd like me and the girl in our retirement, we may take out a...
I told you where I'm going.
Over there.
Dave Bracegirdle Residential Care Home, just outside the ground here.
It's a handy location for it, isn't it, Dave? As Ahmed coming around the wicket to the left-handed Rory Burns just defends this one back to the bowler for no run.
I've noticed a great big sign on the door saying "Now open." Enormous letters, "Now open." You can't see it from here, but when you come in the ground, you can see it just across the road.
Ahmed again into Rory Burns, who advances down the wickets, plays this one down towards Lyndon James across the carpet, admit off for the 1 run.
Back to yesterday's one of yesterday's many topics. Gary says, "Oh, I heard you going on about 10cc and that their finest hits were either Dreadlock Holiday or Donna." Just to let you know, Rubber Bullets is a far better single than either of those. Rubber Bullets, says Gary. Mentioned Donna there as well. Of course, it was her birthday yesterday. I've seen her this morning.
She had a good time?
Well, apparently too much tonic.
Oh, no, not the tonic.
But it was the tonic water that did for her.
You can wake up so rough the next day with all that tonic water, can't you?
That's what she was blaming, but it's downstairs in Cricketers today. Hope you enjoyed your evening with all that tonic, Donna. Not missed any cricket here. I think there was a bat brought out for Ben Folkes.
Yeah, there was.
Rubber Bullets, 10cc.
Art for art's sake. Or Dean and I, actually. That probably is my favourite.
Yeah, I like that.
Dean and I.
Dean, his daughter, and me, or something. Dean, his daughter, and I, yeah.
Here is Ahmed then over the wicket to the right-handed Ben Folkes, who plays this off the back foot, attempts to beat a diving Hamid. It's a good bit of fielding from the Nottinghamshire captain. Gets it back to his bowler, and that will be no run.
So that was Godley and Cream, and was it Graham Goldman as well? 10cc?
Yeah, you're missing one of the main men. There was Eric somebody, wasn't there?
Ahmed again in towards Folkes, tries to turn this around the corner. Notts do have a man in a short fine leg, so that will be no run there for the Surrey man. So just one final delivery of this 26th over remaining. Rory Burns on 40 from 84. Ben Folkes currently 3 from 13.
Eric Stewart, Graham Goldman, Lol Cream, and Kevin Godley. One of the early ones.
Yeah, Oasis were no 10cc, were they?
Well, that's no run there for Ben Folkes. Either, as Farhan Ahmed rounds off his 13th over with a dot ball. Surrey now 74 for 3 after 26. Speaking of Oasis, did we find out if anyone got the tickets yesterday or not?
I think a few people did.
Did they? Well, yeah, across the country.
But do you mean our good friends here?
Yes,
yeah,
no.
Well, it's good of you to ask. The answer is no.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
I think Aaron got down to number 200 in the queue and was then
bumped off.
Shafted out, yes. Yes, that's the word.
And told to come back on again. We're going to have to bump you off to come back on again. Can you imagine? Oh, my God. You're going to really want those tickets to do that, aren't you? Dear, oh, dear. I wonder how many laptops went out through windows yesterday.
A lot. I reckon an awful lot. I mean, I know someone who was like 270,000th in the queue. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? And then got to the basket and the ticket wouldn't work, so...
Yeah.
What a waste of time. 4 hours of your life just gone.
Dave tells me they've already announced it. It's not going to be live anywhere on the telly. I'm telling you now, it will be. One of them. One will be on the telly. Definitely. Well, do they still have DVDs?
Yeah, of course. DVD, Blu-ray.
I'd wait till the DVD.
Get a nice cassette of the
8-track. Burns on 40. Next ball is fended away by Burns into the offside from Patterson White, bowling his 14th over of spin. He's bowling from the Stewart Broad end. It's been that way throughout. Ahmed bowling here at the Radcliffe Road end and Patterson White at the other end.
Started at Taunton and Durham have lost a wicket. They're 66 for 4.
It's going to be a Somerset win, that, isn't it? Patterson White bowls and it just pops up in front of Burns. So it's not obviously a disaster this for Surrey if they can't leave here with a win and have to settle for a draw. I mean, I really don't see a way that Notts are going to be able to win this from here, but it will reduce that that gap, and the two teams do meet next. Reversing this one, plays it beautifully. What a solid reverse shot that is. Down, and gosh, there was no messing with that one. That was comprehensive. Crunched away through square leg, and that's 4 for Burns. He moves to 44, and it's 78 for 3, and a lead of 198 runs. And once you get over the 200 mark, it gets interesting. We can't keep on saying minimum every time, but we should do. Minimum of 76.3 overs to go. So let's see how we get here. Running up to lunch and afterwards as well. Patterson White bowls again, and push back up to Patterson White for no run. But by my reckoning, and I'm not going to go through all the numbers again, but I think it'll be reduced from 35 to a 24-point gap with a Surrey draw and a Somerset victory. So he's back to his mark.
Neither of which have happened yet.
Correct. Very important that, Dave. Burns. Oh, gets a top edge, looking to sweep that one away. And one that maybe for a moment could have had the keeper interested. But instead it's 2 runs. Burns to 46 and the score to 80 for 3.
Yeah, I saw the pictures at Taunton late on last night. It was very, very, very dark from the photos, and I think Durham ended up with two night watchmen at the crease, didn't they? They sent 2 out there.
Is that right? We came off, with 11 overs left of the day yesterday here at Nottingham. Use of the wrist from Burns through square leg. No run to finish off that over, so it's now 80 for 3 and a lead of exactly 200 runs for Surrey here. Second innings, Burns on 46, Folkes on 3. Patterson White has bowled 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 43.
The Sheffield Outlaw says we gave up on trying for Oasis tickets, and not season tickets for all 3 of us next year would cost less. Thank you, Sheffield Outlaw. Hope you and Joe enjoyed your day here. I think it was yesterday or Friday they were here. 80 for 3, lead exactly 200. Got 45 minutes to go before lunch. Not going to get it up to 300 by lunch, are they? Unless, well, they're not going to get it up to 300 knots, just wouldn't let them. They'd take time out of the game with their plus 13 over 8.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it isn't the end of the world, this, if it is a draw for Surrey. Kev, your maths was absolutely spot on. It would be 34 points in that scenario, but next week is the big game, isn't it? Somerset versus Surrey.
You say 34, do you?
Yep.
Okay.
Is it 34?
I say 24.
24, sorry, I've got that wrong. It is 24. Here is Ahmed over the wicket to Ben Folkes, who just bats that down into surface for no run. Yes, it would. So it'd be 193 would face off against 169.
The trouble is, what you don't realise, Aaron, is that, and Dave saw this, I had to take my shoes and socks off to use all my toes to do all that maths early this morning, didn't I, Dave, for all that adding up and taking away?
You did.
Ahmed again into Folkes, plays this one defensively out towards Hasib Hamid, the not skipper for no run. He's patrolling there, catching mid-wickets. We've got Jack Haynes under the lid, almost at a short leg. Then a wideish deep backward square leg as well, so plenty of fielders on the onside for this delivery from Farhan Ahmed. Folkes utilising the feet nicely there, plays that along the carpet down towards Lyndon James at mid-on for just the 1 run. That is a huge game down in Taunton. Next week, of course, this week we've got the T20 Blast quarter-finals, which will be intriguing. Surrey facing off against Durham at the Oval to kick-start. Got some wonderful encounters in the Blast this season.
Of course, you've no interest because there isn't a Warwickshire team involved, is there? Is that right?
I'll refrain from that comment. As Ahmed comes around the wicket here to Rory Burns. It's a full toss played back to the bowler.
Are you happy to be known as Birmingham then, are you, for that one?
Well, it's not up for me to say.
Oh, okay.
Well, I thought he was a Surrey man. How many teams do you need?
Ahmed over the wicket into Burns, plays that nice and compactly out towards Hasib Hamid for no run. Of course, that game taking place on Friday at Edgbaston. And
are they 4 in 4 nights again, like it used to be?
Yes, yeah, it is. So, yep, they start this week, and then it's back to the Red Bull stuff the following week, with Somerset Surrey being the big ticket clash. Again, Burns compact and resolute in his defence. That'll bring us to an end to the 28th over. Surrey 81 for 3, the lead 201.
Joking aside, if I may, and you are neutral here, and you, with obviously representing BBC London, and you have your county cricket podcast and everything, so you know your onions. That Warwickshire victory yesterday, which takes them up to 132 points, do you think they think they're safe?
I don't think so yet.
Right, okay.
Personally. Because the last 3 games are going to be very interesting, and I say that for other teams, aside from the Bears, because in that you've got Worcestershire. Worcestershire are another county.
Which you say that I mean, the big ticket you said was Somerset versus Surrey.
Yes.
You've got the Bears and Pears, haven't you?
Yep.
Coming up. Yeah, terrific.
Which
in a
is,
couple of weeks.
Yep. Oh, exactly at New Road. That should be fantastic.
The cricketing equivalent of Celtic Rangers.
It's not quite that.
Who played today, of course.
Oh,
do they?
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the first of the 19 meetings this season.
Who's taking this next over?
Here's Liam Patterson White then from the broad end bowls, and Ben Folkes works this into the offside. No run. He didn't hang around for too long in the first innings. Ben Folkes actually got a first baller caught behind by Kyle Verena off the bowling of Farhan Ahmed. 81 for 3. Patterson White as the skies lighten even more. The sun really trying to peep through. In fact, we've got shadows around the players now as a single is taken on the leg side. Sheffield Outlaw says, Dave, can you please say hello to Mrs. Outlaw because she's feeling left out. You mentioned me and Joe. Mrs. Outlaw was here yesterday as well and had a very nice day. She's a season ticket holder. Please say hello. Good morning then, Mrs. Sheffield Outlaw. 82 for 3.
It's like CB radio, this. You remember CB radio?
It's a lonely life, truck driving, but it's better than a bike. Convoy, as Burns works this down the ground. You remember that?
C.W. McCall.
Very good. Single taken, 83 for 3. Surrey leading by 203. Convoy.
What about Red Savine, though, and his teddy bear one? Oh, that makes me cry every time I hear it. Do you remember that one?
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, that was in the chart as well. Yeah, I can't tell you the tale because I start blabbing now just telling the story. It's a very sad one. Look it up.
Would you like to hum a verse?
No, I wouldn't.
Patterson White, the left arm spinner, bowls, and Folkes works this on the leg side. Before you got here, Aaron, Notts made an obvious bowling change. That was the end of Farhan Ahmed's spell. Took him off. Brought Rob Lord in from the boundary away to our right, where he's been ever since. Got all the way up to the umpire, handed over his cap, walked to the end of his mark, and then they had a change of heart. And he had to take his cap and go back, and they kept Farhan Ahmed going. It was extraordinary, wasn't it, after about half an hour of play?
The scenes of which I've not seen before or likely to see again. It was extraordinary.
It was really. And Burns pushes this on the offside, and then he spent the next 10 minutes warming up, loosening up, as if maybe they'd had a change of heart and they're going to bring him on at the other end. And now he's even stopped loosening up. He's just maybe got a massive cob on out there, thinking they've all forgotten about me. 85 for 3.
He knows that's not true because he's had his morale-boosting visit from you this morning.
I had a chat with Rob this morning.
He's feeling good about himself now.
Flip says, thank you, you've made my day. That's Mrs. Sheffield Outlaw. We've got tofu for lunch for the family. 85 for 3, end of the over. Ben Folkes is on 6. Rory Burns is on 48, so he scored more than 200 runs alone in this contest. Surrey lead by 205 on the final day here, with the board showing 74 overs to go. Oh, Surrey going to dangle a carrot on this Sunday lunchtime. 85 for 3 is the score.
I'll do the next over, and then Dave, at my age, I'll take a break.
Well, I'm just looking away to our right because the ground staff have been woken from their slumbers and they're wandering over towards the hover cover.
Hold on. You told me that there'd be no problems today, Dave.
I did.
So what's going on over there then?
Maybe just going to tidy up the hover cover a little bit, make it look
a
bit more
dirty.
presentable. It does look a bit dirty. It does.
I think you're going to give it a wash.
Steve's not there. The gaffer's not there.
Oh, so that means that it's all okay.
It's just the boys. They're obviously annoyed him, or they've
beaten
him in the card school or whatever. Get yourselves out there and get that hover cover tidied up.
I tell you what, it looks to me as if they're doing something. Anyway, Burns is on 48. and make that 14. No, there could be a bit of a mix-up here. A run out possible. That's gone. Oh, a mix-up between Burns and Folkes. Yes, no, yes. And then he set off. Burns is safe. It's Folkes who's running to the danger end. Quick piece of fielding. Good work in the bails being whipped off. And he is run out is Folkes. He's run out for 6. And that is a very, very annoying mistake made by Surrey, because they were wanting to control today, uncertain maybe as to how it could all play out, but they wanted to be calling the shots, and they've just seen a run out, and Folkes it is who has gone. Hamid with a throw, 85 for 4. The lead is 205 runs. In the big picture of things, that might not be the end of the world, but gosh, that was a real mix-up.
It was. I've not seen such a calamitous run out since Luke Fletcher at Durham in 2017, when he was run out for 92, and he at least at a various stage after falling over threw his bat towards the far end, hoping that it counted with his bat making the ground, even if he couldn't. The batless Ben Folkes run out by a country mile. I think there was a bit of a yes-no interlude, and then he slipped and dropped his bat, and he was at the mercy, really, of an accurate throw-in from Asiba Mead, and that's what happened. Folkes out for 0-6 in this game. Sorry, 85 for 4, leading by 205, and that was a moment to forget for the visitors.
There were mitigating circumstances on that, but at the same time, either the ground staff have done what people do at cricket grounds, which they try to walk a wicket, because they've gone out there to the hover cover, and what they've done, Dave, if you take a look at it now,
yeah,
we don't see the dirty side now. No. They haven't cleaned it. They've just somehow put the dirty bit somewhere else. I do house cleaning like that. I put the dirty bit somewhere else. Oh, yeah, it looks a picture. Anyway, so that was all going off all at the same time. Didn't know which way to look. Ground staff and the hover cover or the run out. But it is the end of Folkes.
Thanks to you, Kev, mention it. Jig says, regarding what Kev says, I've had a good look. So I think, saying I would have to walk no more than half a mile from a canal, I could actually go and see cricket at Lords, Headingley, Trent Bridge, New Road, Old Trafford and Bristol at a push. And I've just heard you say massive cob on. That's my commentary highlight of the day. Thank you, Jigs. Yeah, did have a massive cob on. Whoever it was, 85 for 4. But yeah, can park up and walk to Lords, or not park up, more up. Jigs, you've got the life we all would dream of having. Apart from all the stress. I bet it's a lot
the locks.
I'd have stress with all the locks.
All the locks. It is a bit stressful.
3 wickets.
He dropped his bat. He had the right mix-up, wasn't he? You're right, and a bit of a slip. But I still think he would have been struggling. Next ball is defended by Sudarshan, who's on 0, because he's only faced 1 ball and he didn't get anything off that. So the slip didn't help, but there was bad calling. It wasn't there initially, an uncertainty, which I think was more the issue. 85 for 4, 205 runs. Oh, lovely turning. And this ball is turning a bit of lift and bounce. Whoa. But how often are we seeing that happen? Once every 4 overs or something like that? There's a certain spot. But the spot he's going to look at here now, the batter. So he's looking at that. That is not the footholds anymore. That is something that's bouncing and turning off something more central, causing problems to the left-hander. So he comes around the wicket. Does Ahmed in again, and he looks to get to the pitch of the ball to smother it into the offside. Now this was the end. This is the real danger end for the spinners. This is the one where they're getting most profit from, where Will Jacks was also bowling yesterday when he picked up his wickets. This lead is 205 runs, 73 overs after this. Left of the day, and next ball again. Full push back up to the bowler. Got to try and make sure that you're not undone by that ball that just spins, turns, and also bounces. Causes all sorts of grief. Back to his mark again. Oh, he's full of beans. Here is Ahmed. He's got 1 ball left of this over, and again playing back to it, but safely this time to the leg side. No run doing. 85 for 4. Burns on 48. Sudarshan is on 0. And it's a lead of 205 runs. And Folkes run out by Hamid for 6.
Thank you so much for popping by this morning.
Off to get my tofu. I'll tell you what it's like, Dave. If I come back and I say, God, that was good, Dave, do you want me to bring you some?
Yeah. Sounds delicious. 85 for 4 after 30 overs in this Surrey innings. Lead by 205. So very pleased that the ground staff only came and tidied up the half cover. There was no imminent threat of rain. In fact, the conditions are improving all the time. There's Patterson White bowling to Burns, and he eases this into the offside, moves on to 49. Sorry, Aaron, was this your end? I don't know which end you were doing and which end Kevin was doing. I should have been listening more intently.
No, it's absolutely fine. I'll take up Kevin's mantle from the Ratcliffe Road.
Patterson White with figures of 2 for 48. Both he and Farhan Ahmed have bowled since the start. This is the 31st over of the innings. It comes in now. Sai Sudarshan's taken guard. Little drop on the offside, and Rory Burns had to be quick to get down here, but there was actually quite some distance for Patterson White to go before picking the ball up. So an easy single. 87 for 4. Still to come, the Surrey card. If they go in the same order as they did in the first innings, it'll be Jordan Clark doing next, Cameron Steele, Tom Laws, Conor McCurr and Dan Worrell. Just wonder if this will result in a declaration at any stage, or whether Surrey will be bowled out, and that in itself might open up all sorts of possibilities for both sides, as Burns on 49 just helps this back to Liam Patterson White, and he left it for Asiba Mead, and Asiba Mead left it for the bowler, and it was almost like a gentleman's excuse me, and then Patterson White has to pick the ball up himself. Been busy in this innings, Asiba Mead, 2 catches and that run out. Floated up, and Burns will get his 50. Very well played after his first innings 161. Small beer in comparison, but he moves on to 50. 2 hours at the crease, 99 balls and 5 fours for one of the best in the game.
Absolutely, yeah. 73rd career 50 in first-class cricket for the Surrey captain. Inches ever closer to 1,000 runs for the season as well. He'd be the first Surrey cricketer to do that in the county championship since Rory Burns in 2018.
Patterson White bowls. Sudarshan has whipped this one away. Get the words out into the body of Jack Haynes. They're just going to go and check that he's okay. And the first on the scene is Sudarshan. Of course, he will have felt it off the face of the bat and know how hard he hit it, and will also have seen at close quarters just exactly where he struck Jack Haynes, who's on his feet and is just telling everybody that hit him on the shoulder. Asiba Mead is there almost holding him upright. The umpire's got down there as well just to check on things. James Middlebrook. I think we're waiting for the physio now. There's not concern for Jack Haynes in the sense that they fear he's been nastily injured. There's concern over him. You know, you're okay, mate. Yeah, I'm all right. Well, you know, let's just wait for Phil Trent, the physio, just to come out and just check you over. And here comes Phil. Sam's been in touch. This is Sam from China, from Kobe. That's in Japan, Dave. That's in Japan. Sam from Japan has been in touch. Evening from Kobe. Not quite canal boat worthy. I explored this nice river called the Shukugawa today. Lovely few hours of walking. I recently introduced the Brummie accent to my Japanese friends. They found it hilarious. Thankfully, no real Brummies were near. That's Sam, our Japanese student out there in Kobe. Thank you, Sam. Not heard from you for a while. Lovely to hear from you, and a nice picture which I've just retweeted at Brace Cricket from the Shukugawa River in or near Kobe in Japan. Charlie's been back. Not necessarily a good thing for Notts, this. No disrespect to folks, but Sudarshan and Clark will accelerate this on even more quickly now for Surrey. 260 he still says will be enough. No way that Notts will chase it, and it'll be just about survival, and that'll be difficult, especially for the left-handers. Thank you, Charlie, making several good points there. Meanwhile, Jack Haynes is still being checked out by Phil Tranter. I know it's a specialist position and he's there suited and booted, but you know, they could have popped him off just for 10 minutes or so whilst he's properly checked out, and you know, and then if hopefully he's okay, can come back. It's just taking time out of the game here, but maybe that's what Notts want.
Yeah, I don't think it's the worst thing, to be honest, Dave. It's an intriguing passage of play, isn't it? We're kind of umming and ahhing as to what both teams are going to do, and especially how Notts are going to approach that run chase later on. But yeah, thankfully Jack Haynes is back. The physio is now leaving the field, and yeah, it'll just be sore. It was nothing head related, it won't be a concussion, anything like that. It just seemed to slam straight into his shoulder, but thankfully Jack Haynes is okay. He's back in that short leg position. Joe Clark is coming in at a short leg slip. And yes, I think we're just about to get re-underway here at Trent Bridge.
No headway made by England this morning. Sri Lanka still only 3 down, 101 for 3 in the test, requiring an unlikely 382 more. Durham are 77 for 6 at Taunton as Patterson White bowls to Sudarshan. Again, he's just dropped it into the gap on the offside and takes the single. A little easy that was. Essex 57 for 2. That's at Chelmsford against Worcestershire. Requiring 127 more to defeat the pairs. 89 for 4 it is here between overs. At Cardiff, Leicestershire now 249 for 3 in their second innings against Glamorgan. Really good partnership between their 2 overseas players. Jinky Rahane 96 not out. Peter Handscombe, who always seems to get runs whatever the format, 83 not out. So Leicestershire 249 for 3, trailing Glamorgan by 46 with those 7 wickets in hand, as Farhan has ball in hand. And here's Aaron.
Yep, he's ready to come around the wickets to the left-handed Sai Sudarshan. Here we go, Ahmed to Sudarshan, drifts that one slightly too full and far too much down the leg side. Sudarshan just works out towards deep mid-wicket for 1 run.
They've eventually ended the first innings at Headingley. Yorkshire 601 for 6 declared. Middlesex now 522 all out. Good luck conjuring anything up from there. And Derbyshire 198 for 2, still battling to avoid defeat at Hove.
Of course, that's a big game for Sussex, isn't it, at the top, as Ahmed again, this time in towards Rory Burns, who flicks that off the pads. There's an attempted shy at the non-striker's end, but no damage done as far as Surrey are concerned. Liam Patterson White not hitting the targets on that occasion. Yeah, just interestingly actually, Dave, I just wanted to touch upon the Somerset-Durham game, because that one's taking place in Taunton, which does spin a little bit. We'll pick up on that after this delivery from Ahmed. Nice and full, better line there from Farhan, making Sai Sudarshan play that one underneath the eye line, a defensive shot for no run. But I'm just looking on the scorecard for that. Jack Leach 3 for 25, Archie Vaughan, young Archie Vaughan on his first class debut for Somerset, 2 for 21 from 12, so it must be turning a bit in Taunton as well, as this next delivery is again played rather compactly by Sai Sudarshan out towards point for no run. But yeah, the Kookaburra ball, it was, as I said, widely publicised heading into this round of fixtures. It is a different time of year compared to those early rounds. Again, Ahmed coming around the wickets. Quick single taken. There was a shy at the stump from Brett Hutton in at a shortish square leg, but yes, Rory Burns coming through comfortably for the single. But yeah, what's your kind of, I don't know, your opinion on the use of the Kookaburra ball in August and September, Dave? You're in favour of it, or
no?
Not at all, just straight jukes.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. As I said, it's a very subjective thing, isn't it, when it comes to people's opinions on it?
Yeah.
I mean, those early rounds have got to be honest.
I'm not preparing cricketers to go and play abroad at various times in various stages of their career. I'm just a humble county championship fan. Want to see the best county championship cricket that we possibly can. Good ball from Farhan.
Fantastic ball from Farhan Ahmed to round out a pretty decent over, at the end of which Surrey are 92 for 4 after 32. Yeah, it's interesting hearing everyone's different opinions about it though, because yeah, it was kind of sprung upon us, wasn't it, this last round in comparison to the other ones. It was like this big fanfare about those earlier rounds in the season, and let's face it, it was an experiment which at that stage of the season I didn't think worked.
No.
Far too many draws and massive scores.
Surrey have found run scoring hard this morning. comparatively, we've only had 79 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. The men out today: Ryan Patel for 21, Will Jacks for 2 and Ben Foakes for 6. Rory Burns remains 51 not out. Sai Sudarshan is on 4. We're 20 minutes away from lunch on the final day of a match that, oh, this one's flicked by Sudarshan past Jack Haynes. It went very quickly. Very tip of the hat going for Jack Haynes to be in there close again, having been clobbered in the last over. He now takes the helmet off to go a little deeper, saving 1 for Rory Burns on strike. Single to Sudarshan takes him to 5, 93 for 4. Patterson White bowls, and Burns again just tickles it away, and we'll get another single. Is Jack Haynes going to go and pop the helmet on again, or yeah?
Yes, he will.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Chuck as the hat, Kyle, he says. Chuck as the hat. Rate me duck, says the... No, it's Joe Clark, in fact, who's fetched it. Man from Shropshire. 94 for 4. Surrey's lead is 214. Charlie thinks 260, and Surrey are safe. Might already have a lead that would challenge Nottinghamshire should they elect to go for the win later in the day. Sudarshan whips this away wristily on the leg side. Felt there was a slower delivery that kept fairly low, but Sudarshan in such good nick. He watched it onto the face of the bat, turned it out to Rob Lord. I really did think he was on for for a spell of bowling at 12:30, and hasn't turned his arm over yet. 95 for 4. Just wonder how long this pair will, in fact, keep going, because they opened the bowling last night and they're still operating in tandem as Burns pushes another single. Takes him to 53, 96 for 4. Could it be that Surrey will bat until 10 to 5, declare, and handshakes all round? Patterson White trying to make another breakthrough, but the left-handed Indian international Sudarshan turns this square of the wicket to his new best mate, Jack Haynes, who think is going
he's going to get the helmet again.
There, yeah, Asib Hamid says, in you go again, mate. Get your helmet on.
Slight change in the field, though, because Joe Clark's just come out of that catching leg slip. So he's slightly deeper. They've got a short leg and a, well, just a more conventional
6 on the leg side.
Short leg there for Joe Clark.
1 very close, 2 also in the general vicinity of 1 popped up for a catch, and then 3 in the deep, one of whom is Rob Lord, and he will field out on the boundary in front of the almost deserted Smith Cooper stand. Too many on that side of the ground at all. The lowest, understandably the lowest attendance-wise crowd of the 4 days. 97 for 4 with that single. Sudarshan will keep strike. 217 is the Surrey lead, and we've got about 15-16 minutes to go till lunch.
Yeah, another fine over that from Liam Patterson White, and we spoke at length, didn't we, yesterday in the morning session about the discipline and the control of the Surrey bowlers. It's been a pretty similar story for Nottinghamshire this morning. Not too many bad deliveries from Farhan Ahmed and Liam Patterson White, just keeping it nice and tight, nice and controlled, metronomic with their lines and lengths. It's really been good stuff from this spin duo. And here is Farhan Ahmed to continue from the Ratcliffe Road end. Gets Sudarshan playing on the front foot defensively, deflects the ball out towards Freddy McCann at backward point for no run.
Bit of a blockathon at Lords with Sri Lanka 103 for 3 after 43 overs.
It's a massive deficit though, isn't it?
Yeah.
In that test match. Here is Ahmed. Oh, again, good delivery. Makes Sudarshan rock onto the back foot. Does young Farhan Ahmed. And that one is just collected by Joe Clark for a dot ball. Good use of variation there from Farhan in terms of his line, making the Indian international play that underneath the eye line. on that middle and off stump line. Really good correction there from the 16-year-old, and here he is again, coming around the wickets towards the left-handed Sudarshan, played back to the bowler for no run. Good little battle this, and it's a great experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
For Farhan Ahmed. This entire game he bowled a lot of overs at New Road against Sri Lanka, against the likes of Nishan Madushka and Angelo Matthews and Dhananjay De Silva, to name but a few. And yet again taking on an international superstar. Sudarshan opens up, drives this one down the ground. Slight deflection off the left hand of Ahmed, but safely fielded by Lyndon James down at long off for 1 run. I mean, it is wonderful to see, because we are witnessing the future of English cricket, and I know we've seen a lot of that in August with the Metrobank One Day Cup, but also in the Championship, to see a young homegrown talent plays his cricket in the county really is a wonderful thing to see for both Nottinghamshire supporters and wider fans of the English county game. And here is Ahmed, this time towards Burns. It's an absolute beauty and an off break. Beats Rory Burns, all ends up pouched safely by Carver Rayner, and you can hear a few bits of applause there from around the crowd. That's not the first time that Ahmed's done that this morning, causing all sorts of bother for the two left-handers. Coming around the wicket here from the Ratcliffe Road end, which, as we spoke about yesterday, was the danger end as far as the spin is concerned. Here is Ahmed then to round out his over, gets Burns playing defensively on the front foot, and that is a fine, fine over from young Farhan Ahmed. He currently has figures of 1 for 42 from his 17, 4 maidens included in that, and at the end of the 34th over, Surrey at 98 for 4.
Yes, I heard Ambo the other day saying, words to the effect really is, he's so far from the unfinished article yet. He's not, been able to develop the mystery balls, all the different variations that a spinner can accrue and operate. And as we all know, spinners generally get older with age. They very often don't, reach the very top of their game until maybe they're in their early 30s. So. It's just incredible to think where he could be, where his career could go to. Just imagine if he starts developing these mystery balls and what have you. But already he'll have sent a message around the County Championship top orders that Nottinghamshire have got something special here. 98 for 4. Sai Sudarshan on strike to Liam Patterson White. Next ball's just turned to a Asiba Mead at mid-wicket. Patterson White 17 overs, 2 for 56. Farhan Ahmed 17 overs, 1 for 42. Bowled in tandem in this innings, and obviously no change this morning. Another single taken there by Sudarshan, and mentioned it earlier, we've had more than 200 overs of spin in this game. Absolutely phenomenal amount of overs bowled by the spinners. Jackson Steele for Surrey, and obviously this pair. Freddy McCann had a decent bowl in the first innings. We also had 1 over from Asiba Mead. 99 for 4. There's the score. Rory Burns looking all around. Joe Clark's got the helmet on at leg slip fairly close in, just in case there's one tickled round the corner. Oh, it's outside off stump. Burns goes to cut and misses it. We did have a drop this morning. Rory Burns on 39. He clipped it away from Liam Patterson White's bowling, and Brett Hutton at full stretch couldn't hang on at square leg. Got both hands to it, but down it went. This one's turned in a similar fashion towards Jack Haynes at square leg. Doesn't quite reach him this time.
He's been busy, hasn't he, this morning, as Jack Haynes. Been in the wars there with a couple of those shots from Sai Sudarshan, and yeah, plenty of these deliveries being worked out towards square leg.
99 for 4. This is a little quicker, a little shorter from Patterson White. Burns again turns it on the leg side. No run. Haynes fields. 10 minutes or so to go until lunch. These two bowling, that could be as many 4 overs away. Comes in again, and outside the off stump, Burns will just push it to Farhan at point. And well, there's certainly no no doubt there. He fielded the ball and in the same motion took his cap off and handed it to umpire Paul Pollard, who's stood next to him. 99 for 4 it remains. Patterson White 18 overs, 2 for 57. Farhan Ahmed 17 overs, 1 for 42. So what's that? They've gone for, well, they've gone for all the runs between them. There's been no extras in this innings. 35 overs, no extras. That doesn't happen too often either.
No, and again, it's a testament to the wicket-keeping of Carver Rayner. You spoke about that in the first 3 days, Dave, and he's been doing a good job. Stood up to the stumps in this Surrey second innings as well. And just speaking of the spin, I know it was a slightly different surface this, but I think you'll remember this game in 2019 it was, wasn't it? The game where Amar Verdi and Ravichandran Ashwin took 26 wickets between them. That was a stunning game of cricket. Surrey winning that one by 167 runs, if memory serves me correctly, but...
No, your memory hasn't...
It was my notes. Fair enough, it was my notes. But I did write that down yesterday.
Your memory hasn't helped you remember that 5 years ago a match was won
by 167. Short-term memory from yesterday, but no, that was a very enjoyable game for a lover of spin bowling. Ahmed starting his over here with a dot ball to Sudarshan, again really controlled. This is excellent stuff from Farhan Ahmed. He's making side play this just underneath his eye, so he's getting this probably just floating outside of his off stump, just making sure that the Surrey batter has to play this, because if he leaves it and it just goes onto the stumps, he'll lose his wicket. So very clever bowling this from the 16-year-old. He's coming around the wicket again to Sudarshan.
Wicket at Cardiff, where Ajinkya Rahane got his century and then has been dismissed by Kieran Carlson for 102. So Leicestershire still 40 behind, but they're now 4 down.
Interesting, that. Great player again, isn't he? Ajinkya Rahane.
Jinx, yep.
Fantastic cricketer. Ahmed into Sudarshan, who rocks onto the back foot, attempts to punch it through the covers, and that is fielded by Hasib Hamid at short cover for no run.
Got a century against Notts when they went to the Isle of Wight in 2019. Very good friends with Samit Patel. He played 1 or 2 franchises with Jinx, as he called him.
Ahmed to Sudarshan, who crouches and defends that one out towards Jack Haynes for no run. Haynes also just operating in those covers alongside his captain Hasib Hamid. Those two lurking just in case Sudarshan goes aerial. I don't think he will at this stage, to be honest, but he does love that region. Almost just shifts his momentum onto the back foot and plays the punch shots very effectively. Plays the defensive on this occasion though, and yet again that is another fine over from Farhan Ahmed. It's a maiden, so he now has figures of 1 for 42 from his 18, has 5 maiden overs to his name, and at the end of the 36th over, Surrey 99 for 4. That lead currently standing at 219.
Yeah, Sudarshan got a century in the first innings. Of course, he was last out. He was 10th out. Falling to Farhan Ahmed, a catch just down below was right on the ropes by Freddy McCann. 99 for 4. So the brakes have been firmly applied, really, by Notts.
Do you think we could see Freddy McCann bowl at some point in the next
you could well see me bowl this afternoon. Sorry, I've scored 86 runs this morning. This has turned behind square for a single, and that's the 100 for 4. The morning started, Rory Burns was full of shots. There was lots of sweeps and cuts, and Ryan Patel danced down the track and lifted Farhan Ahmed over his head down here. 1 bounce 4, all in the first 3 or 4 overs, and we thought, oh, sorry, you know, they're going to try and quickly get up to 4th, 5th, 6th gear here and get 200 in the session. And then it all just quietened down, petered out a little bit. The early tempo was lost. The thoughts that they were looking to chase a big score and then stick Notts in and put some pressure on quickly evaporated, and it does seem now as if this might just be the long game. If there's any sort of not a run chase, but if Notts have to bat again for half the day, that might just all come about organically rather than by design. Patterson White bowls to Sudarshan. There's a chance to shy at the stumps from Brett Hutton, narrowly missed, otherwise Sudarshan would have gone. He only had the one stump to aim at a wide-ish mid-off position. It was a push and a hope really from Sudarshan that Brett Hutton wouldn't A, get to the ball, or B, be able to pick it up and throw down the stumps. Well, he got to it and got the throw away, and from the reactions of all around, he only narrowly missed. 101 for 4.
But again, there wasn't really the necessity to run that, was there? It was not sure it was worth the reward.
Because, as I say, it's not like they're going for absolutely everything. He just thought there was an easy single there, and then maybe Hutton's athleticism surprised him a little bit. Next ball is turned onto the leg side by Burns, no run. He's 54 not out. He's maybe, I'm sure not maybe, I'm sure Rory Burns is eyeing up a second century of the game. Sometime after lunch, he'll push this back to Liam Patterson White. Lots of encouragement for the left arm spinner. He's done well this morning, got Ryan Patel out, catch by Asiba Mead at mid-wicket, and then a beauty to bowl Will Jacks, all just as Aaron sat down. 101 for 4.
It was all happening, wasn't it?
45 or 50 minutes into this morning session. Quieting down again though over the last hour. We've got 5 minutes to go until lunch, 4 minutes to go until lunch as the clock ticks on to 12:56. Patterson White bowls. Burns again happy to help it out into the offside. Thanks to everyone that's taken the trouble to get in touch this morning with all the nonsense and all the things we've been talking about. Mark Mulgaseth, a plain and simple come on Notts. Nice to hear from you, Mark. Andrew Emsley, Dave, I'm always slow to react, but attached is a picture of one of the better known ginger cats. 51,000 followers on Facebook for George the Stourbridge Station Cat. I've never heard of George the Stourbridge Station Cat, but I would very much like to befriend George the Stourbridge Station Cat. He looks a belter. I've just retweeted a picture of George the Stourbridge Station Cat. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. You're looking at me all boggle and goggle-eyed. It's National Ginger Cat Appreciation Day.
Oh yeah, well, I'm just surprised I've not heard of that. Been to Stourbridge Station.
I'm surprised you haven't heard of that.
Yeah. So Ahmed again coming over the wicket to Sudarshan, plays that defensively out into short cover for no run. Just a little bit of an update actually from the game down in Chelmsford. Essex have lost a couple of quick wickets, so they're now 72 for 4. Ooh. They require a further 112 runs for the victory. So first it was Robin Das. He was run out by Brett D'Oliveira for 32, and then literally as we've been discussing this, Jordan Cox has gone for 11 runs, dismissed by the Dutch all-rounder Logan van Beek. So we'll keep you updated with that throughout the days. Player Sudarshan again loves the back foot, attempts a late cut, can only find Freddy McCann at backward point, so that'll be another dot ball.
It's a handy player coming in at number 6, Sai Sudarshan. Equally Notts had a very good player come in at number 6 in their first innings in wicket-keeper Verena.
Absolutely, the two internationals doing a great job here as Ahmed, this one a little bit more towards leg stump as opposed to his middle and offline, and that is played off the back foot defensively by Sudarshan.
I was just going to say I'm surprised Rory Burns hasn't gone down and had a word with his partner, done a bit of gardening, and did a little bit there, just holding things up because it's
12:58.
12:58 and a half, 3 balls left.
Here we go then. Ahmed back in towards Sudarshan. Gives this one a bit more flight, and that is driven delightfully by Sudarshan. It's racing out towards the covers. Lyndon James will cut that off though, and the Surrey batsman will come back for 2 runs.
12:59.
Yeah, I think this probably the last over before.
I don't think either side would mind too much if the bails were flipped off. Again, thanks to everybody for your company today. Oh, in fact, Steve Battlemuch has been in touch.
Well, we'll hear about that after this delivery. Ahmed again coming around the wicket, squares up Sudarshan on that occasion, just clips the outside edge and runs down towards the slips for no run.
Just retweeted it. At Brace Cricket is a picture of our two ginger cats on National Ginger Cat Appreciation Day, Jaffa and Forest, and they look beautiful, curled up asleep. I'm not really a doggy man. I know that that will strike a nasty chord. There'll be people switching off or throwing things at the either at the screen or the monitor or the old-fashioned wireless, whatever. I'm not really a doggy person, but prefer the cats. 103 for 4. Come and go as they please, don't they? And they'll give you a bit of affection and curl up on your knee and all the rest of it.
We'll pick that conversation after lunch, as this could be the final delivery of the morning session. It's worked off the pads of Sudarshan out towards Liam Patterson White at mid-wicket. Just having a look at the movement of the umpires and the players, and yep, that will be that for the morning session on day 4 here at Trent Bridge. Surrey currently 104 for 4. Rory Burns and Sai Sudarshan, the two unbeaten batters. Burns on 54 from 114, Sudarshan 13 from 35. Their partnership currently 19 from 53 deliveries. And at lunch, Surrey will lead Nottinghamshire by 224 runs.
Thank you very much, Aaron. More from Aaron, more from Kevin, more from myself this afternoon. The final word of the session goes to Charlie. Here you go. Dave, if you think Ben Duckett was unlucky yesterday, you should just have a look at how, is it Robin Dass? How Robin Dass was just run out down at Chelmsford. And as a Notts fan, I'm hoping Essex do it. OK, Charlie. Thank you very much. We'll try and have a little look at that. A reminder then, lunch here at Trent Bridge. Surrey 104 for 4, leading by 224. Just going to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham, but apart from that, the team will be back in 40 minutes' time. I hope you'll join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Post-lunch, we are getting ever closer to what we think will be a drawn contest between Nottinghamshire and Surrey in this Division 1 clash, but you never know, you never know. There is still a little bit of life in this, bit of work for both sides to do. Really, Surrey have an overall advantage of 224 runs at lunch on the final day. It's been a tricky surface throughout the game, increasingly difficult to get the ball away, score at a healthy lick. And this morning Surrey have added 91 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. They lost Ryan Patel for 21, Will Jacks for 2 and Ben Folkes for 6, but their captain Rory Burns has battered through the session to finish at lunch 54 not out. Sai Sudarshan, who continues to look a high quality performer, he's unbeaten on 13 at the break. We've got our umpires, players a little more reluctant to make their way back out onto the field, but when they do get out there and take their fielding positions, they'll be, I'm sure, pleased that there's a nice warm glow to the day now. We've got sunshine, we've got bright sunshine, the floodlights are off. It was very murky and miserable this morning, slate grey skies, the possibility, I guess, of the umpires at any stage having a bit of a chat and taking them off would have been, I guess, a high probability had the quick bowlers been on, the genuinely quick bowlers, but we had spinners throughout. Same 2 bowlers, Liam Patterson White and Farhan Ahmed, bowling unchanged through the morning session. It'll be interesting to see what Asiba Mead's approach is here, and also what Surrey's approach will be, whether they do look to try and get a bit of a clatter on and get the lead up to 300 and then potentially put Notts under some pressure, or whether they'll be content for a day at the crease, let the bowlers stay in the dressing room with their feet up. So all that's ahead of us. What does seem as if it's going to be a continuation of what we saw this morning. Liam Patterson White's going to get us underway. So spin, spin and more spin. That's what we've had in this over. Neither bowler has yet had a break. 38 overs in the innings. 19 for Liam Patterson White, 19 for Farhan Ahmed. And we're about to get underway. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Kevin Howells will be with us in the fullness of time and to get us going post-lunch from the Stuart Broad end off his long run. It's Aaron Viles.
Thank you very much, Dave, and good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you've all had a nice lunch during the interval. Fish and chips today here at Trent Bridge. It was really, really nice, so shout out again to the catering team downstairs. Done a fantastic job, and here is Liam Patterson White to get us back underway from the Stuart Broad end. First delivery is batted away just off of the pads of Sai Sudarshan to Jack Haynes at short leg for no run. And of course, this game interestingly poised. I think it's a case of now, I know you're going to say about the semantics, Dave. I'm well aware that we're probably not looking at results as Patterson White into Sudarshan, who rocks onto the back foot, attempts a punch through the covers, can only find the hands of Farhan Ahmed at backward point for no run, but maybe not so much in terms of the results per se. It's more a case of how does Surrey go about their batting. Will they go out and attack and try and give not something to go after as Sudarshan does open up those arms, smacks that down the ground out towards long on for 1 run? Or will they just go defensively? Will they be happy to settle for the draw, get those 8 points and keep that lead at the top of Division 1 of the Vitality County Championship? Only time will tell, but us two and Kevin Howells will be here to keep you company throughout all of the action here on day 4 as Burns himself attempts a cut shot off the back foot, finds Farhan Ahmed at backward point, and again that will be a dot ball. So a good start this from Liam Patterson White, and we've spoken throughout the broadcast about how controlled and disciplined the Nottinghamshire spin bowlers have been. This is a pretty decent start after lunch as Burns again opts for the back foot and just carves it out towards deep cover for 1 run.
Yes, personally I think they'll just settle in for some time at the crease.
Well, let's see, as Patterson White. Oh, well, there's a bit of a shout. It did hit the front pad of Darshan, but yeah, well in front. So that will be a dot ball to round out the first over after lunch. So after 39, Surrey 106 for 4. Rory Burns, the captain, on 55, and Darshan, the Indian overseas superstar, on 14 from 39.
And here comes Farhan Ahmed. 19 overs, 1 for 45 for him. Went wicketless this morning. Not entirely sure that's happened to him before in first class cricket, or his Nottinghamshire first class career. This is his debut, of course, if you've not been with us. He's only 16 and a half years old. 7 wickets in the first innings. Got a wicket last night, that of Dominic Sibley. But bowled unchanged from this end between the start of play and lunch. Didn't manage to add to his 8 wickets in the match. He's going to be bowling to Rory Burns, who's on 55, Surrey's skipper. Farhan bowls round the wicket. The first ball's just punched through deep mid-wicket out to Ben Slater. Will easily cut it off, but not before 2 runs have been accrued. Good start straight after lunch at Chelmsford for Worcestershire, who've got a 5th Essex wicket, and suddenly that's game on, isn't it? Essex 79 for 5, need another 105 runs to beat Worcestershire. There's a reverse, which is nicely connected by Burns. He does play that pretty much as well as anybody else in the game, and straight away makes a meaty connection and gets a boundary on the leg side as he switched round to become a right-hander. But of course he is a left-hander. As he stood initially, he played that to backward point, but as I say, quickly got into a position to play it with the switch hit and got it away for 4. 112 for 4. Farhan bowls again to Burns, just leans forward and runs it out, and there's no run. Just before we went to lunch, Charlie, one of our regular correspondents, got in touch and said you need to have a look at the Robin Das dismissal at Chelmsford. And you brought it up, didn't you? We had a little look before we adjourned. Farhan bowls again, and once more he's gone on the switch hit. Doesn't make as good a connection this time. We'll only get a single run, and it remains, well no, it doesn't remain because they take a single. 113 for 4. What does remain is, just for a second I thought it might have been pad only, because there still hasn't been an extra in this innings.
No, and we're almost 40 overs in, and yeah, we'll touch upon that dismissal down in Chelmsford in due course, but that was a bizarre dismissal of Robin Das. Really was.
Farhan bowls, and that one just, an extra little bit of bounce, which popped up, surprised Darshan, surprised Verena as well, the wicket keeper. 113 for 4. Boys' own stuff, fairy tale stuff for Farhan Ahmed. Not necessarily with that one though, as he just drops it a little short, and Darshan quickly onto it and clatters the ball away into the wall at the base of the Fox Road stand for 4. With the heartiest of connections. He's on to 18. 117 for 4 Surrey. They lead by 237.
Yeah, a good end to the over that for the brown caps of Surrey. Darshan displaying his class, just dispatching the young off spinner there for 4 runs, and yeah, some intent shown by this Surrey duo. And just speaking on that dismissal of Robin Das down in Chelmsford, just to describe it, Logan van Beek, Worcestershire's Dutch all-rounder, he came into bowl to Jordan Cox, and Brett D'Oliveira was almost at a shortish mid-on, and the ball has connected back to him, and he just goalkeeper style parries it back onto the stumps, and Robin Das was out of his ground. So it was a fortuitous way for the pairs to get the wickets, but since then, as you've just mentioned, Dave, 3 wickets falling, and all of a sudden that really is game on. We'll keep you updated as Patterson White comes over the wickets to Rory Burns from the Stuart Broad end, work down towards Freddy McCann at deep fine leg for a single. But that game has massive implications in the battle at the bottom of Division 1, because if Worcestershire can win that, You've got to stay at this stage of the season. Let's say they draw at New Road against Warwickshire. They could be safe and remaining in the First Division. This ball very full and driven firmly by Darshan up towards a wide-ish long off there. Cut to the figure of Brett Hutton. He's been busy today.
And it may well mean that the title race is, well, if it's not already won by Surrey, it almost eliminates Essex from the picture.
Absolutely. Patterson White over the wicket here to Burns. Burns opens up the arms, drives this one confidently down the ground. The Surrey batters scampering through. 4-2 again. Brett Hutton doing the fielding down there at long off. Yeah, it would spell the end of Essex's title hopes, and to be honest, they were a little bit thin in comparison to Somerset. Yes, there's just 4 points between them, but yeah, Essex have got some very difficult encounters heading into the final stages of the season. This shot from Rory Burns goes out towards deep point for just one run. It was a good length from Liam Patterson White, just hung outside the off stump of the left-hander, who plays that square cut very, very nicely. Now there's a little bit of a conversation between the Nott skipper, Hasib Hamid, with his spin bowler, potentially just looking at the condition of the ball. Now hands it over to the umpire. We'll have to wait and see what happens with this.
Again, they always take it to the umpire that doesn't have that gauge, so James Middlebrook will call Paul Pollard across.
Well, just by my maths, if we are just going back to the battle at the bottom, if Worcestershire do win that, they'll be on 134 points, so they'll leapfrog Warwickshire by 2 points, and they are almost, you'd have to say about 6th position, 5th or 6th.
They'd be 30 clear of Lancashire, wouldn't they, with 3 to go?
Of course, Lancashire in a pretty desperate situation following that result yesterday. Back-to-back innings defeats, I think for the first time in over 110 years for the Red Rose.
Good grief. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely staggering.
Where have you plucked that one from?
I've got to say, I didn't. It was based off of Twitter, but I'll get that tweet up in just a few moments' time as Patterson White drops this one slightly shorter. It's worked off the pads of Darshan out towards Freddy McCann at deep fine leg for 1 run, but
Essex have lost a 6th.
Oh my goodness.
81 for 6, still requiring 103 to beat Worcestershire, who now all of a sudden are looking favourites in that one.
Well, what an inspired signing Logan Van Beeker's been, hasn't he? Returning to the club, had that previous stint at Worcestershire and yeah, done excellently in this game. Patterson White goes very full on this occasion, 4th stump line, and just dug out of the pitch there by Burns out towards point for 1 run. So that'll bring us to an end to this 41st over. Surrey move on to 124 for 4, Burns on 67, Darshan on 20, and the Brown Caps leading by 244 runs with a minimum of 62 overs left on day 4.
And of course, Worcestershire have now got Amir Verdi on loan from Surrey. Very capable, or more than capable, outstanding player on his day, as Aaron was mentioning earlier. 2019 here, he ran through Notts both innings. 124 for 4, still going to be Farhan Ahmed. Makes captaincy very easy if you've only got 2 bowlers. Not that Notts have only got 2 bowlers, don't get me wrong, they've got plenty of options, but if you just suddenly decide, well, you bowl from that end today and you bowl from that end today, and so it just makes things a little easier for Hasib Hamid. Just keep going, and there he comes. He keeps on going. Farhan Ahmed bowls to Rory Burns, I beg your pardon. Drives into the offside, fielded low down by Hamid, has been good in there in this innings, a couple of catches, and also picked off the run out after a real old mix-up. Ended with Ben Folkes losing his wicket. Ahmed bowls, Burns eager to feed on anything outside his off stump, forces it out to McCann on the offside, gets a single. 125 for 4 Surrey. He had a first innings lead of 120, so that lead is now 245. And Nott's over rate has again been adjusted during the luncheon interval. It's now plus 15 for the match. Surrey's is plus 10. Long live the spinner. It's Farhan Ahmed. Bowls Darshan. Nudges it to Hasib Hamid, and reaction to the skipper tell you that he felt just for a split second he was going to be in the game there. It didn't carry to him. Shortish extra cover. So Darshan can't get this away either. Plays it back to the 16-year-old as a flutterby. Butterfly. 125 for 4. What was that? Was it a Red Admiral or a tortoiseshell, some description? Wasn't a cabbage white. That's the end of my butterfly knowledge. And this has gone now then. Was there something on that? I don't think so. This may well be buys. It is. It's buys. Let's make a note of that. A little bit of bounce, bit of turn as well, and it just flew away between Verena and Clark at slip. It's bisected them both, and it didn't come off anything. An extraordinary delivery, and extraordinary in itself that it's got past this hugely talented keeper. 129 for 4, and Surrey profit to the tune of 4. The lead is now 249. Whether to declare right now or the next 6 wickets go down for nothing, Notts would need 250, and that'd be interesting with 61 overs to go, but of course it's not going to happen. I think that shocked everybody.
Good ball though, wasn't it, from young Farhan?
Comes in again to Darshan, who might well have been dead in the water had he not got some bat on that. He went deep into his crease to a ball that was hitting the stumps. Takes a single. The lead is up to 250, 130 for 4 at the end of the over. Farhan Ahmed, 21 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 58. Liam Patterson White, 21 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 68. Both getting plenty of overs in this match, but doing a terrific job. And between them, they bowled all 42 overs. Oh, crikey, get that off. There's the old, let's have a look and see what the commentators are doing. Ooh. It's day 4. It's day 4. If we'd known the commentator cam was on, we'd have had the cleaners in. We'd have had a tidy up in here.
It's all Kevin Howe stuff, isn't it?
Well,
on that
it is.
Chair. Patterson White coming back onto bowl here from the Stuart Broad end. First ball is a dot outside the off stump of the left-handed Sudarshan.
It actually looks like we've lived in here for 4 days, which some of us practically have.
Oh, it's the perks of the job though, isn't it, Dave? Getting to watch county cricket. That's an excellent reverse sweep. Potentially didn't actually get any bat on that attempted reverse sweep then from Sai Sudarshan. There was an appeal behind the stumps from Carver Rayner. Eventually goes down for just the 1 run.
I just wondered for a second if it had gone through everything. And like London buses, you wait nearly 200 overs for a bye against Verena, and then there's
5.
A couple in consecutive overs, but no, there was a little bit of bat scraped on it.
There we go then. So 1 more for the total of Sai Sudarshan. This one dropped short and down the leg side by Liam Patterson White. Worked out towards fine leg, which is Farhan Ahmed, the number 97 for no run. Just looking at Farhan's career so far, and albeit a short one, a blossoming one, just the 2 matches. Bowled 29 overs in the Lions match at New Road as Patterson White gives this one a bit more flight. There's appeals for a catch. No, it won't be taken by Rob Lord out there at deep square leg. He was coming around the fence, but just couldn't get there in time. Maybe a half shout, but no, even though Rob Lord is a fast and athletic young bowler, he wasn't going to get round there on that occasion, and Rory Burns is given a slight reprieve. But yeah, just speaking of Farhan, 21 overs so far in this innings as well, so he's bowled quite a lot in his young first-class career to date, as this one again is short and pulled very powerfully off the back foot by Sudarshan. Fielded yet again by Rob Lord out there on that square leg boundary for just the 1 run.
I would venture to say, there we go, there'll be a bowling change within 4 overs unless a wicket goes down. Because they do just seem to be looking to up the ante, and I don't know whether that's because the bowlers are just getting a fraction tired, or if it is because they are just trying to increase the tempo.
We'll have to wait and see, won't we, Dave? As again this one fired in with some venom by Liam Patterson White just outside of Rory Burns off stump, and he confidently drives that down towards long off for 1 run. So that'll bring us to an end to the 43rd over. Surrey 134 for 4. Burns on 70, Sudarshan 23. The partnership inching ever closer to 50. It's currently 49 from 83 deliveries, and the Brown Caps lead by 254 runs.
May well have called that wrong, because there's certainly no sign that Hamid is thinking about a change, because he didn't even don't mean this the wrong way when I say he didn't even look at Liam Patterson White. He just got on with what he was doing. Liam took his cap and marched away, and meanwhile Farhan Ahmed had taken his cap off at this end and given it to the umpire. So to all intents and purposes it looks like they've both been sort of assured, just keep on going. That's what they're doing at the moment. Here is Ahmed. It's now the 44th over of all spin, and this is short, and it's hammered down the ground, fielded by Lyndon James down below us. Good return in, and that's the 50 partnership from 84 deliveries between Sai Sudarshan and Rory Burns, and they've each added 23 in this partnership, and obviously those 4 byes that came in Farhan's last over. 35 for 4. This one of 3 Division 1 games that remain. After wins for Warwickshire and Hampshire yesterday, Sudarshan will push this into the offside and call for 2. In comes Rob Lord, and in fact it keeps them to 135 for 4. You obviously know what's happening here at Taunton. Durham 108 for 6 in the 50th over, so that's a real old grind. They're desperate to try and back the day out for a draw there, because they're not going to get the further 312 they need to defeat the side of county. Farhan bowled him through Rory Burns. It kept low. Burns backing away to try and pull it on the leg side and missed it, and has been bowled. He's lost his leg stump, and Farhan gets his 9th wicket of the match, his first of the day, and Rory Burns is out for 71, bowled by Farhan Ahmed, having been at the crease for 2 hours 40 minutes, faced 131 balls and it's 6 fours, and at 136 for 5, Surrey's lead is 256. And well, I did say in the next 4 overs there'd either be a bowling change or a wicket, so that is quickly has quickly proved to come true. Yeah, it kept a whisker low, didn't it? And wasn't really short enough to pull on the leg side, and it just sped along a little bit. Rory Burns had a great match, 161 and 71. Terrific competitor. Surrey 136 for 5.
Certainly was, and yeah, just touching upon that point, Dave, it wasn't there to be pulled from. Rory Burns kept a little bit low. Fantastic moment though for young Farhan Ahmed, who's on course for his first ever 10-for in a first-class match in terms of the fair enough
in all his long innings,
in all of his long 2-match career. But no, it's been an incredible performance this from the 16-year-old. He's been tenacious. I think that's one word that I'll describe. He's not been searching for wickets. He's just kept it nice and simple, trying to make those Surrey batters go out there and make the mistakes. Burns on that occasion played very nicely for that 71, but yeah, just a slight lapse in judgment, trying to get the scorecard accelerating. So Surrey do lose a 5th. They're 136 for 5, but that lead is still quite significant at 256. So we'll have to wait and see how these two will go about their innings, because Jordan Clark in the first lots went and scored 53 from 93 balls, so he's certainly capable with the bat in hand.
Very much so. Mentioned it in the first innings, I think to the surprise of my colleagues. He has hit 6 sixes in and over, Jordan Clark, playing for Lancashire seconds against Yorkshire seconds at Scarborough, probably getting on for a decade or so ago now, but and I think anybody who can do that needs to be respected. They can give it a bit of a wallop, and if they do decide to just try and increase the tempo, he might be the right man at the crease, but still not overly convinced that it's a case of let's grab a quick 100 and put knots it. But again, we'll have to see as Clark leans forward and defends the first ball. And there's no run. So Farhan Ahmed, 2 for 72. No, beg your pardon. Farhan Ahmed, 2 for 60 in this innings. Liam Patterson White, 2 for 72. Both figures on the board, just getting them mixed up. Farhan bowls cut away by Clark, no run. So that's the 5th wicket to go down today. Sorry, began this morning 13 for 1. Lead of 133. Farhan bowls. Clark a little push into the gap on the offside to get off the mark. Takes the single. Caught and bowled by Liam Patterson White in the first innings, Clark, for 53. Applause for Farhan Ahmed. The end of that over, the end of the 44th. Surrey 137 for 5, leading by 257.
Yeah, tremendous stuff yet again from young Farhan Ahmed. Really, really good stuff, this. And he does seem like a serious talent. We do keep on mentioning the point, just his second ever first-class match, his first one for Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, but he really does look the part at this tender stage of his professional career. And just going back to that stats from Lancashire, it was actually Craig Hindle on Twitter, 117 years, so 1907, a very special year for Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, the first county championship title, I believe. It was 1907, wasn't it?
Yeah, what's the stat, Chris?
Oh, about Lancashire. Their first, well, back-to-back innings defeats in the county championship.
Oh, crikey.
Since 1907.
Crikey.
Yeah, awful long time. As Patterson White coming around the wicket here in towards Jordan Clark, who pushes it out to Lyndon James at backward point for no run. Of course, we'll keep you updated with all of the scores on the doors across both of the divisions in the county championship, as well as the test match at Lords, as Patterson White again comes in with real intent here to Jordan Clark, just pushes it out to Hasib Hamid at short cover for a dot ball. Sri Lanka currently 147 for 4 in North London, requiring 336 runs for victory in the second test. Patterson White again to Clark, this one an outside edge. It's trickling down towards us here at the Ratcliffe Road end. Will it beat the fielder Lyndon James? Yes, it does. Slightly fortuitous there for Jordan Clark. Not that Surrey will care at this stage of the innings, but that will be the first boundary of the innings for the Surrey all-rounder. He moves on to 5 from 6 deliveries. As we're mentioning the rest of the games in the First Division, no more wickets at Chelmsford as of yet. Essex still require 95 runs for the victory. Simon Harmer and Michael Pepper currently at the crease for the South Eastern outfit. We'll keep you updated on that one, as well as this ball from Patterson White. A good length, nice and straight, and played back to the bowler for no run.
Wicket has gone down at Taunton though. Durham are 7 down now.
Wow. So that also has implications on the title race. Keep Somerset in with a shout if they are to win that game in Taunton, as Clark rocks onto the back foot here. Goes for an almighty cut shot out towards Rob Lord on the square leg, on the point boundary, and yes, that will be another single, keeps the scoreboard ticking. Yeah, Jack Leach 4 wickets.
So still to come in this innings. Cam Steele, Tom Laws, Conor McCurr and Dan Worrell. So there's plenty in the shed yet that Notts have got to work their way through.
Yeah, plenty of batting depth for the visitors. How can Patterson White round out with this final delivery? It's played comfortably off the back foot there, out towards deep point by Sudarshan. And Surrey at the end of the 45th will move on to a score of 143 for 5. Sudarshan on 25, Clark on 6. And yes, this partnership, again, it will be intriguing to see how they actually go about this. It's currently 7 from 9. The lead 263. We've had that conversation about 260, 270 being enough for a result on this wicket. I don't think we'll see the declaration from Rory Burns just yet, though.
Yeah, I can't. I really can't envisage a moment at 6 o'clock this evening where I'm talking about a Nottinghamshire victory. I really can't. I think 263 runs is over the hill and out of sight already, as Sudarshan pushes this on the offside out to Rob Lord. They'll take a single, and of course there's plenty of time for Surrey to add lots more, as many more as they want really, to that total. Sudarshan on to 26. Clark is on 6. Got a right-hander there as well, so there'll be a moment or two between each delivery now, which we didn't have with the 2 left-handers. No floodlights this afternoon. Oh, we've got. Oh, there's one down the leg side. He's got another wicket. He's got 10. Farhan gets his man. Clark has gone down the leg side. Good work by Verena to catch Jordan Clark down the leg side. A little tickle, and well, couple of wickets in quick succession there for Farhan Ahmed, and he has got 10 in the match. 144 for 6. Jordan Clark out, caught Verena bowled Ahmed for 6. And wow, we're running out of superlatives, aren't we, for Farhan Ahmed. What a tremendous debut this is. He's matched Matt Carter's haul of 10 wickets in 2015, and heaven knows how far back in history you've got to go beyond that for the last time anybody had a better debut for Notts. This is astonishing stuff from the young man, and umpire Paul Pollard, just in the replay, in no doubt whatsoever as Clark went just to paddle it nice and fine and got a tickle on it down the leg side. Tremendous stuff for Farhan Ahmed and his family.
Certainly was, and we are witnessing the birth of a spin bowling superstar, aren't we, Dave? It's fantastic to see. He's been given plenty of responsibility, plenty of overs from his captain, Haseeb Hameed. He's bowling to the big guns of this Surrey batting lineup, and he's standing up to the test in quite remarkable fashion at 10 wickets on his county championship debut. I was impressed with him at New Road. I was commentating on that Lions versus Sri Lanka game, and I know I mentioned this on day 3, but his tenacity is incredible at such a young age. He was given a bit of tap, a bit of pump by Nishan Madushka very, very early in that game. First 3 overs, he was quite expensive. As soon as he got that wicket, the manner in which he came back, control, discipline, metronomic in terms of his style and his approach to his spin bowling, the field, he sets them himself as well. Let's not forget that. He said that in the post-match comments on day 2. It's not just a case of Haseeb going out there and setting the field for his bowler. He's a thinking cricketer, and for a 16-year-old that is so impressive. We cannot stress that enough. So yeah, I just want to say congratulations to Farhan Ahmed, already taken 10 wickets, his first one in first-class cricket. And I tell you what a debut this is. A lot of the fans in attendance here at Trent Bridge will be remembering this day and this game very, very fondly.
I just wonder what we're seeing now, because it's not Cameron Steele, it's not Tom Laws, bumped up from number 10, Conor McCurr, who likes to give it a biff. 144 for 6 is Farhan Ahmed to bowl to Conor McCurr, who likes to give it a bit of a biff, but he's going to be better than IVA Richards if you're going to give that one a bit of a biff, because it kept low and turned back sharply into him. He did well, actually, not to get out. Defended it stoutly and stoically, and remains is the number 97 again. And Conor McCurr turns it on the leg side. The effervescent Haseeb Hameed does the fielding. 144 for 6. Grass stains aplenty whenever Haseeb Hameed is sliding around. Next delivery comes in now, and Conor McCurr has thrown the kitchen sink at that, misses it as it goes through to Verena. 144 for 6. Notts require 4 more wickets, but even then, I know I said it only a moment or two ago, I just can't see them being tempted by the prospect of losing wickets in pursuit of chasing 260, 270, 280, whatever it is, as McCurr does push this for his first run into the offside. 145 for 6. At the end of the over, there will be more rapturous applause for the 16-year-old who's got figures of 23 overs, 5 maidens. 3 for 63, the best 16-year-old I've seen since Kevin Howells was in his prime.
Spinning the platter that mattered. Is that what you're talking about? It has been an extraordinary match. I guess one of the things that I'll be thinking about now, if I'm not, I'm certainly thinking about what can he do down there at Essex in a couple of weeks' time, or a week on Monday. But this is so much talent. He's going to get an awful lot of people talking about him. I think, thankfully, towards the end of the season, if that makes any sense, that's probably a good thing, because he's only 16 years old, okay? So for whatever we see about him as a cricketer, we've got to make sure that he's going to be okay with all the attention. And he won't only get the attention from the media, he'll get it from the players out there as well, because they'll be giving it back at him. There'll be times when it doesn't all work for him. As Patterson White in bowls and just will turn and bounce, and that is my concern here for Nottinghamshire. I'm with Dave. I don't really see a way that Nottinghamshire can win this from here, but I'm afraid I can still see a way that Surrey could run through Notts because of what we're seeing here with the ball. There is some turn. I just wonder if this is in the air and out of the reach, way out of the reach on the offside of Meads. There will be a single. I just wonder if there's a little variant bounce as well out there at times. Dave, I noticed on commentary you were talking about maybe some keeping low. Still, for me, the main threat and danger is from this end. I still get plenty more coming out of it at this end than what the end that we're seeing Liam Patterson White bowl at the moment. He's bowling to Darshan, who's on 26. But clearly there's an intention here, because he's down on one knee and he tries to whack that one over the leg side. But I think we're somewhere between 4s and 5s, aren't we, at the moment, on a run chase with lose some overs in between. But 56 left after this one. I just don't see, with the threat of spin as it is. Mind you, he's launched that one as the Indian batter out there to deep mid-wicket. They'll come back for 2. Lovely sunshine on the ground as well. Makes a real bright appearance from behind a cloud. 2 more runs for Surrey, 148 for 6. A lead of 268 runs. But on Test Match Special at lunchtime, we had Peter Moores, the head coach, on, and it was interesting to hear him talk about the 2 young, impressive teenagers that have been on display here today. This one has been worked away again, catching opportunity and taken out there at mid-wicket. So Darshan has gone, he's been caught, he's gone for 28. That now is 7 down, 148 for 7, a lead of 268. Is Conor McCurr being called in? No, he's going to stay there. There's no movement as yet, but it's another well-deserved wicket for Liam Patterson White. We spoke about it earlier today. He's worked solidly, reliably. He has not taken the number of wickets in the match that the youngster has at the other end, but he has matched him this innings so far. And the catch there from another young lad who's sort of missing out a little bit on the limelight, only because it's just really the spinners and the batters we're talking about. But young Rob Lord takes the catch there, positioned himself nicely, good position, took it well. 56 balls for Darshan's knock there, just the 1-4. But he's on debut, and he'll be delighted that he may, and I'm talking about Lord here, have played a part in what I think will be and could be a very important result this for Nottinghamshire, bearing in mind where they are in the table. They are up against Surrey, those, championship defending team, and even though Somerset look as if they're going to close the gap on Surrey, they're still going to have a fairly healthy gap of 24 points over Somerset, but it does mean the game between the 2 teams coming up a week on Monday is going to be even more interesting. Then at Taunton, Somerset need another 3 wickets. Durham 110 for 7. Forget the target, that's neither here nor there. But I'm also keeping a bit of an eye, and this is of interest to both Surrey and to Nottinghamshire supporters, what Worcestershire are doing at Essex, because Essex 101 for 6 need another 83 runs. Now, if Worcestershire were to get a victory there, that really is going to not pull them away, but a big gap between themselves and others towards the bottom of the table. Patterson White comes around the wicket into bowl to Cam Steele, who has come out there and defended that one to finish off the over. 148 for 7. McCurr on 2. Steele just faced that 1 ball, and it's a lead for Surrey of 268 runs. And Patterson White has bowled 24 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 81.
It's interesting that Conor McCurr, though, was bumped up from 10 to 8 in the order, and then when that wicket fell, you could see him almost shrugging his shoulders towards the dressing room, waiting for some input. Is that it or what? So might just be the possibility that we're in the last throes of Surrey's second innings. There, a look on the Surrey balcony. Not too much activity over there, but there we go. Here's Farhan Ahmed. Here's Aaron.
Yep, here is Farhan Ahmed into Conor McCurr, plays that confidently off the back foot, goes out towards the fielder, Liam Patterson White at long off for just the 1 run.
Just a 52-year-old who used to be called just a 51-year-old who used to be called just a 50-year-old. Wonders if it's the first time that only 2 bowlers have bowled in an innings for Notts in excess of 40 overs. Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Come on, Dave.
It wouldn't have happened that often.
That's one for the statisticians, isn't it? As McCurr plays this one defensively off the back foot against the bowling of Ahmed, coming over the wicket against the right-handed Cam Steele. So Surrey now 149 for 7. The lead 269. So if Notts can get these final 3 wickets in quick succession, Be intriguing to see how they get on here as Steele advances down the track for this delivery, picked up by Hassi Bamid in at a short mid-wicket position. Just underarms it back to his young bowler, and that will be no run. Steele readies himself here against Farhan Ahmed, clips it off of the pads, goes out towards deep backward square leg. It's Rob Lord who took that catch to dismiss Saisa Darshan for the 7th Surrey wickets, and that will be the 150 up for Surrey in this second innings. The lead now 270.
Mark Dev says, I've not only got 2 bowlers, Dave. Well, they're not doing a bad old job, are they?
Oh, they're doing a fantastic job. 6 wickets between them, causing all sorts of bother here for the Surrey batters. Ahmed coming over the wickets to Conor McCurr. It just about beats the fielder there at short mid wickets. Bit of a misfield there from the number 33, Joe Clark, and McCurr will scamper through for another single. But I think they've done a fantastic job, and we've mentioned this throughout, but this is fantastic experience for Farhan Ahmed, bowling to some quality cricketers. The defending champions potentially could be the champions again come the end of this season. It does look more likely by the week. So this really is a great experience for him as Steele drives very firmly out into the covers. Patterson White is out there though. Bit of a slip. Hang on, there's a chance here. Well, that would have been comical. There was a slip at the non-striker's end.
Paul Pollard's laughing, the umpire.
Goodness me, Cam Steele was very lucky there. The underarm throw from Farhan Ahmed wasn't quite on target, and hands on heads pretty much everywhere around the field at the moment. A rather chaotic end to the 48th over. Farhan's 24th. He's taken figures of 3 for 67 and 5 maiden overs. So, yeah, that lead 272. And of course, for Surrey, they'll probably just want to bat out for a little bit more, maybe just give a carrot to dangle for these Nottinghamshire batters. But yeah, at this stage of the game, does just look like a bit of practice out in the middle and just, yes, see out this game for the draw.
Been a couple of comical run-outs today in the Championship. Here, Ben Folkes, where he lost his bat, and so you're looking, was that the Robin Das one you were looking at Chelmsford?
No, that was a catch from Brett D'Oliveira, which was pretty stunning. But
well, it was in the same sort of area there.
Was it?
I don't know if you've seen it.
No,
D'Oliveira deflected it onto the stumps in exactly. That's why I thought that's what you were looking at.
No.
There's one hit to him that he deflected onto the stumps from there, that short position.
Steele's on 2. Looks to sweep that one and just runs from the bottom of the bat down towards short fine, so no run. 152 for 7. Lead 272. What's going off out there? What's going on around the country? What's going on here? Shaping up this afternoon, on this final afternoon of this latest round of matches. Got 3 to go after this in terms of rounds of games, and that one's taken down the leg side by the keeper. Again, still trying to help it on its way, but can't get it away. Just looking at Surrey, of course, sending out agents into the field in other parts of the country. Go on.
Sorry, Kev, on the live stream, they just sort of zoomed in there. There's a lot of players in whites in the Surrey dressing room.
As if they're about to be called upon, and this one is worked away through extra cover for a single. So Steele will move to 3. So 153 for 7. But Amar Verdi is on loan at Worcestershire, of course. He's taken a wicket, 1 for 47 from 16 overs. Essex 104 for 6. Still need 4 more wickets there. Worcestershire try and pull off the victory. The target is 184, and this one has worked off a full delivery by McCurr up to the long on boundary. 1 for McCurr. He moves to 5. 154 for 7. So we are sitting here waiting. I would say patiently, but actually maybe impatiently.
Expectantly.
To see what Surrey are going to do here. And that one is turning and bouncing, but hasn't tempted Steele into playing at that one. It was plenty wide enough of the off stump.
Charlie called it from an early stage this morning. 260 and Notts are out of the game. 260 would be too many runs for Notts to chase.
Well, the lead is 274 around the wicket in bowls, and again spinning its way out there on the onside. The bowler Liam Patterson White has to do his own fielding. It completes another over. He's bowled 25. 24 have been bowled by Ahmed, and It was just that moment we thought Rob Lord was going to spoil the show at one point and come on a ball, but he didn't. 3 for 83, some 25 overs for Patterson White, a maiden, McCurr on 5, Steele on 3. So 54 overs. They're going to make it a nice round number. At the end of this one, we'd lose 3, and therefore they come on with 50 remaining as a minimum. And around about the 280 mark, 285 as a lead, depending on what they can get in this over.
We'll have to wait and see, won't we, as Farhan Ahmed gets ready to start his 25th over of this second innings from the Ratcliffe Road end.
His 75th of the match.
Feels like it, doesn't it? It's been a tremendous spell this from Farhan Ahmed, and here he is coming over the wickets to the right-handed Conor McCurr. Drives that one down the ground, out towards Joe Clark, actually down there. It's long off for just 1 run. So it is pretty much all eyes on that Surrey balcony. We're expecting the declaration pretty much any over now, just to try and tee up this game, as Farhan Ahmed goes very full, and it's driven on the up there by Cam Steele down towards the aforementioned Joe Clark. It'll be another single, keeps the scoreboard ticking on to 156. So that lead now 276. Will the magic number be 280 perhaps, or will they be going off of overs? Only time will tell. That's up for debate, and that is up to Rory Burns and the Surrey think tank to come up with all of the calculations and what they deem suitable for this day here at Trent Bridge. Gone slightly gloomier compared to earlier. We had a little ray of sunshine, as Farhan Ahmed again very full, very straight, and driven very crisply back to the bowler there by Conor McCurr for no run. But thankfully it has been dry. The forecast rain and thunderstorms has not hit us here in the East Midlands. Ahmed just pulls up in his run up there. We'll have to re-bowl that one.
Well, rain has arrived at Taunton, where they still need another 3 Durham wickets.
Well, 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 that's a twist in the tail, isn't it, if that was to spoil the rest of the day. Ahmed then coming into bowl with purpose here to Conor McCurr. Shifts onto the back foot and slaps it down towards Joe Clark at long off for 1 run. So some watchful batting this from McCurr and Steele. Nothing too outrageous, too inventive, too enterprising as of yet. Just playing the ball on its merits from Farhan Ahmed. This really has been a top bowling effort from the 16-year-old, and yeah, both he and Freddy McCann certainly are the stories of the game for a Nottinghamshire perspective. Here is Ahmed again over the wickets into Steele. Plays this one defensively off the back foot to the bowler for no runs. So just one final delivery remaining here in Farhan's 25th over. Surrey 157 for 7. We did see a short flurry of wickets for the Brown Caps, but at this stage you would have to say there's only one team that could go on to win this, and it would be the visitors. Final delivery then of the 50th over is played defensively by Cam Steele. Surrey will remain 157 for 7, and that lead currently stands at 277 runs.
That ball from Farhan Ahmed then is his 454th ball of the match, tying in 50th position, there you go, for Notts, most balls bowled in a first-class match, with Stuart McGill, the Australian, against Warwickshire at Edgbaston in 2002. So he's gate crashing with every ball he bowls from now on in. He's advancing, he's inside the top 50 for most balls bowled. There's a very...
That's a great stat.
A very special and unique list. I don't think he's going to get anywhere near the top, which I'll have a look at.
Yeah, we need to know who's on top of that.
Yeah. John Gunn, 563.
Patterson White bowls, falls short. Oh, the man down here at
So that's more than another 100 balls. That's more than another 25 overs. Crikey.
McCurr is on 7 at the moment. They haven't been called off yet, obviously. 52 overs left after this one in the game. Going back and punching it. I mean, it's not that they're sort of defending every ball or anything like that, but it's not excessive positivity and attacking. from Curtis, 7 of 14. Patterson White around the wicket again, leans back, bowled him. Now, is that going to lead to them being called in? Let's have a look. In the meantime, the score is 157 for 8. He's on his way, and it's another wicket for Patterson White. Terrific delivery, played all over it, and Patterson White picks up his 4th wicket of this innings. And he has gone for those 7 runs, and he was out there for 90 minutes, 15 balls. I'm looking at the scoreboard, and I'm looking at another Surrey batter making his way down the steps.
12th man's brought a drink out for Cam Steele. Furious. Conor McCurr. Wasn't the sort of Conor McCurr innings I was expecting when he was bumped up the order a little bit. 7 from 15 as a replay on our monitors, and well, he's missed one that turned a little bit, might have kept a whisker low, but poor shot played all around it. And LPW's got a 3 for 157 for 8 now as Tom Laws comes in at number 10, and there's just Dan Worrell left in the hutch that we haven't seen in this innings.
Although he can bat, and I can vouch for that. I've seen Dan Worrell come out at number 10, number 11, hit quick fire 30 or 40, so Surrey really do bat from 1 to 11, and Tom Laws is certainly no slouch with the bat, but it's just, I'm slightly confused as to what the threshold here for Surrey is. Are they going off of overs? Is it a case of getting past that 280 run mark? Because Cam Steele at the end of that dismissal was almost just looking at the balcony, almost questioning it himself, like, what's going on? Are we going to come back in? Are we going to stay out? Like, yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
I'm sure he had a message with the drink.
Yeah.
157 for 8 then. And Chelmsford, Worcestershire still need 4 more Essex wickets. Essex needs 72 runs. Patterson White around the wicket, bowls and forward defensive into the offside, and no run. Still raining at Taunton, where Somerset need 3 Durham wickets. Get the target there. It's all about whether Somerset can get those Durham wickets and bowl them out.
O'Brien's okay.
And Patterson White around the wicket. Oh, and a lovely turning delivery, which he goes forward to that, does Laws, and it leads the outside edge of the bat. In the 2nd division, Yorkshire 66 for 1, lead of 145. But it's whether Sussex can actually beat Derbyshire and extend their lead over Yorkshire and Middlesex in that top of the table situation. This ball again sits up nicely this time for Laws to punch it away through extra cover. 1 will stay 1, so he's off the mark, and Surrey 158 for 8, a lead of 278. And the reason being that Derbyshire were following on, but they're following on 249 for 5, trail now by only 68 runs. It does that at Hove. I know this from another bit of my job or work that sometimes I have to do, which is you'll round off a round of championship matches, and if we're on air at a certain place and certain point, we'll keep going right until the end. So often the last game of the round will be at Hove. And what tends to happen, doesn't always happen, but what tends to happen is that you think Sussex, or whoever's seemingly the team at the start of the day, you think they're going to win. They do end up winning, but it always goes right to the end somehow.
Yeah, it's a stunning venue for first-class cricket. That's a good shot from Tom Laws, using the feet there, and smashes it down towards Joe Clark. It's long off for 1 run. Yeah, I can attest to that. I think it was the Durham match, wasn't it? In 2023, that would have been. That came down right to the wire. It was one of those games which you just could not keep your eyes off of. Great way to kick-start the season, and yeah, we'll keep you updated with that game down in Hove, as well as the test match at Lords, where a 5th wicket has fallen for Sri Lanka. Attempted reverse sweep there from Cam Steele. This should be leg bys. It appeared to have come off of his front pad. We'll just have a look what the umpire decides there. Whether there was bat involved. No, he's happy that there was bat involved, so that will extend Surrey's lead to 280. Laws on 2, Steele on 5. Sher Bashir getting that 5th Sri Lankan wicket. So England in an excellent position down at the home of cricket. This ball flighted by Farhan Ahmed and met on the full by Tom Laws. Another single for Surrey's total down towards the long off position. But so much at stake, isn't there, throughout both divisions of the county championship. This is why we absolutely love this competition. It's why we adore county cricket. we are approaching the business end in both the first and the second division. So many different scenarios and situations can play out over this next month or so, as Farhan Ahmed again over the wicket. That one is met by a charging Cam Steele. Surrey batters come back for a second. Yes, they do. It was a decent throw from Freddy McCann, but yeah, it wasn't quite over the stumps for Carver Rayner to pick up and disturb the timber. So another 2 runs for this Surrey total. 163 for 8 in the innings. The overall lead 283, however.
Who's on the balcony now?
Here is Ahmed over the wicket. Reverse sweep from Cam Steele. Well, it just finds the fielder out at deep points. I believe that's Ben Slater wearing the number 26. So not too much damage done there as far as Farhan's bowling figures are concerned. He's got 3 for 76. Liam Patterson White also deserves a lot of plaudits for his spell so far. 4 for 84 from his 26. So here's Ahmed to round out his over. And it'll be a single punched off the back foot down towards long off. We're keeping our eyes peeled on the Surrey balcony. Doesn't appear to be any movement as of yet.
Well, I've got the binoculars. Rory Burns is on the balcony, sat down watching, and everybody in there is in white.
Well, yeah, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? Maybe it's more than the anticipated 280, but that will bring us to an end to the 52nd over. Surrey 165 for 8, and the lead 285 runs here on day 4.
Do they really think that these runs could be chased down here now? Or do they just think, to be honest with you, with 2 wickets still standing here, perhaps they just think the draw is all we're going to be able to take out of this anyway? I still, Nottinghamshire supporters, forgive me for saying it, but I just history tells me from having watched too much cricket, as we see Patterson White come around the wicket here now and bowls, and he's bowled him. Another wicket for Patterson White. That makes it 5 for him, and he really does deserve it. Terrific work from Liam Patterson White. 5 for 84 in his 27th over. It's 165 for 9. The Surrey lead is 285, and they're swinging across the line on this ball. Rory Burns just pops back in inside the dressing room. He's not called them out, though, or back in, should I say. When I say call them out, the players who are there in their white. So letting it take its natural course at the moment. I think this is still going to be a difficult job for Nottinghamshire, because we are seeing the ball turn, and it's just the mind, the approach they have, the mindset they have as to how they go about it. We saw some terrific batting, particularly, of course, from the young McCann. Hasib Mead was out batting really well before he got out, obviously, to a really good ball, which span a lot. But I just think that there's more in this pitch now, and I think we're seeing a little bit more turn. We're seeing some more rash shots, I suppose. So I just wonder if it's the shots, or we're seeing maybe a little variant bounce. Nothing extraordinary, but I don't know. I think it's still going to be a tricky one for Notts to face batting again last here.
5 for Liam Patterson White as well, 5 for 84, so many congratulations to him. Yeah, I mean, Notts want these draw points, don't they? The 10 points, thereabouts clear of Lancashire if they leave here today with a draw. They
do. If Worcestershire could somehow pull off a victory there at Essex, we'll keep a very close eye on that one. Patterson White looking to wrap it up, maybe get wicket number 6. Dan Worrell is the new batter. He's gone big. He's gone very big on the leg side. That's going to be a mighty 6 into the stand there. And we're just looking to see where exactly it's gone. I think umpire Middlebrook at that end was a little bit concerned that somebody was actually going to get hit on the head out there as to how far it has travelled. It's actually gone into the pub, I think. Now it's on its way back. So, 171 for 9 then. 291. Worrell's been sitting there, having heard all the others go out there with firm instructions. We want a lead of 300, lad. And he, right, okay, leave it to me then. If you lot can't be bought, I'll go out there and do it. So 1 ball he's faced, and it's gone for 6. Patterson White in again to Dan Worrell. 171 for 9. Down the leg side, well taken by the keeper. He's a good keeper, isn't he?
Yeah.
Very good.
Very good keeper. And he's pretty tidy with a bat as well, we saw. Now he could score quick runs. We saw that from him. Patterson White round the wicket in, and a little bit of width, too much width, and especially when Worrell decides he's pretty much going to play that on the leg stump, but it's very wide of the The off. Dan Worrell. 6 not out. Patterson White with his spin around the wicket again. This has gone big on the leg side. Where's this gone? This is another 6. That's where it's gone. Deep mid-wicket this time. Hasn't pulled that quite as square. And that's 12 off 4. Lads, you had one job to do and you failed that. Here I am. Okay, I'll do it then, lads. Just leave it to me. 177 for 9, a lead of 297. To bowl 50.1 overs. They wanted 50 left. Okay, we got one left here. Let's see if I can get there. 303 for the lead. And he comes down the pitch and actually drives it straight back to Patterson White. And they will be. And he's calling them in. He's calling them in. Great work, by the way, on the pictures there. Straight onto it. Terrific work. Declaration 177 for 9. Lead 297. Worrell. The little show is over. The water show it was for 12. Still on 8. And Patterson White. Well, let's go through this because this is Farhan Ahmed's 26 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 77. Liam Patterson White, 27 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 96. Those are the only 2 bowlers used. Just amazing stuff. We'll add up all the overs between them that they've bowled, and maybe you've done that already, Dave.
Oh, 298 the target from 48. That's what they've left knots here.
Which, in the modern game, do you write anything off? I just think this is too tricky a pitch.
It's a runner ball, and we've not seen anybody going anywhere near.
It's a tricky pitch.
6 and over.
My fear is for knots here. And forgive me for that. I mean, the bat is so well. I mean, to get where they got yesterday, and getting past that follow-on. But once they got to that follow-on, the wickets went, didn't they? 1, 2, 3, in quick, and that would be the concern, that if 2 or 3 wickets are lost, the confidence. And Will Jacks and his bowling. Cam Steele, and we know Cam Steele can bowl a lot better than he bowled in that first innings as well. And then you throw in. I think this, by the way, the applause you'll hear is for both Liam Patterson White with his 5 for 96. But 10 wickets in the game as well for Farhan Ahmed. Both of them leading to a nice round of applause from the members over there in the pavilion. It really was extraordinary. I think it's been an extraordinary game of cricket. I think it's been a wonderful game of cricket. And there's part of me that thinks this game is not over yet. I think there's things still to happen here. Things still to happen. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll just take a little comfort break, just to recharge the batteries, re-energise. Lots of other words beginning with re. The players will be back out there in about 8 or 9 minutes, as I've just said. 298 the target in 48 overs. We don't think Notts are going to go for it, but how much pressure will they be put under by the Surrey bowlers? We're going to find out in 6 or 7 minutes' time, and when the players return, so too will the commentary.
Welcome back. Game on at Trent Bridge, or is it? Notts have been set to score 298 to defeat Surrey. Surrey giving themselves 48 overs to bowl Nottinghamshire out and claim yet another victory. That's the long and the short of it. We've got about 55 minutes to go until the tea interval, which will be taken at 20 to 4. So Surrey declared 10 minutes ago on 177 for 9 in their second innings. Top scorer as he was in the first innings, Rory Burns, who made 71. Next top score was only 28, Sai Sudarshan. But the other remarkable thing is that Notts only used 2 bowlers. Liam Patterson White, 27 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 96 for Liam. And Farhan Ahmed, 26 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 77. Add his 3 to his first innings, 7, and Farhan 10 on debut. Absolutely fantastic stuff. He was the youngest player ever in the championship to get a 5 for pretty certain he'd be the youngest player in the championship ever to get a 10 in a match. The plug was pulled after Dan Worrell lost a couple of balls away on the leg side for mighty blows. 12 not out from 5. Cameron Steele was 8 not out, and now it's all over to Asiba Mead and Ben Slater to just give us hopefully a pointer as to how Notts are going to approach this. I would imagine it'll be played sensibly till tea and we'll have a look, but you never know. Dan Worrell's going to get underway. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Aaron Viles is here representing BBC London. Kevin Howells is here representing the fine county of Shropshire.
Well, that's the best introduction you've ever given me. That's the only one I feel proud of, that, Dave. Thank you. That means a great deal to me. A great deal to me. Anyway, which was you start off?
I'll start. Here is Dan Worrell then from the Stuart Broad end. That's a nice start there from Hasiba Mead. Flays the bat at it out towards deep point. Sai Sudarshan doing the fielding, and Nottinghamshire straight away showing a bit of intent there. They're 1 for none. Still requiring 297 more for the victory off of 47.5 overs. So we're being umming and ahhing and doing the calculations here in the comms box. Will they or will they not go for it? I suppose we'll have a clearer picture of that in around about 10-20 overs time, depending on how Nottinghamshire get underway in this chase. It'll be Ben Slater then to face off against Dan Worrell, the man who was the leading wicket taker in Division 1 of the Vitality County Championship, but has since been usurped. He's now in 3rd place. Here is Worrell coming around the wickets to the left-handed Ben Slater. Seen behind to Ben Folkes for no run.
Who are the 2 above him? Your man?
Oliver Hannon-Dalby
and
on top, and I think it's Liam Dawson actually.
Oh, no, so not your man. What a cricketer he is.
Yes.
Oh, Liam Dawson.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
Every single season, pitches up, takes tons of fifers.
Scores runs and wickets this.
And you know that's the trouble. If you get Hampshire 40 for 5, you know it's nailed on for a Dawson 150, isn't it?
Worrell again coming around the wickets in towards the left-handed Ben Slater. Fences that one just past the outstretched right hand of Dan Worrell, and it's picked up by Tom Laws patrolling in for covers for no run.
Don't think I've ever seen Hampshire 40 for 5. I should throw that in as a rider. It doesn't happen very often with that top order.
Yeah, just confirmation it is. So Oliver Hannon-Dalby on 43, Liam Dawson on 42, Dan Worrell currently on 40. How he would love to add to that tally in this innings. That's a good line from Worrell, left well alone by Ben Slater, just outside of his off stump, and that will be another dot ball.
Talking of signs of intent, we've got 3 helmets already lined up behind folks down there. We're going to be seeing a very tense afternoon and evening of cricket here. Lots of close fielders.
Jacks from this end, do you think, straight away?
Oh, I would say so.
I would say so, off of yesterday's showing as well. Worrell again into Slater. Carbon copy of the last ball. Good line, good length, the corridor of uncertainty, and that is left well alone by Ben Slater. Shoulders, arms, and lets it go harmlessly for no run. Should also mention that Rory Burns in this game has also gone up to 953 runs in the campaign so far. He's the 2nd leading run scorer in Division 1 behind the Warwickshire captain Alex Davis. How will Dan Worrell round out this over then into Slater? Oh, well, he thought about playing that one late. Thankfully it doesn't connect with the bats of the Nottinghamshire opener, And a good start that from Dan Worrell. His first over goes for just 1 run, and at the end of it, Notts are 1 for none in their first over.
Started the day just looking at the matches and the way they may play out. We thought this one, we still do think it could be a draw for Surrey and for Nottinghamshire, but at the top of the table we were thinking that Somerset should be able to beat Durham, and if they did, and if Essex beat Worcestershire, which looks the case, the gap would be Surrey at the top, and then there'd be a 24-point gap back to Somerset. A further 4 points back would be Sussex, and those would be the 2 teams really still chasing on the tails of Surrey, with Surrey and Somerset to play in the next round of matches. However, it has not necessarily played out that way so far. They've got off and on for rain. Frustration there at Taunton for Somerset, because Somerset still needs another 3 wickets. Durham 124 for 7, and we are
8 wickets just gone.
That is 8 down. So that is going to be a Somerset victory, which means, as things stand, if we think this is going to be a draw, that gap will be closed, quite obviously. But Essex have got problems, and Worcestershire need 3 more Essex wickets, and Essex needs 55 more runs. And Dave again is sticking 2 fingers up to me, and not for the first time. That one is driven beautifully by Hamid. It's a lovely shot through extra cover. Sun shining at Trent Bridge, shining on Hamid with a beautiful boundary. Moves to 5 for no wicket. Dave, 2 fingers.
They're both 8 down.
Thank you.
Durham are 8 down and Essex are 8 down. Give it a refresh.
Okay. Well, I just did a second ago. It's all happening quite quickly. So, what's that tell us? That tells us that Worcestershire are in a really good position to really not pull away but create a gap there in the middle of the table from those at the bottom. LBW appeal, not out. So the situation, it is, and this is what we love about sport generally, and here on the final afternoon with 3 rounds to go after this one, I think the table may be looking a little bit different than we might have thought at the start of this final day. And it's Jacks in and bowling, just turned to the right hand side of forward short leg. There will be another run for Hamid. He moves to 6, and the score is 6 for no wicket. Show, good stuff, very exciting stuff. The impact that'll have on the way these 2 teams play the game, not a jot, because still it's all for Surrey to try and get Nottinghamshire all out. Nottinghamshire, as Dave I think has rightly said, they're just going to see how things go to start off with. We've seen plenty of turn on this pitch, plenty of pressure put upon the batters. If you do try and be, we saw a few of them try to be aggressive. They were pretty much middle, not tail enders, but lower order batters who just swiped across the line, missed, and they were bowled. So from that point of view, how attacking can you be, Nottinghamshire? We would imagine that it's about you making sure you pick up all the points for the draw that you can. Forward defensive, lovely delivery, lovely turning ball away from Slater, taken by Folkes. 2 slips, silly point in there. It's going to be that sort of an afternoon. But anyway, we've laid out the context and what couldn't happen in the table. Let's concentrate on this. Terrific stuff. Slater is still on naught. Jacks comes around the wicket and carved down into the ground by Slater. No run. So 46 overs remain after this one. They started off with 48 to chase these runs down, but there's an awful lot of runs. We'll forget about that for the time being. I'm looking at, can Surrey get some wickets here? This is one that's pushed behind square for no run. That completes that over from Slater, who has faced 8 balls. He had to get off the mark. Hamid's on 6. Nottinghamshire on 6 for no wicket. 292 more needed to win. Should we get to that point? What excitement on a Sunday afternoon.
Well, it may well be. We don't know what we're going to get from Freddy McCann if and when he gets to the middle. Go out there, Freddy, and just knock these off.
What about Joe Clark as well? You see, he's more than capable of, of going through the gears.
As can Carver Rayner, as we saw yesterday, in that big 6.
Well, I agree with you. He looked as if he could be very enterprising and attacking, yeah.
Well, Dan Worrell showed the way to go on here, didn't he?
Yeah, 2 balls, 2 sixes, outstanding stuff. And here is Worrell coming over the wickets to Haseeb Hamid. Plays that one defensively back to the bowler for no run. And yeah, just an update from that game in Chelmsford. The 8th wicket falling to Amar Verdi, which will be music to the ears of Surrey fans. I know that a lot of Surrey supporters will be delighted to hear that, because Amar hasn't played much first-class cricket in the past couple of seasons. He had that 1-match loan at Worcestershire earlier on in the campaign. And now he's back doing exactly what he does best, which is taking wickets. Worrell again over the wickets. Well, he's pulled up there in his run-up. Hopefully that isn't anything serious. Looking at Worrell's body language, don't think there's any injury. But that was another dot ball, just seen behind there from the Nottinghamshire captain, who's made a rather watchful start, as we expect from Hasib Hamid after that early cut shot. Just playing the ball on its merits so far. He's 6 from 6 deliveries. Worrell then, he's got a gully and a first slip in the form of Dom Sibley. And that's an excellent late cut shot by Hasib Hamid. There is a fielder coming round to chase it. Saisa Darshan will not get there though. And that will be the first boundary of the reply for Hasib Hamid and Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club. A lovely shot off the back foot from the Notts captain.
Notts took, or have taken, 19 wickets in this match. There's a run out. Rob Lord got the very first wicket on the first morning, remember, Dom Sibley. And in between, there were 17 wickets that have fallen to spin. Extraordinary stuff at Trent Bridge. And of course, in the Notts' first innings, Will Jacks got 7 wickets, Cameron Steele got 2. There was 1 for Jordan Clark as well, so only 2 wickets to seam in the entire match.
Can Worrell change that? Here he is to Hamid, hangs outside the off stump on a good length of the right-hander. Just dabs it down towards Dom Sibley for no run. There was a slight change in the field there as well. Darshan just being almost moved up and down this point boundary. He's now very square. He's slightly finer than that earlier on, was still beaten by that cut shot from Hasib Hamid. But again, an enterprising field this from Dan Worrell and Rory Burns. Here he is over the wickets, and that's just a textbook forward defence there from Hasib Hamid back to the bowler for no run. But you've got a catching mid-wicket, you've got an extra cover in the form of Ryan Patel, of course you've got your traditional mid-on, mid-off, got deep square leg and Saisa Darshan out at deep point as well. So potentially just toying about with Hasib Hamid here. Also very, very wide slip, Gordon, as you can see if you're watching on the Notts live stream. There's another dot ball here from Dan Worrell. Hasib Hamid just playing that one nice and compactly, and that will bring us to an end to the 3rd over. So Nottinghamshire 10 for none, Hasib Hamid with all 10 of those runs so far. The home side requiring a further 288 from the final 45 overs of this game to secure an unlikely victory.
What do you make of the Nottinghamshire weather, Kevin, now then? It's all right, isn't it?
Oh, I feel there's a bit of a thunderstorm on the way, Dave. Actually, I think we're just missing it. I mean, so much of that wonderful view is taken out by that decision of yours to place your retirement block, spoiling our view there. But that looks a bit iffy away to the right-hand side.
I mentioned it yesterday. It's great to actually see people up there watching the cricket as well. Yeah. First time yesterday that we've seen people up there watching the cricket.
They'll be diving for cover in an hour.
Will Jacks is going to bowl this 4th over of the innings. He'll be bowling to Ben Slater, who's yet to get off the mark. It's been a quiet match, this one, for Ben. Fell for 1 in the first innings, bowled by Jordan Clark. There's Jacks then round the wicket, and Slater reaching forward, blocks it, and then he's very careful, very deliberate in where he places his feet, so as not to disturb any more of the surface that hasn't already begun to fragment up. Cut this away, and there should be a couple of runs here at least. I think it should be dragged back by Cam Steele. And it is indeed, so only 2. When you've set off with a required run rate of 6 and over, and you have 2 or 3 or 4 quiet overs at the start of the innings, just looking to play yourself in, already it can start to climb and climb and climb, and this won't be easy for Notts to chase just shy of 300 as this one turns away from the left-handed Slater and Folks grasps the ball.
I think throughout the day we've seen more response to the spinning, turning ball on that spot, haven't we? Yeah. We did yesterday.
Jacks round the wicket, and well, they were celebrating there. Slater, well, he didn't play the ball. Now, whether at the last second he decided not to play it or whether he missed it, I'm not sure. But there were a couple close to the bat that thought it had actually bowled Ben Slater, and I think the ball actually hit Ben Folks rather than Ben Folks went to take it. I think he thought it was the end of the line for Slater. This time he does get bat on ball, but has to go very deep into his crease. He
does. This is good. We're back to yesterday morning again, where every ball could be getting a wicket here because of.
Every ball is an event. And he'll cut this past the diving Sudarshan, and they'll take a single. And momentarily, Slater will be relieved to get down to this end, but it is the end of the over, so now he'll be on strike. Whether it's Worrell or whether there'll be a change early on remains to be seen. 13 without loss. T will be at 20-4, and we'll go on afterwards. We've got 44 overs left in the day, or minimum of 44 overs should we go that deep. If we're at 5 o'clock and say it's 100 for 2 and both sides realise that it's pointless going on, then there'll be a handshake. But you wouldn't necessarily say that's automatic right now.
No, I think they might keep going even if it was only 2 down, they might keep going, because we've seen these wickets fall in batches, haven't we? 3 or 4 at a time. Worrell's going to come around the wicket here to Slater. Slater on 3, in and bowls and pushed into the offside. When I say the jeopardy and every ball and everything, with Dan Worrell's bowling, well, yes, that does stay the same. For me, the tension is with the spin of Jacks at this end. He's just got 2 or 3 balls there, which were absolute handful for Slater to try and deal with. He didn't know if he was coming or going, forward or back. He did well. He survived them all, but there's a spot there that, you hit it, it's off.
Durham and 9
to the left-hander as well, of course. 9 down now, Dave. Okay, well, that's going to be a Somerset victory there then. As long as the rain stays away. Worrell in bowls. Nice use of the wrist there from Hamid. Square leg for a single, moves to 11. So a reminder, if Somerset win that, the gap between Surrey and Somerset at the top, if Surrey are unable to leave with a draw here, it'll be down to 24 points. I say down to 24 points, but the 2 teams meet each other in the next round. A week on Monday at Taunton. And Essex, we're looking at that one from a title point of view, but actually we're looking at it primarily at the moment from a Nottinghamshire point of view, down there at the bottom. They're going to move away from Notts as Worrell comes around the wicket and push back up to Worrell for no run. I keep saying I'm not amazed. I admire so much. What they've been through. At a personal level, with a tragic loss at the start of the season. Far less important, but it certainly had an impact on them, was the fact they had all the floods there at the ground as well. They were playing at Kidderminster. Everybody thought, yo-yo club up and down and all that stuff. They have put off a real big battle there in Division 1 this year. And that's an edge, and it flies just to the left-hand side of the keeper, folks. Oof, off the bat of Slater. That was mightily close. And it's 4 runs. And it's 19 for no wicket, and Slater moves to 8. I'm not going to bother updating scores. As soon as I give a score, one of you will stick 2 fingers up at me, or even worse, 1 finger. But as far as I'm aware, looks right and left. Essex is still 8 down. Oh, thank goodness for that. Right, okay.
They are, but there's an update from Sussex, which is quite important.
Derbyshire losing wickets. Yeah.
8 down.
So Sussex have kept their job there. So that means they're going to extend their gap over Yorkshire and Middlesex, the 2 teams beneath them who are just battling out a draw there at Leeds. That one's not too far away from the off stump here to Slater. Through to the keeper. Dave, it is glorious weather. You told me it was going to be glorious weather here this afternoon. It is an absolute picture again here today. So Somerset need 1 more wicket, perhaps to close that gap on Surrey at the top, while Surrey go about their work trying to bowl Nottinghamshire out, and they've got at this stage another minimum of 43 overs after this to do so. Nottinghamshire 19 for no wickets, so they need all 10 wickets at this stage. That one is worked away by Slater on the leg side for 1. Slater moves to 9, and the score moves to 20 for no wicket, the completion of that over.
Derbyshire have got Darin Dupavillon at the crease, the sexiest name in county championship cricket. That along with Ricardo Vasconcelos. I like saying Darin Dupavillon.
I was going to say, I didn't think that of it as being a sexy name until the girdler said it. Yeah. I don't know if I want him to repeat it or not. What do you think, Aaron?
He's at the crease anyway for Derbyshire. Darin Dupavillon.
Oh, he did it again.
Yeah.
Steady on, Dave. Steady.
Is it pronounced like that in the south?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, it doesn't matter.
No,
It doesn't matter. No,
question.
no, it doesn't matter.
Don't get going on pronunciations again in this game. There's Jacks. Balls to Slater, and he defends. So many people on the first day sending me, it's pronounced Farhan, not Farhan. It's pronounced Farhan, not Farhan. Pronounced Farhan. We've got there with Farhan. This is going to bring a couple of runs. I was just waiting for a fielder to run round. There isn't a fielder there. Ben Slater can perhaps run 5 here. Will it go for 4 or not?
Oh,
I think
good
it's
effort
just been
from
cut
Worrell.
off. In fact, they'll come back for 3. Slater just glanced it down to long leg, and there was nobody there. And Dan Worrell patrolling the leg side fence all on his own. You just keep bowling from one end, Dan, and then just look after the other 150 yards on that side of the ground as well.
Yeah. Like the rest of us, you know, we'll help out where we can, but
yeah, these helmets are heavy to carry. 23 without loss. Knots underway as Hamid drives, cut off nicely by a tumbling Laws at mid-off, and there's no run. We saw Tom Laws on the boundary edge away to our right, sweeping pretty much all of Nottinghamshire's first innings, but he's got a position at mid-off here. Next ball is blocked by the Notts skipper, Seeb Hamid, who made 68 in the first innings and then fell to Jacks. He lunged forward, and he kept presumably lunging forward, trying to just deflect the ball away with his pad, and missed it, and it turned back and clipped the off stump, and that gave Surrey an in right on the end of the second day. This next one is taken low down by folks outside the off stump. Again, he lunged at it, but
well, you'd be mindful of it because the deviation was extraordinary, wasn't it, on that first innings wicket?
Farhan Ahmed getting his 10 wickets. Jack's beginning this innings on 7. This has helped out onto the leg side. There's Conor McCurr doing the fielding. 23 without loss. I think that's what I said at the start of the over. So that presumably is a maiden. Oh no, of course there was a 3. There was a 3. Oh, the umpires are chatting. What are you chatting about, fellas? Get on with it. There was the 3 at the start of the over. 23 without loss after 6. Hamid has 11. Slater has 12.
I think what they're chatting about, Dave, is the result coming in from Taunton. And Durham are all out for 126. Somerset with a maximum point victory, 293 runs. So that gap at the moment is closing in on Surrey, but they've still got work to do here this afternoon. Essex, any advances on 8 down there from either of you two?
Not for the time being.
No, thank you. Worcestershire need 2 more wickets to wrap up an unlikely victory there. Is it 9 down?
They've just taken the 9th.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable from Worcestershire. So Essex need another, 46, 47 runs, and Worcestershire need 1 wicket. And that David's just going to do my head in that one. I mean, I just can't believe that the trouble they were in at times, Worcestershire, in that match, and they're going to come out victorious. Possibly.
Are they the strongest side in the Midlands?
Oh, very good from you. You pick up on that point, Aaron, and the commentary.
Here is Cam Steele then from the Stuart Broad end. Starts off with a nice full delivery coming around the wickets, or over the wicket actually, to Ben Slater. No run there.
A victory for them, and they'll be the highest place, is what you're presumably referring to.
Yes.
Yeah, 134 points to Warwickshire's 132.
It's a massive 2-point difference there.
Well, those two sides playing against each other shortly. Leg break from Cam Steele is just pushed out towards deep point for just the 1 run. So, yeah, that would be a massive victory for the pairs of Worcestershire runs. To be honest, I'd echo that entirely.
The wicket's being taken by Amar Verdi, but also Logan Van Beek taking wickets there.
He's just taken the wicket of Shane Snater, caught by Gareth Roderick.
Verdi apparently did a lap of honour on taking the wicket of Pepper.
We'll look on that in just a moment's time as Cam Steele coming over the wicket to the right-handed Hasib Hamid. Plays that back to the bowler for no run. Let's have a look on the highlights of that.
Well, I can tell you it happened.
A complete lap of honour.
Well, he went running off.
He ran to here like.
Yes, they all have to run and try to chase him down.
Did you know he's still playing?
He is. He was playing up near Stoke. That's an excellent drive down the ground from Hasib Hamid. I think that has got legs on it. Yes, it has. Goes for 4. That is a wonderful shot from the Nottinghamshire captain.
Is that Stoke Antigua? Because he played in the CPL in Antigua yesterday.
Oh no, I was about club cricket. He was playing
I saw that and I thought he'd retired, but no, the Caribbean Premier League has started and Imran Tahir is skippering one of the sides. It might even be Guyana he's skippering.
Honestly, what a man Imran Tahir. One of the best celebrations in cricket history. How can Cam Steele respond? That's better from Cam Steele. Hasib just leans forward into that shot outside of his off stump for no run.
Just think, Kevin, we could have that long drive from Taunton to Sunderland to negotiate tonight.
How do you mean?
If we'd been down there.
Oh, for the
Taunton.
Durham lad, our Durham friend.
Well, here is Cam Steele to round out this 7th over, left by Hasib Hamid. So Notts will move on to a score of 28 for none. They require 270 more for the victory if they are to go after it. But just 41 overs on day 4 remaining. A decent over that from Cam Steele, aside from the boundary, just going for 5 runs. But yeah, that really was a wonderful shot. Right back down the ground from Hasib Hamid.
Talking of Durham, for all those listeners who've got an interest in Durham on viewers, just to say that although they may have lost, they are going to be 24 points as things stand from a relegation position, which, you know, I think with 3 rounds to go is quite a sizable number of points.
They're your 5th place team, I think.
5th?
I'm going Surrey, Somerset, Essex, Hampshire, Durham.
You're going Durham in there next.
Worcestershire, Warwickshire.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking Worcestershire, but they haven't won that game yet because they still need 1 more wicket, and Essex need 46 runs. So keep an eye on that. It does have a bearing on both these teams. Jack's bowls, meantime. Oh, no, gosh, that's come off the outside edge. He was looking to play that initially with Slater on the leg side, and it's spun away or turned away and come off the outside edge of his bat, and a close call on the close second slip, having half a chance. Slater's on 13. Jack's in and bowls. Bit of a flourish. It's in the air, but it's safe enough. Now running along the ground there through the covers. It's going to be 1 run for Slater. He moves to 14. 29 for no wicket. Wow, this is mesmerising stuff. And we're going to have one of those slips altered here to go forward short leg. Got a leg slip, conventional slip, forward short leg for Hamid, who's on 15. Jack's bowls now. Real flourish of the bat again. Driven along the ground for Jordan Clark to do the fielding at mid-on.
Of course, should they wish, the rate they get through their overs, Surrey could actually bowl 45, 46 overs.
Oh, I agree with you. Jack's again. Bit more flight to this one. Driven straight back at him. Bump ball.
They'd try and do that, of course, if they're taking wickets. If not, aren't losing wickets and are scoring nicely, they wouldn't want to bowl any more than necessary.
Next one again. A little quicker, full, and turned onto the leg side. Big stride in from Hamid. Trying to make sure he gets across to smother the ball before he can do any damage. Can turn and bounce. He wants to avoid that happening. Jacks again. Full, driven. To Laws doing the fielding at mid-off. No run.
A couple of nice shots in that over for nothing.
Yes, they were, but they were dot balls. And that in itself is, I think, a little bit of a relief for Nottinghamshire, because Jacks is going to cause so much trouble at that end. 29 for no wicket. Hamid on 15. Slater on 14. Got another 40 to go. What's that, 269? Still needed? No, come off now. I mean, the trouble with these cricketers in this day and age, they seem to do extraordinary things, but I don't know. This is about the wickets, isn't it? About the wickets.
Certainly. Well, just a little bit of an update from Lords. The 7th wicket has fallen for Sri Lanka. I'll pick up on that point as Cam Steele comes into bowl here to Ben Slater. Chipped it up momentarily. Ryan Patel with the helmet there at short forward leg was lurking, potentially trying to get a chance there. But that will be a dot ball for the time being. Kamindu Mendis, the latest Sri Lankan to fall. Funnily enough, a Nottinghamshire Surrey combination. Bowled by Atkinson, caught by Duckett. A second slip. Here's Cam Steele, gives that one a bit more flight, bit fuller, and driven very nicely by Ben Slater. That is an excellent looking shot from the Nottinghamshire opener, and that will tip the scoreboard onto 33 for no loss.
Test match is the final day, isn't it? Yes.
No.
It's day 4.
Oh, it's day 4, yes.
I got myself in the muddle when I was talking to Peter Moores about days 1 and 2 of this game. That's not our age, Dave. That's just the fact there's a lot of cricket, and it starts on different days. We've no need to go and see the doctor over that one.
Steele again then. That's a good response against Ben Slater.
Does this mean you have to pick up with the county championship if the test match does finish early?
It means you have to get yourself out the back, put a smart suit and tie on, practice the big words.
So it does.
Well, it might do. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh.
Here is Steele again. Well, that's a full toss, and that is dispatched by Ben Slater. Sai Sudarshan was running across from deep square leg. He's not going to get round to it. And that was a dismissive stroke from Ben Slater. He now moves on to 22 from 29 deliveries.
We saw a bit of this from Cam Steele in the first innings when he first came on. It was all over the place, wasn't he, on the second evening? Was it the second evening?
It was. Second, that's the
Yeah.
mistake I was making, confusing those two. Second evening, yeah.
A lot of full tosses and long ups. I was getting smashed around.
Yeah, hasn't quite found his rhythm in comparison to other games. Here he is, though, coming over the wicket, and that is another firm drive out into the covers from Ben Slater. It will be cut off, though, out there by the fielder, and that'll just be 1 run to add to the total. So 1 ball remaining in this 9th. It's been a productive one for Nottinghamshire so far. 9 runs coming off of it. That was the substitute fielder Nathan Barnwell doing the fielding out there in the covers. And how can Cam Steele round out this over? Well, it's a slightly short one, and Hamid rocks onto the back foot, cuts it out towards Sai Sudarshan at deep points, and that will be a single to wrap up the 9th over. So Nottinghamshire 39 for none. They now require 259 from the remaining overs here on day 4.
Of course, with a run chase in this format, you don't get the old DLS up on the board just to let you know where you're going in comparison to where you should be. It'd be nice to have it up there, as you know. At this ground, they pop it up every single ball in the limited overs game. It'd be nice along the bottom to actually have that information there, chasing. Was it 298 in 48? Where do you need to be? Where are you on target in terms of?
I can't imagine they're that far behind, are they?
Well, I was going to say in terms of going at a run a ball, which is what it was when it started. 6 9s of 54, so they are 15 behind.
Jack's bowls full, and that's been crunched away there through extra cover. That's going to be 4 runs off the bat of Hamid. Moves to 20. Nottinghamshire to 43 for no wicket.
14 off the last 7 balls. But to be fair, they would expect to have put a couple of them away for 4s. That was another just high, wide, loopy full toss.
It was. I mean, that wasn't the best. He's got to land them, and if he does land them, that's when the trouble is. If he doesn't, well, it's food for Notts to enjoy. Looped up in the air, whether that ran off the face of the bat, I don't know. I think it was the pad, but well, he loops up over forward short leg, got a leg slip who's quite wide in there, and then Rory Burns, conventional slip. Jack's bowls again, driven, plenty of fielders actually in the mid-wicket area looking after things. Cam Steele is one of them, but a little bit closer than that is Conor McCurr. 43 for no wicket. Round the wicket, drives at that wonders. Hamid, is that going to be another 4? Yes, it is. Well, see, this is where you do start to think, whoa, carry on like this. But can they carry on like this? This is for Jack. I mean, you've got to say that Jack's went through a lot of overs himself in that first innings. He's got to keep at it. He looked so annoyed and frustrated. I'm not too sure if there was a little bit of bat in one that maybe wasn't collected by folks earlier. There was certainly a very sharp chance of some description. He looked as if his head had dropped a little. He's got to start focusing again, because he holds the key here, really, does Will Jacks. And Nottinghamshire are 47 for no wicket at the moment. We've got 1 ball left of this 10th over. Hamid on 24. Jacks again, back to his mark. Round the wicket, in the bowls, and forward to that one. Not giving any chance to do any damage. Dot ball, 47 for no wicket. So Hamid on 24, Slater 23, and it's 251 from 38 overs.
Just while I've got my bit of paper in front of it, can I just say, because at some point this game will end and then I'll forget and spend all evening kicking myself. Just I'd like to thank in particular Lee for his service all through the season on the cameras. His last day with us today, won't be doing the last match. Lee, Spence and Lewis are out there with the cameras today. Terrific work. I think Kevin said earlier on there was something that you'd spotted as brilliant work. Was it the Rory Burns declaration? Yeah. But to all the camera crew that we've had for this game and throughout the season, your work is really appreciated. Thank you so much. And Lee's not doing the final game, the Warwickshire game, in September, so hopefully you'll come back and join us next season. I know your work very much appreciated by Kirsty and Aaron and everybody here at Trent Bridge. And to Spence and Lewis, we'll see you for the last game. Thank you so much, all the camera crew and the production crew that have been with us this season. And of course there is one more championship match here, end of the season, against Warwickshire.
Bring a coat.
Here is Conor McCurr then from the Stuart Broad end, coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ben Slater, drops this slightly short. The Nottinghamshire batter scamper through for the quick single. The ball actually deflects off of Ben Slater's left leg, and that will be one more run.
So the rate is 4.72. At the start of this over, the rate required was 6.6 here. So they're just a little bit behind, but that could be made up. I just think it's going to require a few risks. But they've got to stay on it here of Surrey. You would expect them to do so. But if they sort of let anything lapse, if they sort of switch off at all, unconvinced that they're going to get the wickets, then they start to maybe not bowl quite as well and runs come a little bit quickly. Who knows?
It's a very astute observation, that, Kevin. Here is Conor McCurr over the wicket then to the right-handed Hasib Hamid. Plenty of catches in short. This one dribbles down towards Dom Sibley at square leg for no run. But the difference in terms of approach as well from the two captains, of course, we've seen in the morning session spin to win practically from Hasib Hamid, just going with Farhan Ahmed and Liam Patterson White, whereas so far we haven't really seen the Surrey spin bowlers get into any sort of rhythm. We've seen some looseness from Will Jacks and Cam Steele, and as a result of that, on a pitch which has got a bit of bite, a bit of turn for the spin bowlers, Rory Burns is opting to go for his tried and tested seam attack, and here is one of them. Conor McCurr over the wicket to Hasib Hamid, defends it to Ryan Patel out in the covers for no run.
I mean, we just got a lot of time to talk, haven't we, on these things? I'm just throwing in. I can't. It's not going to happen. I'm sure not going to chase those down.
Well, you've got 10 wickets in hand, Kevin. You have got, you've got a little bit of a bargaining chip there, haven't you? Perhaps we can.
Worcestershire have won.
Okay, that's astonishing. Well done to them.
Yeah, Logan Van Beek getting the final wicket. Sam Cook, the man to depart. What a fantastic return that is.
That's an amazing result. It really is incredible.
It's the magic of the county championship at its finest. Here's Conor McCurr then, bowling into the body of Hasib Hamid. Works out to Cam Steele at short mid-wicket for no run. That is a tremendous result for Worcestershire. I'd like to pass on my congratulations to the county as well, because they've taken
is that the sound of teeth grinding there?
Yeah.
I thought so.
Very funny.
Strongest side in the Midlands. Yeah. Certainly the West Midlands.
I'm not going to bite, but no, that is a fantastic result for the West Midlands county, and yeah, it does put them in a far better position for survival given everything that's happened at New Road this season. That really is wonderful if they could survive the drop. Here is McCurr again over the wickets, played in front of the eye line of Hasib Hamid, dribbles out towards Ryan Patel at short cover, and that will be no run.
It's also Notts there next, down at Chelmsford.
It is.
Fortress Chelmsford?
Yes.
Well, no it isn't. And your 16-year-old spinner as well.
Fortress Farhan.
Yeah.
That'll be a great, again, we speak about experience, that'll be a fantastic test for him, won't it?
I hope he gets the chance to have a sit down and have a natter with Simon Harmer. That'd be great, wouldn't it?
Oh, this is the sort of thing that's likely to happen, I reckon.
Not many finer operators than Harmer. Here is McCurr, that one very full. Just dug out there from Hasib Hamid, works out towards Jordan Clark at mid-on, so that will be a dot ball to end the 11th over. Nottinghamshire 48 for none. Hamid on 24 from 35, Slater 24 from 31, and if the home side are to successfully chase this down, it is a big hypothetical at this stage, but they would require 250 from these remaining 37 or so overs.
Does that end Essex's chance in the title chase?
Yes.
Does it make it a 2-horse race at the top now?
Yeah. I think it does, purely because we're still waiting to hear back from the cricket regulator's decision on Feroz Krishna's bat as well.
I think
No,
is
that...
I think that's done and dusted.
Oh, right, okay.
Jack's full here to Slater. Turned around the corner and there'll be no run. There's just a bit of a delay there because the Girdler came out with an exclusive. But you think there's going to be no more further action there?
Yeah, that's what I understand.
Okay.
I'd asked the question 3 or 4 times in the middle of the season, and I think there's a suggestion that
Jacks comes around the wicket, bowls, and lovely turn. Now that's better for the bowler. Slater went forward, turned away from him.
there's a suggestion that might have been a faulty gauge, or certainly there was.
Oh, we're not talking about the bat.
No, some doubt about the eligibility.
Yeah, no, we're talking about the findings of the report. This one is worked away behind square on the offside, and there will be 1 run. So Slater moves to 25, 49 for no wickets. Yeah, into the workings of the club and all that sort of stuff. So we're waiting on that one. But yeah, the back gauge I think is one that certainly there was plenty of talk doing the rounds that maybe nothing further was to happen. It just would be nice every now and then if the ECB were to tell us instead of saying that it's somebody else's responsibility. It's nothing to do with us. But anyway, back to this because this is gripping stuff. Meads on 24, Nottinghamshire 49 for no wicket, goes back, turn to the right hand side, a forward short leg by Hamid, and he moves to 25. And it brings up the 50 for Nottinghamshire, but no wickets down.
Yeah.
70 balls. I mean, that's going along at a good rate. They've got to keep the pressure up here of Surrey. They really have.
Well, they've got to exert a bit of pressure.
Well, yes, because they haven't at the moment. Fair enough, but I mean, they have been putting pressure on. Slater on 25. Spins away from Slater.
So this is the only Division 1 game now left out of the 5 that started. Positive results in the other 4.
And forward defensive again from the Nottinghamshire opener. End of the over, so Slater remains on 25. Hamid's on 25. And you know, all that comes up to 50. What are you looking at here? Derbyshire victory by an innings and 59 runs. Sussex victory, beg your pardon, over Derbyshire. Sussex victory over Derbyshire by an innings and 59 runs. Derbyshire bowled out for 258. Good resistance, but those wickets latterly have fallen very quickly there at Hove. That is going to extend their gap. We'll go through this as the afternoon goes on. So what it exactly is between they and the 2 teams beneath them, although that won't be a care for them. They can battle it out themselves for that second promotion spot. That's Yorkshire and Middlesex battling out a draw. We'll get some more scores in a moment. This is somebody else's over, so over to you.
Be mine, Kevin. Here is Conor McCurr. Drops this one slightly short. Worked off the hips there by Hasib Hamid to Cam Steele at short mid-wicket for no run. Just to mention from that game, Jack Carson taking 10 wickets down in Hove. We've seen plenty of action for spinners, both young and old, up and down the country in this round of county championship fixtures. So just a bit of a mention there for Jack Carson, the Northern Irish spin bowler. Excellent stuff.
Good shout, because he burst onto the scene, and everybody thought he's, quite rightly, got a huge future and was going to, go straight to the top of the game, and then had a series of injuries.
It's unfortunate. That's very full from Conor McCurr. Again, worked out onto that onside for no run. Cam Steele doing the mopping up yet again on that occasion. He's an absolute badger as well, is Jack Carson. I remember talking to him on the podcast a couple of years back.
On your Badgers podcast.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is what we talk about on the podcast. But at that point, he'd taken 48 wickets in professional cricket. He named every single one, including
that would have been a good listen.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's good night time listening if you want to.
23, I got Felix Organ, LBW.
Here is McCurr to Hamid. Again, very full, and Hamid dispatches that out towards deep mid-wickets for 4 runs. That went like a tracer bullet to the boundary.
I was hooing because there was a young kid behind that fencing out there, and I don't think you could see the ball coming. And of course, it's when it hits that rope,
Yeah.
and when it hits the rope, loops up and over. Everything's okay. It's all fine.
Yep, thankfully no one injured by that shot. It was rifled, that, from Hasib Hamid. Timed that very crisply off the pads. Another boundary to his name as he moves on to 29 from 39. How will Conor McCurr respond? Bounding in with intent here. Little bit of a wide line there. As someone of Hasib's quality, calibre and temperaments, not going to be tempted.
Before this inning started, if he said, Dave, what's the score in the 13th over at, I don't know, 20 for none, 20 for one maybe. 54 without loss. There's been a good show of positivity from Notts and Surrey. I think you both said not quite as audit as maybe we all expected.
Maybe it's difficult. Maybe they think,
Yeah,
well, there's no
yeah.
chance they're not going to get these runs, and therefore to be spot on
Get
here.
your fingers burnt doing that.
Well, you can do, but it's a lot of runs.
McCurr to Hamid. This one just popped out towards Will Jacks at backward points for no run. Still no further wickets at the Test match at Lords. Sri Lanka 212 for 7 at the moment. Dhananjaya De Silva, the captain, on 22, and Milan Rathnayaka is on 5 from 12.
You know, when you start talking about run chase of sixes and over, and you come towards the end of a game, that's quite a lot really in Championship. You'd think nothing of it in white ball, but in Championship cricket, and there is still something there for the bowlers, you see, for Surrey to get it right.
Certainly is. Can McCurr get it right on this occasion? It's a better line, a better length. That's from the Surrey seam bowler. Results in a dot ball as Hasib just plays it back to the bowler. So no further damage done off the bowling of McCurr. Nottinghamshire 54 for none after 13 overs.
Sam, go to bed. Go to bed, Sam. Dave, I really should go to bed. It's 11:30 here in Japan. As a Notts lad, I've got my Outlaws cap on the wall I'm looking at. Dare I dream, Dave? Should I stay up? Go to bed, Sam. Go to bed. You'll regret it in the morning otherwise. We'll tell you what went off. But go to bed. That's Sam in Japan. Great to have you with us.
Says you sit up halfway through the night watching that stuff in America throughout the autumn time.
I'm not studying Japanese first thing tomorrow morning.
Are you not?
No.
Oh. when did you stop doing that?
Well, I speak a lot of Japanese, but
Oh, this is just kept down in front of the man. So we got one of these fielders now kneeling in there, looking after things in that what we call the Trescothic position, really.
And Renshaw, Matt Renshaw.
He did a bit of it as well, yeah. I think Trez was the first on it, with Burns at a more conventional slip, and this time it goes more square. So this is what Burns did first innings, actually. He tried to conjure up a few different things, had a few different plans, try and get the wickets. Jacks is bowling his 7th over, but he's gone for 22 runs so far. There have been deliveries which have really caused problems, but he needs to keep up that pressure. As we said, what was really good, this one goes past the off stump, was one of the great standout parts of the bowling of Farhan Ahmed was the fact that every ball virtually asked a question. It was the same thing, same in every time. No let up for the batters, or very few let ups, and this one is a single for Slater, and the offside he moves to 26.
And you wouldn't know if he'd been hit for 4 or if he'd bowled an absolute jaffer. He just got the ball back next and just went about his work. Nothing seemed to faze him. It was an extraordinary performance. It's nearly tea, Kevin. I'm well aware you have tea time.
Well, I can't leave yet. I can't leave yet.
Good.
Jacks into Hamid, goes back, worked away, beats Cam Steele. He can't get to that one, so it's going to be one more run. 56 for no wicket. Do we get scones on the final day?
Yeah, oh yes.
Ooh.
Of course you do. Where do you think you are?
Right, well, I think I'm at Nottingham.
Canterbury?
I think I'm at Nottingham. Oh, steady on. It's gripping cricket. I love it. 242 though needed by Nottinghamshire for an improbable victory, but no wickets have been taken yet by Surrey, and that's the case even at the end of that over on that last ball. Hamid 30, Slater on 26, 56 for no wicket. We've got 34 overs remaining as a minimum, and we'll be coming off for tea in 5 minutes time, so maybe get a couple of overs in before that tea interval.
Could be a good last session.
Could be. But I'm just looking at the body language of Surrey so far. It doesn't seem to be as energetic as it was in that first innings.
They're thinking, as I think most right-minded people would,
Yeah.
there's no chance if they're not in the chase. The only thing is that exactly, you make a call like that and you can be embarrassed.
Oh. Well, we've just had a slight delay there. A little bit of distraction behind the bowlers. There is someone walking up there on the second tier behind the bowler's arm, so Hasib quite rightfully just waves it off, and McCurr pulls up in his run-up.
The run rate is increasing all the time. It's now to 7.11 of the required run rate, and they're going along at 4s. And so the run rate there is coming down that they're achieving, and obviously the one that they're trying to attain is going up all the time. That's a lot of runs. Would
be a big ask this for Nottinghamshire. Here is McCurr then over the wickets to Hasib Hamid, and yet again we've seen it plenty of times this innings so far, just drives that out towards Ryan Patel in a short cover for the no run.
Still fearless, Freddy. Doing next.
There is, yeah. Haynes, Clark, Verena, James, Patterson White can give it a bit of a biff, as we saw in his T20 debut.
Keep the faith.
You never know. Cricket is a funny game, but I do agree it is looking more runs, more likely that this game will end in a draw. But it has been a fascinating draw. That's McCurr bounding in here to Hamid, who yet again just watches this under his eye line, bats it back to Ryan Patel for no run. But he's looked good for his 30 so far, as Hasib Hamid played a couple of lovely shots off his pads, the late cut shots, the square cuts as well. Really has looked very assured and confident in this run chase to date. There's the Surrey think tank down there, Rory Burns in his sun hats, Jordan Clark in his famous brown cap, just having a little bit of a conversation with the bowler Conor McCurr. Let's see what the South African born seam bowler can concoct here. Charging in towards Hasib Hamid, who again plays that nice and square out towards Sai Sudarshan at deep point for 1 run. The strike rotation has also been good between these two players. When you look at the amount of deliveries that they've faced, Hamid's on 31 from 46, Slater 26 from 41. We have seen at times that one player can farm the strike and almost be a little bit selfish at times, but these two have done very well just to allow each other to have as much at the crease as they possibly can. Now McCurr will come around the wicket to Ben Slater. Dom Sibley just patrolling there, almost at a wideish gully position. And McCurr drops it short. Slater leaps up, just bats that down towards Ryan Patel in at short mid-wicket for no run.
So it's a 44 points gap between where Surrey will be should they draw this match at the top of the table, and Essex in 4th following their defeat over Worcestershire. Worcestershire on 134 points, which is going to create a gap, one of around 28 points on Lancashire, second bottom, with 3 rounds to go. They're not safe, but big step.
Certainly is. McCurr coming around the wicket again to Ben Slater, who just drives that down the carpet to Jordan Clark at mid-off for no run.
In very simple terms, sorry Dave, sorry, I was just going to say in very simple terms, it could be a battle between Notts and Lancashire here to make sure that they don't join Kent. Sorry Dave.
Yeah, no, you're right. A couple of quick bits of correspondence. Charlie said the fast scoring rate due to the pitch behaving a little better after the effects of the roller between the innings. Yeah, that's a good point, Charlie.
We'll pick up on the second one shortly, Dave. Here is McCurr again, clipped off the hips of Ben Slater, finds Ryan Patel at short mid-wicket, so Nottinghamshire now 57 for none after 15.
Andy, he's heard Farhan Ahmed has broken a record set by W.G. Grace, the youngest player to take 10 wickets in a first-class match. That's brilliant. For Farhan, brilliant for you, Andy. If you found that, we've not been able to find it, but it's not unlikely, is it? I'm just wondering. I mean, that the likes of Mushtaq Ahmed and so they were playing age 13 and 14, weren't they? I just wonder. But yeah, I wonder if that's in this country or what it is. As this will be the final over of the session, with Will Jacks bowling to The Notts captain Hamid turns it behind square. 58 without loss. Thanks to everybody for your company this afternoon, getting in touch, or whether you're just out there watching the pictures or listening to the coverage. Thanks to Kevin and to Aaron for guiding us through the afternoon. These last couple of hours have just whisked away. Wonder what we're going to get in the last session. We have seen Surrey this afternoon declare on 177 for 9. Rory Burns out for 71. That was 136 for 5. Jordan Clark out for 6. 144 for 6. This is played with soft hands. No run. 58 without loss. Sai Sudarshan made 28. 148 for 7 when he fell. 157 for 8 when Conor McCurr was out, and at 165 for 9 when Tom Laws fell. 5 wickets to Liam Patterson White and 3 for Farhan Ahmed. The 2 spinners bowled all of the overs between them. Absolutely phenomenal stuff by Liam Patterson White and Farhan Ahmed. This is cut into the offside by Slater for a single. 59 without loss. So Notts were set to score 298 from a minimum of 48 overs. They've got off to a decent start here. They're 59 without loss with 2 balls left. Hamid is on 32. Slater is on 27. This is the only Division 1 game left going. Test matches very much England's to grasp if they can get his final 3 wickets as Hamid gets another single. 60 without loss. That's just going to keep it nice and easy for us, Kevin, isn't it? 238 required as it stands at the moment. 1 ball left, and then there'll be 32 after tea.
You're saying that 32 goes into 230?
No, I just mean 60. It's easier to take away from 298. There is tea with a dot ball from Ben Slater. He's on 27, Hamid 33. Still don't know where we're going with this game yet. We know what we suspect, but Notts have those 10 wickets in hand. The carrot of potentially grasping a victory in a game where a draw has looked the very best that Notts can get from really maybe halfway through day one. That might just be something that'll tempt them. Once again, thanks to Kevin and to Aaron. We'll all just have a little comfort break. The players will return in 20 minutes, and I hope you'll join us then. Well, welcome back everybody to Trent Bridge ahead of session 12 of 12, the last act, the last hurrah in this Vitality County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and table toppers and defending champions Surrey. We go into this last session of the game not really knowing what the outcome's going to be, of course, but suspecting that we might just have an hour's cricket and a handshake at 5 o'clock. But you just never know. The situation at the moment is that Nottinghamshire are 60 without loss, resuming in just a moment at tea. So without loss, I'll just throw that in there again, the two openers, Asib Hamid and Ben Slater. The target is 298 from a minimum of 48, so they need another 238 from 32. That's 7.4 runs and over on a track where I think both sides have found run scoring particularly difficult. But again, I'll throw in there the fact that winning county championship games is hard. You don't get too many opportunities to have a tantalising little chase like that in front of you. 238 from 32. We don't know how Notts are going to play it. We don't know how Surrey are going to play it. A wicket or two will bring Surrey back into the equation, maybe, but certainly if Notts can get off to a fast start, they might just, as we drift towards 5 o'clock, think, well, let's see if we can have a little bit of a go, especially if either Hamid and Slater really start to accelerate, or if a wicket goes down, if it falls to McCann or Clark. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, here's Aaron Viles.
Here is McCurr then, coming in from the Stuart Broad end, approaching the right-handed Hasib Hamid over the wickets, and that will be a dot ball to kickstart the evening session here on day 4 at Trent Bridge. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable 4 days for all involved. I know I've only been here for the past 2, but it's flown by. It really has been gripping cricket, and even though in all likelihoods this is going to be a draw, it's been a draw that you can't really take your eyes off of. There's been something happening every few overs, and from a Surrey perspective, they'll be hoping that Conor McCurr can work some magic here. Oh well, Hasib Hamid flirted with that one. Wasn't really there to be hit from the Nottinghamshire opener, just lost his shape ever so slightly, but thankfully there was no connection with the willow.
During that tea interval, I was either approached or I've spoken to, I'd say maybe between 15 and 20 people, and every one have sort of said, draw? And it's been said almost like there's a question mark on the end. I think everybody thinks the obvious thing, the definite thing that's going to happen here is it'll be a handshake at 5 o'clock. But if they can have a really good hour, if they can get 80 runs in the next hour.
It's the carrot, isn't it, as McCurr coming over the wicket here to Hamid, who is resolute in his defence once more, defends it back to the bowler for no run.
Certainly got to increase the tempo in order to do that, and perhaps take Surrey a little bit by surprise. But again, I reiterate this: 10 wickets in hand. I think it's something. I was in the dressing room in a position of responsibility. I'd encourage. Let's just see if we can just increase the tempo a bit, score a little bit quicker, see if we can get within range with 15 to go.
Let's see if Hasib Hamid can do that. That's very full. Yorker length delivery from Conor McCurr, dug out by the Nottinghamshire captain. Goes out towards Cam Steele in at short mid-wicket for no run.
Well, there again, it was a nice shot for no run. I thought he'd got it wide of Steele, and if so, strong in that area. It was a decent clip. It would have gone for 4. It's those moments that Notts need to go their way. They can't afford to hit good shots straight to the fielders. They've got to deliver a healthy total of boundaries. Reiterate, don't think it's going to happen, but you never know. Seen this a couple of times. Conor McCurr again pulling out of his approach.
Yeah, that wasn't because of any movement behind the bowler's arm on this occasion. We did witness that just before the tea break, but what's tickled you, Dave?
Jigs on his
the houseboat.
On his houseboat, canal boat. Yep.
We'll pick up on that after this delivery from McCurr, striding in over the wicket. This one played back into the ground just in front of Hasib Hamid's off stump for no run.
Says at Press Cricket, it's an enigma wrapped in a puzzle. painted like a lark from your description. Will they chase? Will they need to park the bus? Oh, I can hear the anticipation in your voice, he says. Thank you, Jigs. Still with us this Sunday afternoon. A lovely Sunday afternoon it is now. It was a filthy old grey start to the day. Floodlights were on throughout the first session. Got away with it, though, weather-wise.
We certainly have. Here is McCurr then to round out this first over after tea. Again, compact in defence is Hasib Hamid. Even has a little bit of a pose afterwards. He was happy with that defensive stroke. And after 17 overs, sorry, there's 30 still remaining. After 17 overs, Nottinghamshire are 60 for none. And if they were to chase this, the big word there being if, we've mentioned it throughout the broadcast, they would need 238 more runs to win at around about 7.68 runs per over.
Again, fine margins. It was a maiden, so that, cracky, yeah, no, we're just happy to play till 5 o'clock and shake hands. But had that one here, they stroked majestically to mid-wicket, very, very hard indeed, been a yard wide of Scott Steele, it gone for 4. You think, well, that's a good steady start after tea. Laying the platform, it's fine margins. They're gonna need some decent turnovers of overs to get within range, but again, reiterate, I don't think it's going to happen as Jacks, I beg your pardon, pushes Slater to find a single in the offside. 61 without loss. Ben Slater on to 28, I beg your pardon. Hasib Hamid's got 33. 61 without loss. Hamid taking a fresh guard from Polly. Umpire Paul Pollard, former Nottinghamshire opening bat of great distinction. Jacks. I've called him Jakes and Jackson. I don't know where this has come from. I've called him quite correctly Will Jacks for the first 3 days, always bearing in mind that the first 2 days Dan Whiting was calling him Basement. 62 without loss. Single to the Notts captain takes him to 34. Will Jacks, who got 7 wickets in the first innings. This time, none for 29. That's a good delivery. That's a genuine off-spinner's delivery that bit and turned and left Slater. Goes into the glove of Folkes, who earlier today ended up in a right old heap in the middle of the pitch without his bat and was run out by a country mile. Right old mix-up. Next one turns away from Slater, again into the gloves of Ben Folkes. 62 without loss. Jacks bowls, Slater defends. First innings, Surrey 525 centuries from Burns and Sudarshan. 7 wickets for Farhan Ahmed. Notts made 405, century from Freddy McCann. 7 wickets for Jacks as Slater again defends. 62 without loss. So it's a quiet start. We've had 2 singles in the first 2 overs, and then in their second innings, Surrey 177 for 9 declared, and this time it was Liam Patterson White getting a 5-wicket haul. The declaration came setting Notts a target, a nominal target perhaps you would say, of 298 from a minimum of 48 overs. They're 62 without loss from 18.
That's been a good start though, hasn't it, from these two? If it is a case of just seeing out the draw, they are doing their job very well for the home side so far. Hamid 34 from 55, Ben Slater 28 from 53. And it will be the aforementioned Hasib Hamid here on strike to Conor McCurr, who drops this one in short. Almost rears up slightly for Hasib Hamid, who deflects that off the bat out towards Stom Sibley. That square leg for no run. But it has been a very patient start this, as you said Dave, just the 2 singles from the opening 13 deliveries after the tea interval. Yeah, that required run rate does just continue to rise, almost approaching 8 runs per over now, so it would be a pretty hefty task in front of the East Midlands County. Here's McCurr again. He's utilised the Yorker a lot here on day 4, and Hasib Hamid, for the time being, has certainly been up to the task. Read that one very early and got the bat out to defend that in due course.
Only 2 other games going on, both in Division 2, and Leicestershire still battling away at Cardiff, 352 for 6. Rahani out, having made a century. Peter Hanscom still there with 3 figures to his name. 352 for 6 means they lead Glamorgan by 53. They really dug in today, Leicestershire, trying to get something out of their game at Cardiff.
Certainly have his McCurr testing line and length there, just drops it in on a good length towards Hasib Hamid, who deflects the ball down towards Will Jacks at backward point for no run.
The other game, the Gloom might just have the final say at Headingley because they've gone off for bad light. Just after tea there, Yorkshire Middlesex. Yorkshire 150 for 2 in their second innings. I don't think anybody can go anywhere in that one. Yorkshire lead Middlesex by 229 with 8 wickets left. Perhaps kindest there if it's put out of its misery, that one. Second and third in Division 2.
Yep, it's getting very, very tight towards the top of the second division. McCurr over the wicket here to Hamid. He's played that shot, the little clip through mid-wicket, on many an occasion in this run chase so far. Finds the hands of Saisa Darshan, but it deflects off of the Indian international out towards Dom Sibley at square leg, and they do scamper through for a single. But I'm just intrigued, actually, by Peter Hanscom at the moment. 128 from 237. Right, he is basically seeing out that game for Leicestershire, and we've spoken about the importance of overseas players. We've seen both overseas talents in this match in the forms of Saisa Darshan and Carver Rayner. Both perform very well. Peter Hanscom really is an ideal overseas. Here is McCurr to Slater. Guides that one down towards Dom Sibley at almost a third man position there for no run.
I think I've already seen enough in this session to know that
draw.
Yeah, there'll be no cricket at Trent Bridge today beyond 5 o'clock.
No, but then again, you have to look at the bigger picture, and I can understand it is tempting. It was a carrot being dangled by Surrey, but looking at results elsewhere, especially that Lancashire match, here is McCurr around the wicket to Ben Slater, drops it out towards Dom Sibley, who comes across from third, picks it up at backward points, and that will round out the 19th over with a single. So Nottinghamshire 65 for none. It's been a patient start to proceedings in the evening session from Hamid, who's on 36, and Slater, who's on 29. But yeah, so far I think it is safe to say that both sides would take a draw at this point in the encounter.
Yeah, thanks again to Andy, who's been the one reporting that Farhan Ahmed becoming the youngest player at 16 years, 192 days old, as he is today, 192, to take 10 wickets in a first-class match in England. The previous youngest, W.G. Gray, 16 years, 339 days at the Oval in 1865, as the first ball of a new over from Jacks is pushed back to him by Slater. So Farhan Ahmed, even younger than W.G. Next ball pushed by Slater into the offside. There was a cry of catch from this vantage position, high in the sky at the Radcliffe Road end in our Eyrie, up on the 3rd floor. It looked as if it was all the way along the ground out to Cam Steele. 65 without loss. Hamid made 68 in the first innings on strike. Now down the leg side, and he'll swat that away. But again, picks out Cam Steele. 66 without loss, with 6 singles in the near 4 overs since tea. Target 298, but don't think we're going to be getting anywhere near there. Slater will punch this, and for the 3rd one in a row, it's Cam Steele having to do the fielding way to our right on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. 67 without loss. Perhaps here in the background, Kevin Hall's doing an update for listeners into, well, to wherever. 5 Live Sports Extra, or into the Test match coverage. And 5 Sports Extra. Single taken, this time by Hamid. 68 without loss. Right-hander on 37, Slater the left-hander on 31. Surrey striving for a breakthrough here. Jack's bowls chopped to backward point by Slater, and there's no run, end of another over. 20 gone in the innings, 28 to go, or a minimum of 28 to go. Don't think there'll be any more sent down. I don't think we'll get anywhere near that.
No, it's a bit of a shame, really, isn't it? It's almost like the stingers come out of the tail, actually, as this game comes towards a conclusion. But it has been a real good game up until this point. I think it's just a case of both sides looking at the bigger picture, looking at their places in the table. Of course, Surrey do have that massive game, don't they, against Somerset coming up in the next round. As for Nottinghamshire, a difficult trip away down to Essex. So, yeah, they've got to think of the table and the bigger picture here.
Cam Steele's coming into the attack to replace Conor McCurr. Now, his first 2 overs went for 15, and it was a bit like that in the Nottinghamshire first innings, I'm afraid. He went for more than 100. Just again, you think, if he bowls his next 2 overs for 15 runs, it might just get Notts going again. Let's see.
Well, even then, look at the
required
run rate, 8.21.
I know. But if you've played the game, you know all about momentum, and if you're striking it well and you just quickly rattle up 15 runs in 2 overs, you think, oh, here we go. But let's see.
Well, let's see what Cam Steele does. First ball is a bit of a drag down, and that is just cut out towards Syce at deep point for 1 run. Hasn't found his rhythm, has he?
No, and perversely, well, not perversely, I mean, ideally, Surrey might want them to go for their shots, because the more risks they take, obviously, the more chance Surrey have got of getting amongst the wickets. That will also help them, A, to put the brakes on, but B, if they can get a number of wickets, they might be the side trying to chase down the win in the latter stages. Tall order for either, though.
Certainly would. It would take something very special. Well, is it this one from Cam Steele? No, it isn't. Half shouts of an appeal. Wasn't exactly full-blooded from anybody from a Surrey perspective. But Ben Slater does survive. I don't think there was much in that, to be honest, pitching outside leg on that occasion. Remember, he is coming over the wickets as opposed to around into the left-hander. Well, that one is flicked away off the pads. Ryan Patel, for a split second, thought he could have plucked out of the air with the left hand, but yeah, worked safely away there by Ben Slater out towards Syce at deep backward square leg for 1.
Has it just been 1 since tea? Gone from 60 and on to 70 and on. Might just be singles only.
Just looking at the field as well, compared to the first innings, not as many in close catches. Here is Cam Steele over the wickets to Hasib Hamid, who is forward in defence and leans into that one and plays it out towards Ryan Patel at points for no run. But they've got the slip in the form of Conor McCurr in his sun hat. They've got the aforementioned Ryan Patel at backward points. Dom Sibley's in at cover. But yeah, not too many catching positions here as this ball is worked past the left hand of the outstretched Dom Sibley and rolls along the deck here at Trent Bridge out towards Syce at deep point for 1 run. So another change in the field. Patel will put the helmet on. He comes in at a short leg to Ben Slater. Sibley remains there though, so he becomes a de facto mid-wicket. Let's see what Cam Steele can concoct here again. It's slightly shorter and flicked off the pads. There's a chase here for Syce. He's a quick man and he does get across to it quite comfortably. An easy 2 there for Ben Slater.
Most of these are going to be well before your time, young Aaron, but some of them you'll have heard of, and I think from the first 2 or 3 you'll get the drift from Steve Crawley. Is the chase still on? When's the tipping point? Is all talk of the chase pointless? Will Haas play the golden shot? Who'll mastermind a win? 3, 2, 1. Discuss. Very good, Steve. Thank you.
Some good game show puns there from Steve. Let's see if Will Jacks can hit the bullseye here.
Oh, yeah. No, nice. I like that. This is clipped up to mid on 73 without loss. Heavens above. Gone through 1 or 2 slight detours in this match with the the 4 days. 73 without losses. This is played to mid-off. But that's nice from Steve. I like that. Jack's into his 11th over. This is short and will be pulled away by me, but again out to Scott Steele. Only a single out there on the leg side. 74 without loss. Again, I think it's just been 14 singles that's got us from 60 without loss to 74 without loss. And the accumulation has been gradual, but it's not been quickly enough to get anybody excited about what may lie ahead. Another single for Slater on the offside. At least I'm not getting excited. I don't know if Kevin Howells is getting excited.
I'm always excited. It's a bit of an embarrassment, to be honest, Dave. I should know better. Well, look, I have loved this match.
Yeah.
It really has been one of the better cricket matches I've watched in a long time. This.
Jack's bowls to Hamid on the leg side, and there's going to be more than one here for the first time since tea. Will it be cut off? No. A boundary. It was a decent effort from Cam Steele, who was Scott Steele. He was a former Durham teammate, wasn't he? Who runs around the boundary edge, makes an attempt to stop it at deep mid wicket, and he and the ball slid over the rope rather ingloriously. 4 runs to Hamid, goes to 44, 79 without loss.
That was a bit more effort, you might imagine, for the game in the position it's in as well. So well done to him.
Jack's bowls, and Hamid again back to blocking Billy. 79 for none after 22.
So this game is sort of it's doing what it's doing now. But what a round of championship! And for the 2 kids. Sorry, no, go on, Dave.
I was going to say, just heard you waxing lyrical next door.
Was I a bit loud?
Well, no,
Sorry.
absolutely loved it. We've got the windows open so we could hear you, and we were commenting. You were, you're giving it your all.
Oh, why wouldn't you today? I mean, that Worcestershire results really blow me. It really has.
3 wins in a row, isn't it, for Alan Richardson's side in the county championship?
I'd love it if we had more than just 2 teams going for the title. I mean, the best ones where you got 3 or 4 going into the last round who still somehow could win. We get that every now and then. But it sets up for Surrey Somerset brilliantly a week tomorrow. Nottinghamshire not out of trouble, but they've picked up a draw here against the defending champions. And who's got them there? By and large, it's a 16-year-old and a 19-year-old. And from their own patch as well, homegrown, yeah?
Yep.
They're off to Essex, now not. Essex haven't been beaten as they have been now. Whoa, it's good stuff.
Here is Steele. That's a nice sweep shot from Ben Slater. And there's no fielder there. That is going to race across the carpet for 4 runs. Good shot that from Ben Slater. Picked up the line of that delivery nice and early and just caresses it round the corner for 4 runs.
We're just saying, Kev, Steele's been a little expensive in this game, but perversely that might just help Surrey if they start going for the shots against him.
Yes, it might.
It's probably too late now.
Well, that is, isn't it? Surely.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, please. I mean, if anything happened like that here now, I'm packing in. I won't see the end of the season.
I do love the optimism, Kevin. I really do. It's infectious here in the comms box. How can Cam Steele respond then? Coming over the wicket to the left-handed Steele. That one's short, and that is whipped around the corner. It's going to be back-to-back boundaries for Ben Slater. Perhaps there is a final twist in the tail here. Dave Bracegirdle celebrating here in the comms box. It's a fantastic shot, just swiveled round the corner.
Stick with it, guys. Stick with it.
Does it mean anything more to you if I just say you were right about the weather, Dave?
Well, let's see. 87 for none within the blink of an eye. Ben Slater now 43 from 65. Nottinghamshire still require 211 more if they are to win this game. 25.4 overs remaining in this 4th innings as a minimum. Here we go then. Cam Steele with a steely look of determination in his eyes. That's a much better response from Steele there. Drops it with a bit more flight, slightly shorter than the previous delivery, and that will just be a dot ball.
We're talking about all this extraordinary stuff from young players, and Rory Burns, terrific runs being scored from him as well, of course, mustn't forget that. But even that is not as extraordinary as something I can see on the scoreboard.
Well, I'm intrigued to find out as to what that is, Kevin, as that's another dot ball for Cam Steele. Very straight and just prodded out in front of Ben Slater's off stump for no run.
The Girdler's got it. We've been around for too long, Dave. It's those over rates. Look at them. I mean, what's
11.
going off there?
Plus 17, goodness me. Cam Steele, here we go again. There's a half shout. No, pitching outside. Leg stump on that occasion. That will not be an LBW for Cam Steele. He is motoring through this over.
I mean, I think it's a 2-horse race for the title. I do think maybe it's, you know, if we exclude Kent, I do think it's perhaps 2 teams for fighting relegation.
Absolutely. That one again is short from Steele. Attempted pull shots from Ben Slater. Doesn't connect and the ball just dribbles harmlessly through to Ben Stokes for no run. So an eventful start to the over. Back-to-back boundaries for Ben Slater, followed by 4 back-to-back-to-back-to-back dot balls from Cam Steele. And at the end of that over, Nottinghamshire are 87 for none after 23.
So Notts running, Essex away, Kent away, and Warwickshire at home.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, I'm going to. This silly. I'm going to say something silly because I often do. Essex now I think is winnable. I didn't before. Kent definitely winnable. Warwickshire definitely winnable. Lancashire, they're away at Durham. I think that's a very tough game.
It is.
Very tough game. Then it's Somerset at home. Somerset still could be going for the title. Really tough. Very, very tough. And then it's Worcestershire away. That Nottinghamshire got the better run in.
Jacks starts a new over bowling to Seba-Me, a little bit of turn. Thanks to everybody who's taken the trouble to get in touch today with all the nonsense, although we're disappointed that nobody could find a word that rhymed with orange, woman, purple, spirit or chimney. We were given those this morning.
Rivet for spirit.
Rivet and spirit don't end the same as the next one's pushed into the offside.
It's sounds, isn't it?
Rivet and spirit.
But then you could say limit, couldn't you?
Well, I would.
That doesn't rhyme with spirit. Next ball is down the leg side, and then we'll get another singer. That's like saying salt rhymes with chimney. It just,
no, it doesn't. It's a completely different sound.
Jiminy rhymes with chimney. It doesn't. Apparently there's no words in the English language that rhyme with orange, woman, purple, spirit and chimney. And then we were teased this morning, see if you can come up with any others. Well, we can't, and nobody else has tried. So there we are. That's what we were talking about first thing this morning. Or I was. Kevin just wasn't playing.
I am playing and you tell me I'm losing all the time.
Slater's on 43. Had a couple of boundaries in the last over and now walks a single Ranatunga-like. To move to 44. Nice even split between the two of them. Slater 44, Hamid 45, 89 without loss. Again, no extras. It's been a game of relatively few extras. Jack's balls again and turned onto the leg side, no run. That's, I guess, partly to do with all the spinners bowling, I suppose. Guess it does help. Ball's not just at pace, just flicking off the pad and running away. Again, the Notts captain works it on the leg side, fielded by the Surrey captain. And it's the end of another over. 24 gone, 24 to go, 89 without loss. The Notts target 298, so they need another 209 from 24 overs. And I don't know, what's that, nine-ish and over? Yeah, we know it's not going to happen, but it's, I don't know, 10 wickets left. If you were in charge, coach.
In charge of what?
Coach Howells, if you were in charge of a side that needed.
I'd be bringing the bus driver up at the moment. I'd be saying, hello. Yeah, where are you? Yeah, well, we'll need you here about half an hour, mate.
20 over a side game, you'd happily chase down 200.
Well, let's see what Slater and Hamid will go there. Maybe Ben Slater listening to you there, Dave. Goes for an expansive drive, finds Jordan Clark there at mid-off, so that will be a dot ball. I think at this stage the run rate probably is a bit too high, even though they have got 10 wickets left in the shed.
Come on, your job's to sell the game, mate. Come on.
Well, let's see. What can Ben Slater do here? Again, plays it defensively. There just hasn't been the same intent.
Some people turning off.
After tea. It's not
anything can happen here, folks. Don't go away.
Let's see.
Isn't that right, Dave?
Did you hear the game show tweet a minute or two ago, Kevin? Because we've had a second part to it. I'll read it again in a moment.
Looking forward to that. Cam Steele over the wicket here to the left-handed Slater. Opens up the arms, drives that, drills it through the covers. for 1 run.
Steve Crawley said, "Is the chase on? When's the tipping point? Is all talk of it pointless? Will Haas play the golden shot? Hull mastermind a win? 3-2-1 discuss." And Andy Easham's come back. Odds are lengthening now beyond 15-1. Winner takes all at Taunton. This has certainly been a young generation game, this one.
That's very impressive. I mean,
Good work, everybody.
Yeah.
Well, this next ball from Cam Steele dropped just outside of the off stump of Hasib Hamid, who watches that behind to Ben Folkes for no run.
Is there a 1% chance?
Oh, do you like that? I like that.
Is there?
I like that.
Okay, but is there a 1% chance that Nottinghamshire could win this game from here?
Only time will tell. Here is Cam Steele, then over the wicket to Hasib Hamid, who plays another one of those delectable cut shots out towards deep point for 1 run.
It'd be an absolute blockbuster if they do.
I think there's a 20% chance, but I don't think they'll go for it. I don't think they'll go for it. Well, they're not.
Oh, yeah.
They're not.
Oh, you mean as in going for gold?
Well, yeah. That would be... Does that work? I don't know.
Well, it does.
Yeah.
Anything will work at this time of the day, mate.
Steele, well, there's a half appeal, but nothing there for the Surrey leg spin bowler. A little bit of a tame end to the 25th over. Hamid on 46 from 76, Slater 45 from 74, Nottinghamshire 91 for none in pursuit of 298. So my maths isn't great, but having just looked on the live stream, it's exactly 9 runs per over.
That's very good. That's very good. So there's still a little bit of jeopardy.
Is that a game show? So is that daytime? I was worried I was going to get caught out by a few modern daytime ones.
Well, your answer's tenable.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Outstanding work, Dave.
Yeah. It is. Look, I'm moving on from that now, just in case everybody thinks I'm attempting another pun. It is. For the next half an hour or so, there is an awful lot to reflect on this game, though, and how much we've enjoyed it. Jack's bowls goes back turned round by Hamid for a single. The bit that we talk about, the 10 wickets and everything like that for the 16-year-old, but let's not forget, came on to bowl first morning, 11:25. For me, the game just
over, wasn't it? 7th over.
Was it as well? Yeah. Just craziness. And Notts will now look after him. I know they will. And he's a great talent, and we're really looking forward to the years ahead. But one step at a time, and let's just sit back and enjoy the skills we've seen, and wish him well, and to get on with things now in his own sweet way, because he won't be able to do that every match. He certainly won't. Jack's a little shorter this time. Well, Slater leant back, very lucky that wasn't going to run off the bat there. I think he sort of kept it probably inside the line of that spinning ball. But Jack's is now into his 13th over. He's put in some hard yards as well. Got 7 wickets in that first innings. And comes in again. He keeps on going into the block already for Slater. Comes maybe half a yard down to meet that one.
You've toured the subcontinent many times, Kevin. On your travels, you've watched cricket and seen pitches over there like this.
This next one is carved away, but doesn't get past the fielder. Little dramatic extra tumble, I think, just for the crowd.
And
go on.
And from the comfort of my sofa with my dressing gown on and a cold
what a picture that is.
on a cold November, I thought, well, this isn't cricket, is it? If they're opening up with spinners in a test match.
Oh, but it is. Jacks, bowls, and spins past the off stump. No run.
But like.
End of the over. 92 for no wicket.
Like the finest state, you don't want it all the time, do you? It's nice now and again, and it has been nice to see a completely different game. I can't remember a game like this at Trent Bridge, so spin dominated ever. No,
exactly, and you could be getting more of it, Dave. Let's explore that in a few moments' time. But we've got the captain now having a word with James Middlebrook, presumably sorting out what options there are for getting off. And finishing it all, because they were looking up at the scoreboard, how many overs are left and all that sort of stuff.
The blighter of Blighty, Dave. I'm mystified by the approach from Not Since Tee. Surely there was value in trying to score at sevens with 10 wickets in hand. Is this not so timid now if they were fearful of not batting out 25 overs if they'd lost 3 or 4 wickets? Well,
applaud them for the draw here.
We're like yin and yang. We're like yin and yang. Thank you, Blighty of Blighty.
Here is Steele. That's a great shot from Hasib Hamid. Hammers it out towards deep mid-wickets. It was short. It was there to be hit. And Hamid takes the invitation, and what a way that is for him to bring up his 50 in this 4th innings. It's come from 78 balls, included 8 fours, decent strike rate of 65.38. But it does look as though this game is petering out to a draw, bar something very, very special from this pairing and the rest of the Nottinghamshire batting lineup. Here is Steele again, this one far too full, and it's given the treatment by Hasib Hamid, back-to-back boundaries.
Hang on.
Well, you never know, it's not over until it's over, and that will also be the 100 partnership between Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater. Hamid with 55 of those, Slater with the other 45. Has been a fine display in terms of the shots in which they're played. It's just the intent after tea. Perhaps this game has just slipped beyond the grasp of Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club.
Well, you say that, but you're encouraging him, OK? Don't encourage him.
Here we go again. Hamid, it's a strong area for him, isn't it? Almost that semicircle there from, well, down the ground out towards deep mid-wickets. Plays this out towards Jordan Clark for 1 run, and we can take a little bit of a breather at the end of that one.
Hamid's last 6 innings, 91, 41, 44, 34, 68, now 56 not out. There's not the... the huge 247 not out he got it early on in the season against Lancashire, but that's a reasonable run of consistency, isn't it? He's played well in this game.
It's a fine cricketer, is Hasib Hamid. Can Ben Slater join him in the half-century club? Well, that's going to be 4 of them towards that. What a way to move on to 49. Flashes the blade at that and flails it through the covers for 4. That's an excellent shot from Ben Slater. You say that, Dave, 13 runs coming from the first 4 deliveries. It has been slight buffet bowling this.
Keep him on, keep him on.
From Cam Steele. Will Slater reach his half-century with this delivery? Almost chips it straight back to an on-rushing Cam Steele. Just 1 run away from joining his captain Hasib Hamid with a 50-plus score. And to be honest, he's deserved it as Ben Slater. I think he's played some very nice shots in this 4th innings. Final delivery then of over 27. Slater plays it defensively, it comes off the pads. It's pouched by Ryan Patel at short leg, but yeah, no damage done. So at the end of 27, Nottinghamshire 105 for none. Hasib Hamid bringing up his 50 in fine fashion in that over, with Ben Slater at the other end on 49 from 82.
I was just having a look. Back in 2010, there was a game here where it was dawdling along between Notts and Hampshire, and Notts had played 4-1-4 at that stage at the start of the season. They went on to win the county championship that year. But the 5th match, again, final day, dawdling along, Hampshire, playing for a draw. And I've just had to look him up because I can never remember his name, but he did not see twice in consecutive years. Neil Mackenzie, South African. He had a crazy habit, apparently, of sellotaping his bat to the dressing room door, but that was nothing to do with it. Just looked, he finished up 115 not out, and again he dawdled along until the last hour, and he totally took over, smashed it here, there and everywhere, and got Hampshire home to win by 2 wickets. And it was a situation like this. They've been said to score 281 on the last day, and no inclination whatsoever going for it, and then in the last hour he just went absolutely ballistic. There's so many points available for the win. As Jack's bowls and pushed on the offside. I mean, a huge difference in terms of 8 for the draw and 16 for the win. But with 10 wickets in hand, Blighter of Blighty says, why aren't they just at least giving it a go? And if they lost 3 or 4, you can pull the drawbridge up.
Well, I'm not. Well, yes, you. Well, can you? Could you? It does look to have got a lot easier, actually, in this latter part of this final day to bat. But I wonder if that's part to do with the tone of the game as well, and where we are.
The body language and
the intensity of the Surrey side. Yeah, Jack's round the wickets. Slater on 49 just runs this with a A soft bat out on the offside. 192 required, 20 overs after this one. 10 wickets in hand.
Was there a reference in one of those messages? So I come back to that. Just
Jack's right arm round the wicket, cut to backward point, no run.
Was there a reference to about does this show us where knots are because they haven't gone chasing it and not backing themselves or whatever? I'll have a point to add to that.
Halfway through this over, Jack's bowls, and this time Slater will get the run to bring up his 50. Well batted, Ben. Cheaply in the first, well, only made one in the first innings, as cheap as you can get. Cheap as chips, but this time he's cashed in 85 balls and 6 fours, and he's still there supporting a Seba. 107 without loss.
There were enough people, and they won't be named because I don't know them all, but there will have been enough people either here or watching on from around the country looking at Nottinghamshire season so far and the batting, and it has been a little bit fragile.
Jack's bowls, and that's the one that did for Hamid in the first innings. He tried to get his pad out there just to get in the line and block it, missed it, and the ball didn't quite turn enough to clip off the bail as it did in the first innings.
And seeing Surrey score 525, they would have been thinking game one by Surrey.
Next one is defended. Well, there's maybe 3 in this commentary box, I don't know. 107 without loss. Just quickly, Adam Edwards. I'm listening in, Dave, from the beach in Punta Cana. I think I've been there many years ago. Punta Cana in Dominican Republic, where the Notts sun hat coming in very useful. Hoping the Notts lads will give it a real go for the win now. That's a lovely photo, Adam. Enjoy your break in Punta Cana, Dominican Republic.
He could have lowered his head a bit so we could see a bit more of the hat.
We can see
a bit less torso, a bit more hat there, I'd say. But can I just quote Brett D'Oliveira here, Worcestershire captain, who apparently pulled off 2 stunning catches in that stunning victory.
And the run out. Don't wait till you see the run out.
Yeah, the run out is special.
Really?
I'll show you that next over, Kev.
Well, it's okay. But the character and strength that group has shown, referring to his team Worcestershire, over the last 18 months has been incredible. It's come to the forefront this game, and it was just great to get that victory. It's great for Worcestershire, great for the competition. He says to come here, just the nature of the way the game went, being behind the 8 ball at 10 for 4 on the first morning, and to get a win is superb.
They've agreed to have a drinks break here.
Yeah, because the game was... Who's going to tell him? Should I tell him?
No,
We're joking, mate. I think this is. I think it's drinks all round, isn't it?
Drinks all round.
Drinks all round, yeah.
Cold cup of tea. I don't know if that's the one from this morning or from lunch, but
oh
cold
dear,
cup of tea.
oh dear. But that result is just amazing. Somerset, of course, are cock a hoop about their result, and rightly so. Over Durham, there's rain in Cardiff, which that game is heading towards a draw. Yorkshire and Middlesex have drawn as well, but Sussex with that big win innings and 50-now run. So Sussex, they're going to be going up. Who's going to be with them? Yorkshire and Middlesex have cancelled themselves out there in Leeds. We leave Yorkshire and Middlesex in that game, but there is plenty more to come. I think that's basically about it. But yeah, Nottinghamshire here, from the season that they have had to produce what they have in this game, with 2 teenagers being at the forefront of it, I'd say that this is more than a draw for them, if that's not too Alan Partridge. But it is more than just a draw. This is hopefully going to give them a good sense of belief and confidence going into that run-in now in September.
It is. It's the moral victory, isn't it, for Nottinghamshire? They'll be by far and away the happier of the 2 sides, as Cam Steele continuing his spell into a 7th over. None for 43 from his previous 6 in this 4th innings.
There was some concern from a Surrey perspective as to who was going to be available for that Somerset game as well. So we'll be interested to see how that all plays out, with red ball cricketers, white ball cricketers needed by England and all that sort of stuff.
Most definitely Steele again. This one just worked off the hips by the left-handed Ben Slater down towards Will Jacks at deep fine leg. Does just feel like the energy in the field has just gone for Surrey here. It does seem like they're just waiting for that 5 o'clock mark, but
they're waiting and asking for it. I think that's what the talk is with the skipper. Run rate required 9.66. Is this where they tee off? Is it, Dave, in the big plan, in the great plan of things? Going up to nearly 10s now. Let's go for it, lads.
Let's see. Dom Sibley's come in into a slip position. A little bit of rearranging there in the cover region as well. Conor McCurr coming in a little bit shorter in that Surrey Sun hat. Cam Steele then to Hasib Hamid. Well, that's a full toss. That one is met again through the mid-wicket region. The fielder will slide across to his left though and cut that down to just the 1 run.
There may be stronger batting teams who perhaps, yesterday was such a great and really intense, and I loved that morning session, but there'll be some teams that maybe could have been a bit stronger in their response and put a bit more pressure on the Surrey bowlers than they did, and got on with it a little bit more because basically, time has run out here for Nottinghamshire. So, but that's, as I say, the context of where Notts are in this season and everything, that's a different story. For them, this is, I think a real admirable achievement.
It is, and it's the way in which they did it. It was methodical, they broke it down objective by objective, and I think they will be happy with the draw here, as this is played defensively off the back foot there. And yeah, to do against the defending champions, Surrey are a team which have rolled many aside, whether it's this season, 2023, 2022.
Yeah,
they are a tremendously successful bowling attack. Here is one of those bowlers, Cam Steele. It's too full. It's been a little bit of an issue for Cam Steele in this game, just over pitching. He's searching for wickets.
You've been hypercritical of a man who did such a terrific job for them at the start of the season. It's not really worked for him this game.
No.
But Liam Patterson White, in the end, he took a fifer, didn't he, in that second innings? He had to work so hard. That end has not been the easiest end to bowl from.
No.
But Steele he'll be frustrated not to have made a bigger impact with his bowling.
He certainly will be. Yeah, 20 wickets in his first 3 matches this season for Cam Steele. Finishes off with a dot ball. Hasib Hamid just leaning into that one, and the ball spills away harmlessly to Dom Sibley. That's a wideish slip for no runs. So Nottinghamshire 110 for none after 29. Nottinghamshire would require 188 more runs for the victory, but with that required run rate of 9.89, it does look rather unlikely. But in terms of the bigger picture for these two sides, Surrey of course do have that massive game against Somerset. We cannot bill that highly enough. It is going to be a cracking contest down in the West Country. And as for Nottinghamshire, 3 massive games as we head towards the conclusion of the 2024 county season. And what a season it's been. It really has been a great season to watch. Can't believe it's September.
Did you not think the start was a bit tiresome?
Potentially, but we also saw some career bests. We'll touch upon that after this ball from Will Jacks.
Jacks bowls, and this one's pushed off into the offside for a single. And the score will move to 112 for no wickets. It turned over that board. Maybe 111, and they did really quickly. We've seen that amazing attempt as a chase at the Cheltenham College. That was Gloucestershire and Glamorgan.
Yes, that was a great game.
Absolute stunner as well. And we have seen, I just thought that the start of the season just felt a little bit flat because, the weather was rubbish, and you can't do anything about that. Jacks in and bowls, and this one is sort of carved away, but straight to the field. Kookaburra, at that time of the year, we don't need it. Get rid of it then. I don't mind it now.
Yeah, it's been great this round, hasn't it? Late August.
That didn't help, and all that rain in March, so pitch preparation, all that sort of stuff. But we have hopefully an interesting season to finish. But again, as I say, we might be down just to a couple of teams being interested in the title, a couple of teams fighting relegation, a couple of teams going for promotion. It's nice when you get more than that, really. But this one spins back into Hamid and pushes that into the offside. I thought that we had 2 rounds. We had a T20, then we came back for a couple of rounds, didn't we? I thought that's when the season kicked off. For me, that's when the season really got going. And it's continued its momentum here now this round, and let's hope it carries on right through to the end in one form or another. Nottinghamshire won't. They want that relegation thing all sorted, and they'll be waving goodbye to Lancashire and Kent with some weeks to go. Jacks again back to his mark. Round the wicket into Hamid on 58 not out. Again, forces him back. Spins back into Hamid, so he remains 58. 48 overs in which to chase, was it 298? That was the scenario. They had chances to pull out before, if you like, and clearly they were, this one, they wanted to make sure that they'd, from their perspective, batted Nottinghamshire out of it. There was never really, I don't think there's ever a chance that Nottinghamshire were going to get these.
No.
That's the end of that over. 111 for no wicket. So I think they took that option, making sure that they did get a draw, because having been defeated, they don't like losing to Surrey. Already having lost to Hampshire, they didn't want to tease and tempt Nottinghamshire too much, for fear of one of those short boundaries as well, Anyway, in the end, we ran out of time.
The blighter's been back in touch. The blighter of Blighty, says Dave. I'm listening in while sitting in the Hound Road stand. I'm not decrying the Notts' efforts to get into this position, particularly the wonderful performances of Farhan and Freddy. Just felt there was a genuinely low-risk opportunity at tee to show some self-belief and go for the win. Yes, I think we all agreed it was going to be difficult to score at that sort of rate over that sort of length of time, and they have made sure that it's a nailed-on draw. It would have been interesting to see the response had they played a few shots, as Slater tries to do that, pushes this onto the offside. The Surrey flag has been lowered. That's always a sign that the visitors are ready to pack up and go home. It was no doubt taken down at tee. I didn't notice, and it'll be in the scorer's, been Debbie the scorer's bag for the next fixture. The away team always likes to make sure they get that taken down and put in the bag, as this one's dropped on the leg side, and Ben Slater just leans over, and obviously a lot of batters do, just lift his lid and all the moisture will come pouring out. Slater's on 53. 58 to Asiba Mead. Steele bowls, and there's an appeal, a muted one from behind the wicket, folks, and from bowler Steele. Another couple of runs to Notts, couple of somethings. Are these going to be the first extras? Yeah, leg buys. Leg buys sound the klaxon. The first two extras of the innings, 113 for none. Charlie says, Dave and the team, many thanks for the comms this week. More optimistic now. Freddie and Farhan, greater batting resistance. The quality of Kyle's batting and behind the stumps as well. And our spinners out bowling. And for me, they've out-bowled the Surrey spinners on day 4. Take the draw points. Essex will be difficult. Kent and Warwickshire we can do. As, again, strikes the pad, and there's an appeal. Thanks, Charlie, and thanks for all your correspondence throughout the throughout the season, Charlie, as always.
To the end of the season?
Verena can play against Essex, and then he's got to go back to South Africa, missing the Kent game, and then he's back for the Warwickshire game. Okay. So he's in for 3 of the last 4.
He looks good. He looks good. Excellent keeper and real attacking batter.
Steele bowls, and another LBW shout from Steele and folks. They make a fine double act. They like a bit of a yell, and having waited all that length of time for a leg bye, we're going to get another brace of leg byes. 2 lots of 2 within 3 balls, 115 without loss, and we're, I think, fairly close to the end here now. Again, we always round off by saying a thanks to everybody who's taken the trouble to join the BBC commentary for this one, or for whatever game you've been listening to or joined in, as Slater dabs this behind square. I'm sure there are 1 or 2 Somerset listeners or followers who have decided to just have a little look at the last knockings. 1 or 2 other county cricket supporters up and down the ground, up and down the land, joining us at Trent Bridge. Very often get it, don't we, Kevin? Often sit at home on a, if Notts aren't playing, I'll have a flick around and see where the action's at, and have a look at the different live streams that we can. And it's a great service. Many thanks here at Trent Bridge to Kirsty and Aaron for providing all the facilities. They've just about managed to keep us on the straight and narrow this week, haven't they? And kept us on air.
I think they've just despaired on many occasions as to what to do, Dave. But yeah, they've done that. Kookaburra, we're going to have 2. I forget Bristol because of the pitch. We're going to have 2 drawn matches, 2 drawn games. And how many have gone into the last day?
Who's going to bowl here? It's going to be Rory Burns.
It is going to be Rory, yeah.
And again, because I'm sure we're going to finish shortly, once again, the thanks to the camera crew here. Spence and Lewis, we'll see you for the last game. And Lee, your last game of the season. Greatly appreciate your work. Rory Burns coming on. This
is yours, Dave. This is definitely yours.
Is he going to try and be the match winner with the ball? Well, comes in off about 4 paces and whips it down there, wristily, right arm, what a right arm something, and Hamid turns it behind square for a single. He won't want to get out to Rory Burns, I don't think. He won't want to get out to anybody, but he won't want to get out to Rory Burns. And he has 59, 116 without loss.
It does add something to it when it's got like this. Can we have a bowler come on with love and jump around like it was his 100th wicket of the season?
Yeah, good call from the skipper. Get yourself on. 116 for Nottingham in the 32nd over. Next ball is cut away by Slater on the offside. If you've followed the game as a Surrey supporter from afar, you've enjoyed the coverage. Can only wish you well and all the best for your remaining games throughout the season. Thanks for joining in, those of you that have and shared in the fun. If Mark Church is following us as well, sending you all our best. Our love, Mark. We can catch up soon as Burns bowls. This one's cut into the offside by Hamid. Gets a single, 118 without loss. And we've got 3 balls left in this Rory Burns over. It says 5 to 5. We've always got to check on the regulations. There'll be 16 overs left after this one, but I think we've got to go until 5, haven't we? The ground staff have just about...
They've fired up the motors, haven't they?
They want an early dot. I thought that was going to be called a wide, actually, from Rory Burns. It was full of width, shall we say, but umpire Pollard also entering into the spirit of let's get this done and dusted. Mark Vermaud in Sevenoaks feeling much better about it all today. The youngsters have inspired everybody else. He's a little cheerier about the end of the season as the next one's cut to backward point, 118 without loss. Thanks to Nasser Hanif and Dan Whiting who were with us on the first couple of days, and to Aaron, who's been with us the last couple of days, and Kevin, who's...
I've been there through thick and thin, through the whole thing with you, Dave.
Kevin, who's been here far too long.
Oh, it's cruel, harsh. He means it as well, you know.
Burns to bowl to...
Dear.
Warn him, attempted bouncer, paddled away by Slater. Very nearly banged it in on his own toe end of the Rory Burns experiment. 1 over none for 4, 16 overs to go. And I think we've got to wait until 5, haven't we? Never entirely sure in these circumstances about the regulations, but we're ground staff have started up the harbour cover to bring it on. Just hold your horses, guys. I think we've got 1 more over. Whoever's going to bowl it.
Looks like Jordan Clark, doesn't it? Although
off a pace.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Pace.
He is as well, I think. Lovely moment. For the first time in the innings.
We don't see you very often, Aaron. Take it away. Your last over here, mate, before however long.
Well, it has been an absolute pleasure, gents. It really has. Alongside 2 titans of the comms box. As a young broadcaster, thank you for taking me through the ropes.
He's heard about you close to a bar.
Yeah.
There's nobody who's more of a titan when there's a bar around than Kevin Howells.
Well, here is Jordan Clark with some loopy medium pace here. It's not going to be the Jordan Clark that we've witnessed throughout the season, taking 33 wickets at 24.72. Just seeing us through to 5 o'clock. Does appear as though the writing is on the wall here at Trent Bridge, but it has been a fascinating game of county championship cricket. Plenty of ebbs and flows, and we've still got 3 rounds to enjoy after this one. Clark again, very full, very straight, worked off the pads there by Hasib Hamid to Tom Laws out at deep mid-wicket for 1 run. But yeah, it has been a lovely couple of days. Just from a personal perspective, first time commentating at Trent Bridge, been well looked after by everyone, so again thank you to all the production team and the caterers as well. Jordan Clark slightly interested with that one. It was left alone outside the off stump by Ben Slater, but yeah, no disruption to the timbers of the Notts opener. Clark again trundling in here. Oh well, a play and a miss. Clark has head in hands. Folks was interested for a split second, but no connection on the outside edge of Ben Slater's bat.
Well, of course, he bowled Ben Slater in the first inning. There were stumps flying in all directions, weren't they, Kev? North, south, east and west.
Got a slip in there.
Fair play to Jordan Clark as this one squirms away out towards backward point for no run. It's Dan Worrell in his sun hat doing the fielding as we're just approaching 5 o'clock. The expected cut-off here at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire 120, 1 for none, and these would be 8 valuable points for the East Midlands County as we head to the business end of the 2024 Vitality County Championship. Final ball then here for Jordan Clark is defended back to the bowler. We have a look at the two teams and handshakes have been had in the middle. There we go, Nottinghamshire versus Surrey ends in a draw. Valuable points for both teams. Nottinghamshire will be the happier of the two. Surrey will extend their lead at the top ever so slightly, but that will be that here at Trent Bridge.
Well, the ground staff couldn't have started that on the cover-up any quicker. The players still out in the middle, shaking hands. So 121 without loss. That's given the openers obviously a little bit of time in the middle, and they've just boosted their season's average. Max drawn is the final outcome here at Trent Bridge. 33 overs, 121 without loss, having been set 298 from a minimum of 48, but common sense prevailed in the end. We were spared the final hour as the captains shook hands. Aaron, been an absolute joy to have you with us for the last couple of days. I'm just going to, there we go, just kill the effects microphone for a minute, because you can never hear ourselves think when that's started up. It's the best bit of kit in the country because they can get it out in the middle in about 5 seconds flat, but it's also the noisiest. Hope you've enjoyed it.
Absolutely loved it. Thank you again, Dave, for yourself, to Kevin, and of course to Nasser as well. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Kev, you're always a bastion of the county championship. It's been a good one, hasn't it?
I've loved this game. My memory is a shocker, but right now I can honestly say, in games I've watched, this is the best game I've seen this season. I just loved it. That was that. I'm going to get my days right. Day 3 morning session, because Notts have been in the trouble they've been in all season. Surrey are just, formidable. The performance, especially from the 19-year-old, on the back of terrific 16-year-old streak. But that for me it was with the bat. What can Notts do with the bat? Surely. They're not going to reply to that 525, and they did. Got to the follow-on, and once they got past the follow-on, this outcome actually was always going to be the winner, probably, of the draw. But I couldn't take my eyes off it yesterday morning, could we? And that's what you want. Cricket, You can't take your eyes off. So, yeah, well done to everybody. Congratulations. Sorry. Just put this down as one of those things that they haven't been able to pull off a victory, but that's what a great game to look forward to for them at Somerset week on Monday, and for Notts now down at Essex again. That sharpened the interest there because of the spin of the 16-year-old Farhan Ahmed, but also Essex being beaten by Worcestershire today. So Notts, they're not in the bottom 2; they're out of the bottom 2, and. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting.
Thank you, Kevin. When can your fans next hear you? Are you on?
Dave, I wish you wouldn't do this.
Well, are you on quarter-final duty?
No.
No. So
no quarter-finals for me.
A day or two to recharge the batteries.
Championship for me. Looking forward to a week on Monday.
Kevin Howells, Aaron Viles, myself, Dave Bracegirdle with you here at Trent Bridge again. And final thank you to a camera crew and to Kirsty and Aaron in the production office. To all our listeners, first and foremost, though, that's why we do it. We're privileged to do this. We're privileged to watch 4-day cricket on your behalf, but we do love the interactions. We do love the people getting in touch with all the nonsense and just putting up with the little bits of fun that we have now and again. It's finished in a draw. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage from Trent Bridge, and whatever you're doing this Sunday evening, I hope you enjoy it, and we'll catch up with you soon, hopefully, God willing. I'll be at Chelmsford a week tomorrow. Yeah, it is a week tomorrow. It's Monday start for that one. Here we go. We've got all bonkers starts for the rest of the season. But it starts on the Monday down at Chelmsford. If you're travelling there, come and say hello. If you're listening, we'll hopefully get underway just before 10:30. It'll be a 10:30 start as well with the BBC Essex team. I'll speak to you then. From us all at Trent Bridge, it's finished as a draw, so a very good night.